Subsect, Roman 2. Help from friends by counsel, comfort, fair and foul means, witty devices, satisfaction, alteration of his course of life, removing objects and c. When the patient of himself is not able to resist or overcome these heart-eating passions, his friends or physician must be ready to supply that which is wanting. Sui erit humanitatis et sapientiae, which Tully enjoineth in like case, siquid erratum, curari, aut improvisum, sua diligentia corriger. They must all join. Nexites medico, saith Hippocrates, suum fessus officium, nisi suum quoque e gratis, suum estance, and see first, they must especially beware a melancholy discontented person, be it in what kind of melancholy soever, never be left alone or idle. But as physicians prescribe physic, cum custodia, let them not be left unto themselves, but with some company or other, lest by that means they aggravate and increase their disease. Non oportet egros humgismodi esse solos vel inter ignotos, vel inter ius quos non ament aut negligent, as Rod. A Fonseca Tom. 1 Consul. 35, prescribes. Lugents custodier solimus, saith Seneca, ni solitudine male utinter. We watch a sorrowful person, lest he abuse his solitariness, and so should we do a melancholy man set him about some business, exercise, or recreation, which may divert his thoughts and still keep him otherwise intent. For his fantasy is so restless, operative, and quick, that if it be not in perpetual action, ever employed, it will work upon itself, melancholize, and be carried away instantly, with some fear, jealousy, discontent, suspicion, some vain conceit or other. If his weakness be such that he cannot discern what is amiss, correct, or satisfy, it behoves them by counsel, comfort, or persuasion by fair or foul means, to alienate his mind by some artificial invention or some contrary persuasion, to remove all objects, causes, companies, occasions, as may any ways molest him, to humor him, please him, divert him, and if it be possible, by altering his course of life, to give him security and satisfaction. If he conceal his grievances and will not be known of them, they must observe by his looks, gestures, motions, fantasy, what it is that offends, and then to apply remedies unto him. Many are instantly cured when their minds are satisfied. Alexander makes mention of a woman that by reason of her husband's long absence in travel was exceeding peevish and melancholy, but when she heard her husband was returned, beyond all expectation, at the first sight of him, she was freed from all fear, without help of any other physic restored to her former health. Trincavelius, Consul. 12. Lib 1 hath such a story of a Venetian, that being much troubled with melancholy, and ready to die for grief, when he heard his wife was brought to bed of a son, instantly recovered. As Alexander concludes, if our imaginations be not inveterate, by this art they may be cured, especially if they proceed from such a cause. No better way to satisfy than to remove the object, cause, occasion, if by any art or means possible we may find it out. If he grieve, stand in fear, be in suspicion, suspense, or any way molested, secure him, solvitur malum, give him satisfaction, the cure is ended. Alter his course of life, there needs no other physic. If the party be sad or otherwise affected, consider saith Trallianus. The manner of it, all circumstances, and forthwith make a sudden alteration, by removing the occasions, avoid all terrible objects, heard or seen, monstrous and prodigious aspects, tales of devils, spirits, ghosts, tragical stories. To such as are in fear they strike a great impression, renewed many times, and recall such chimeras and terrible fictions into their minds. Make not so much as mention of them in private talk, or a dumb show tending to that purpose. Such things, saith Galatius, are offensive to their imaginations. And to those that are now in sorrow, Seneca forbids all sad companions, and such as lament. A groaning companion is an enemy to quietness. Or if there be any such party, at whose presence the patient is not well pleased, he must be removed. Gentle speeches and fair means must first be tried. No harsh language used or uncomfortable words, and not expel, as some do, one madness with another. He that so doth is madder than the patient himself. All things must be quietly composed. Eversa non evertenda, said Erigenda, things down must not be dejected, but reared, as Crotto counselleth. He must be quietly and gently used, and we should not do anything against his mind, but by little and little affect it. As a horse that starts at a drum or trumpet, and will not endure the shooting of a piece, may be so manned by art, and animated that he cannot only endure, but is much more generous at the hearing of such things, much more courageous than before, and much delighteth in it. They must not be reformed ex abrupto, but by all art and insinuation made to such companies, aspects, objects they could not formerly away with. Many at first cannot endure the sight of a green wound, a sick man, which afterward become good chirurgeons, bold empirics. A horse starts at a rotten post afar off, which coming near he quietly passeth. 'Tis much in the manner of making such kind of persons, be they never so averse from company, bashful, solitary, timorous, they may be made at last with those Roman matrons, to desire nothing more than in a public show, to see a full company of gladiators breathe out their last. If they may not otherwise be accustomed to brook such distasteful and displeasing objects, the best way then is generally to avoid them. Montanus, Consul, 229. To the Earl of Montfort, a courtier, and his melancholy patient, adviseth him to leave the court, by reason of those continual discontents, crosses, abuses, cares, suspicions, emulations, ambition, anger, jealousy, which that place afforded, and which surely caused him to be so melancholy at the first. Maxima quic domus servis est plena superbis. A company of scoffers and proud jacks are commonly conversant and attend in such places, and able to make any man that is of a soft, quiet disposition, as many times they do, ex stulto insanum, if once they humor him, a very idiot or stark mad. A thing too much practiced in all common societies, and they have no better sport than to make themselves merry by abusing some silly fellow, or to take advantage of another man's weakness. In such cases as in a plague, the best remedy is cito lungitard. For to such a party, especially if he be apprehensive, there can be no greater misery, to get him quickly gone far enough off, and not to be over hasty in his return. If he be so stupid that he do not apprehend it, his friends should take some order, and by their discretion supply that which is wanting in him, as in all other cases they ought to do. If they see a man melancholy given, solitary, averse from company, please himself with such private and vain meditations, though he delight in it, they ought by all means seek to divert him, to dehort him, to tell him of the event and danger that may come of it. If they see a man idle, that by reason of his means otherwise will betake himself to no course of life, they ought seriously to admonish him. He makes a noose to entangle himself, his want of employment will be his undoing. If he have sustained any great loss, suffered a repulse, disgrace, and see, if it be possible, relieve him. If he desire aught, let him be satisfied. If in suspense, fear, suspicion, let him be secured, and if it may conveniently be, give him his heart's content, for the body cannot be cured till the mind be satisfied. Socrates in Plato would prescribe no physic for Charmides's headache, till first he had eased his troubled mind. Body and soul must be cured together, as head and eyes. Oculum non curabis sine toto capite, nec caput sine toto corpora, nec totum corpus sine anima. If that may not be hoped or expected, yet ease him with comfort, cheerful speeches, fair promises, and good words persuade him, advise him. Many, saith Galen, have been cured by good counsel and persuasion alone. Heaviness of the heart of man doth bring it down, but a good word rejoiceth it, Prov. Roman 12, 25. And there is he that speaketh words like the pricking of a sword, but the tongue of a wise man is health. Ver. 18. Oratio namc saucii animi est remedium, a gentle speech is the true cure of a wounded soul, as Plutarch contends out of Aeschylus and Euripides. If it be wisely administered, it easeth grief and pain, as diverse remedies do many other diseases. 'Tis incantationis instar, a charm, aestuantes animi refrigerium, that true nepenthe of Homer, which was no Indian plant or feigned medicine which Epidamna, Thonis' wife, sent Helena for a token, as Macrobius 7, Saturnal. Goropius Hermat. Lib 9. Greg, Nazianzen and others suppose but opportunity of speech. For Helena's bowl, Medea's unction, Venus's girdle, Circe's cup, cannot so enchant, so forcibly move or alter as it doth. A letter sent or read will do as much. Multum lever quam tuas litteras lego, I am much eased, as Tully wrote to Pomponius Atticus, when I read thy letters, and as Julianus the apostate once signified to Maximus the philosopher. As Alexander slept with Homer's works, so do I with thine epistles, tanquam piones medicamentis, isc assidu tanquam, recens et novas aetramis. Scribe ergo, et assidu scribe, or else come thyself. Amicus ad amicum venis. Assuredly, a wise and well-spoken man may do what he will in such a case. A good orator alone, as Tully holds, can alter affections by power of his eloquence, comfort such as are afflicted, erect such as are depressed, expel and mitigate fear, lust, anger, and see and how powerful is the charm of a discreet and dear friend? Ille regit dictis animos et temperat eras. What may not he effect? As Cremes told Menedemus, fear not, conceal it not, O friend. But tell me what it is that troubles thee, and I shall surely help thee by comfort, counsel, or in the matter itself. Arnoldus lib 1 brevier. Cap. 18 speaks of a usurer in his time that upon a loss much melancholy and discontent was so cured. As imagination, fear, grief cause such passions, so conceits alone, rectified by good hope, counsel, and see, are able again to help. And 'tis incredible how much they can do in such a case, as Trincavelius illustrates by an example of a patient of his. Porphyrius, the philosopher, in Plotinus's life written by him, relates that being in a discontented humor through insufferable anguish of mind, he was going to make away himself. But meeting by chance his master Plotinus, who perceiving by his distracted looks all was not well, urged him to confess his grief, which when he had heard, he used such comfortable speeches that he redeemed him e faucibus erebi, pacified his unquiet mind, insomuch that he was easily reconciled to himself, and much abashed to think afterwards that he should ever entertain so vile emotion. By all means, therefore, fair promises, good words, gentle persuasions are to be used, not to be too rigorous at first, or to insult over them, not to deride, neglect, or contemn, but rather, as Lemnius exhorteth, to pity and by all plausible means to seek to redress them. But if satisfaction may not be had, mild courses, promises, comfortable speeches, and good counsel will not take place. Then as Christophorus of Vega determines lib. 3 cap. 14. de Mel. To handle them more roughly, to threaten and chide, saith Altimaris, terrify sometimes, or as Salvianus will have them, to be lashed and whipped, as we do by a starting horse that is affrighted without a cause, or as Rhases adviseth, one while to speak fair and flatter, another while to terrify and chide, as they shall see cause. When none of these precedent remedies will avail, it will not be amiss, which Savonarola and Aelian Montaltus so much commend, clavum clavopeller, to drive out one passion with another, or by some contrary passion, as they do bleeding at nose by letting blood in the arm, to expel one fear with another, one grief with another. Christophorus of Vega accounts it rational physic, non alienum irration, and Lemnius much approves it, to use a hard wedge to a hard knot, to drive out one disease with another, to pull out a tooth, or wound him, to geld him, saith Platerus, as they did epileptical patients of old, because it quite alters the temperature, that the pain of the one may mitigate the grief of the other. And I knew one that was so cured of a quartan ague, by the sudden coming of his enemies upon him. If we may believe Pliny, whom Scaliger calls Mendacirum Patrum, the father of lies, Q. Fabius Maximus, that renowned consul of Rome, in a battle fought with the king of the Allobroges at the river Isaurus, was so rid of a quartan ague. Valesius in his controversies holds this an excellent remedy, and if it be discreetly used in this malady, better than any physic. Sometimes again by some feigned lie, strange news, witty device, artificial invention, it is not amiss to deceive them. As they hate those, saith Alexander, that neglect or deride, so they will give ear to such as will sooth them up. If they say they have swallowed frogs or a snake, by all means grant it, and tell them you can easily cure it. 'Tis an ordinary thing. Philodotus, the physician, cured a melancholy king that thought his head was off, by putting a leaden cap thereon. The weight made him perceive it, and freed him of his fond imagination. A woman in the said Alexander swallowed a serpent as she thought. He gave her a vomit, and conveyed a serpent, such as she conceived, into the basin. Upon the sight of it she was amended. The pleasantest dotage that ever I read, saith Laurentius, was of a gentleman at Sanes in Italy, who was afraid to piss, lest all the town should be drowned. The physicians caused the bells to be rung backward, and told him the town was on fire, whereupon he made water and was immediately cured. Another supposed his nose so big that he should dash it against the wall if he stirred. His physician took a great piece of flesh, and holding it in his hand, pinched him by the nose, making him believe that flesh was cut from it. Forestus, obs. lib 1, had a melancholy patient who thought he was dead. He put a fellow in a chest, like a dead man, by his bedside, and made him rear himself a little and eat. The melancholy man asked the counterfeit whether dead men used to eat meat. He told him yea, whereupon he did eat likewise and was cured. Lemnius, lib 2 cap. 6 to 4 complex, hath many such instances, and Jovianus Pontanus, lib 4 cap. 2 of whist. Of the like, but amongst the rest I find one most memorable, registered in the French chronicles of an advocate of Paris before mentioned, who believed verily he was dead, and see I read a multitude of examples of melancholy men cured by such artificial inventions. Subsect Roman 3, Music a remedy. Many and sundry are the means which philosophers and physicians have prescribed to exhilarate a sorrowful heart, to divert those fixed and intent cares and meditations, which in this malady so much offend, but in my judgment none so present, none so powerful, none so apposite as a cup of strong drink, mirth, music, and merry company. Eclis, Excel, 20 Wine and music rejoice the heart. Rhases Cont. 9 Tract. 15 Altimaris Cap. 7 Alienus Montaltus, C26. Ficinus, Benede. Victor, Faventinus are almost immoderate in the commendation of it, a most forcible medicine Jacanus calls it. Jason Pratensis, a most admirable thing and worthy of consideration that can so mollify the mind and stay those tempestuous affections of it. Musica est mentis medicina mosti, a roaring meg against melancholy, to rear and revive the languishing soul, affecting not only the ears, but the very arteries, the vital and animal spirits it erects the mind and makes it nimble. Lemnius, instit cap. 44. This it will effect in the most dull, severe, and sorrowful souls, expel grief with mirth, and if there be any clouds, dust, or dregs of cares yet lurking in our thoughts, most powerfully it wipes them all away, Salisbury. Pollet. Lib 1, cap. 6 and that which is more, it will perform all this in an instant, cheer up the countenance, expel austerity, bring in hilarity, Gerald. Cam. Cap. 12 Topog Hyber. Inform our manners, mitigate anger, Athenaeus Dipnosophist. Lib 14, cap. 10. Calleth it an infinite treasure to such as are endowed with it. Dulcisanum reficit tristia corda melos, Eobanus Hessus. Many other properties Cassiodorus, Epist. 4 reckons up of this our divine music, not only to expel the greatest griefs, but it doth extenuate fears and furies, appeaseth cruelty, abateth heaviness, and to such as are watchful it causeth quiet rest. It takes away spleen and hatred, be it instrumental, vocal, with strings, wind, qui, a spiritu, sine manuum dexteritate gubernator, and see it cures all irksomeness and heaviness of the soul. Laboring men that sing to their work can tell as much, and so can soldiers when they go to fight, whom terror of death cannot so much affright, as the sound of trumpet, drum, fife, and such like music animates. Metis enim mortis, as Censorinus informeth us, musica depellitor. It makes a child quiet, the nurse's song, and many times the sound of a trumpet on a sudden, bells ringing, a carman's whistle, a boy singing some ballad tune early in the streets, alters, revives, recreates a restless patient that cannot sleep in the night. And see, in a word, it is so powerful a thing that it ravisheth the soul, Regina sensuum, the queen of the senses, by sweet pleasure, which is a happy cure. And corporal tunes pacify our incorporeal soul, sign or loquens. Dominatum in animam exercit, and carries it beyond itself, helps, elevates, extends it. Scaliger, exercit. 302 gives a reason of these effects, because the spirits about the heart take in that trembling and dancing air into the body, are moved together and stirred up with it, or else the mind, as some suppose harmonically composed, is roused up at the tunes of music. And 'tis not only men that are so affected, but almost all other creatures. You know the tale of Hercules Gallus, Orpheus, and Amphion, Felis's animas Ovid calls them, that could saxa mover sono testudines and see. Make stocks and stones, as well as beasts and other animals, dance after their pipes, the dog and hare, wolf and lamb, vicinumque lupo prebuit agna latus, clamosus graculus, stridula cornix, et javis aquila, as Philostratus describes it in his images, stood all gaping upon Orpheus. And trees pulled up by the roots came to hear him, et comitum quercum pinus amica trahit. Arian made fishes follow him, which, as common experience evinceth, are much affected with music. All singing birds are much pleased with it, especially nightingales, if we may believe Calcagninus, and bees amongst the rest, though they be flying away, when they hear any tingling sound, will tarry behind. Harts, hinds, horses, dogs, bears are exceedingly delighted with it. Scal, excerpt. 302. Elephants, Agrippa adds, lib 2 cap. 24. And in Lydia in the midst of a lake there be certain floating islands, if you will believe it, that after music will dance. But to leave all declamatory speeches in praise of divine music, I will confine myself to my proper subject. Besides that excellent power it hath to expel many other diseases, it is a sovereign remedy against despair and melancholy, and will drive away the devil himself. Canus, a Rhodian fiddler in Philostratus, when Apollonius was inquisitive to know what he could do with his pipe, told him that he would make a melancholy man merry, and him that was merry much merrier than before, a lover more enamored, a religious man more devout. Ismenias the Theban, Chiron the centaur, is said to have cured this and many other diseases by music alone. As now they do those, saith Bodine, that are troubled with Saint Vitus's Bedlam dance. Timotheus, the musician, compelled Alexander to skip up and down and leave his dinner like the tale of the friar and the boy, whom Austin de Civ. Day, lib 17. Cap. 14. So much commends for it. Who hath not heard how David's harmony drove away the evil spirits from King Saul, 1 Sam, Romans 16. And Elisha, when he was much troubled by importunate kings, called for a minstrel, and when he played, the hand of the Lord came upon him, 2 Kings, Roman 3. Censorinus de Natali, cap. 12. Reports how Asclepiades the physician helped many frantic persons by this means, freneticorum mens morbo turbatas. Jason Pratensis, cap. de mania, hath many examples, how Clinias and Empedocles cured some desperately melancholy, and some mad by this our music. Which because it hath such excellent virtues, belike Homer brings in Phemius playing, and the Muses singing at the banquet of the gods. Aristotle, Polit, L8. C5, Plato 2, de legibus highly approve it, and so do all politicians. The Greeks, Romans, have graced music and made it one of the liberal sciences, though it be now become mercenary. All civil commonwealths allow it. See Cneus Manlius, as Livius relates, Anno ab urb cond. 567. Brought first out of Asia to Rome, singing wenches, players, jesters, and all kinds of music to their feasts. Your princes, emperors, and persons of any quality maintain it in their courts, no mirth without music. Sir Thomas More, in his Absolute Utopian Commonwealth, allows music as an appendix to every meal, and that throughout to all sorts. Epictetus calls mensum mudem praecipi, a table without music a manger. For the concert of musicians at a banquet is a carbuncle set in gold, and as the signet of an emerald well trimmed with gold, so is the melody of music in a pleasant banquet. Eccles. Roman 32. 5, 6. Louis XI, when he invited Edward IV to come to Paris, told him that as a principal part of his entertainment, he should hear sweet voices of children, Ionic and Lydian tunes, exquisite music. He should have and the Cardinal of Bourbon to be his confessor, which he used as a most plausible argument. As to a sensual man, indeed it is. Lucian, in his book De Saltation, is not ashamed to confess that he took infinite delight in singing, dancing, music, women's company, and such like pleasures. And if thou, saith he, didst but hear them play and dance, I know thou wouldst be so well pleased with the object, that thou wouldst dance for company thyself, without doubt thou wilt be taken with it. So Scaliger ingenuously confesseth, Exercit. 274. I am beyond all measure affected with music. I do most willingly behold them dance. I am mightily detained and allured with that grace and comeliness of fair women. I am well pleased to be idle amongst them. And what young man is not? As it is acceptable and conducing to most, so especially to a melancholy man. Provided always, his disease proceed not originally from it, that he be not some light inamorado, some idle fantastic, who capers in conceit all the day long, and thinks of nothing else, but how to make jigs, sonnets, madrigals, in commendation of his mistress. In such cases music is most pernicious, as a spur to a free horse will make him run himself blind, or break his wind. Insidimentum enim amoris musica, for music enchants, as Menander holds, it will make such melancholy persons mad, and the sound of those jigs and hornpipes will not be removed out of the ears a week after. Plato for this reason forbids music and wine to all young men, because they are most part amorous, ni ignis addatur igni, lest one fire increase another. Many men are melancholy by hearing music, but it is a pleasing melancholy that it causeth. And therefore to such as are discontent, in woe, fear, sorrow, or dejected, it is a most present remedy. It expels cares, alters their grieved minds, and easeth in an instant. Otherwise, saith Plutarch, musica magis dementat quam vinum, music makes some men mad as a tiger, like Astolpho's horn in Ariosto, or Mercury's golden wand in Homer, that made some wake, others sleep, it hath divers effects. And Theophrastus right well prophesied that diseases were either procured by music or mitigated. Subsect Roman 4. Mirth and merry company, fair objects, remedies. Mirth and merry company may not be separated from music, both concerning and necessarily required in this business. Mirth, saith vives, purgeth the blood, confirms health, causeth a fresh, pleasing, and fine color, prorogues life, whets the wit, makes the body young, lively, and fit for any manner of employment. The merrier the heart, the longer the life. A merry heart is the life of the flesh, Prov. Roman 14. 30. Gladness prolongs his days, Eccles. XXX. 22. And this is one of the 3 Salernitan doctors, Dr. Merriman, Dr. Diet, Dr. Quiet, which cure all diseases, mens hilaris, requis, moderata dieta, gomesius prefat, lib 3 de sal. Gen is a great magnifier of honest mirth, by which saith he we cure many passions of the mind in ourselves and in our friends, which Galatius assigns for a cause why we love merry companions. And well they deserve it, being that, as Magninus holds, a merry companion is better than any music, and as the saying is, comes jucundus in via pro vehiculo, as a wagon to him that is wearied on the way. Jucunda confabulatio, sales, joci, pleasant discourse, jests, conceits, merry tales, melidi verborum globuli, as Petronius, Pliny, Spondenus, Caelius, and many good authors plead, are that sole nepenthes of Homer, Helena's bowl, Venus's girdle, so renowned of old to expel grief and care, to cause mirth and gladness of heart, if they be rightly understood or seasonably applied. In a word, amor, voluptas, Venus, gaudium, jocus, ludus, sermo suavis, suaviatio. Gratification, pleasure, love, joy, mirth, sport, pleasant words, and no alloy, are the true nepenthes. For these causes our physicians generally prescribe this as a principal engine to batter the walls of melancholy, a chief antidote, and a sufficient cure of itself. By all means, saith Messu, procure mirth to these men in such things as are heard, seen, tasted, or smelled, or any way perceived, and let them have all enticements and fair promises, the sight of excellent beauties' attires, ornaments, delightsome passages to distract their minds from fear and sorrow, and such things on which they are so fixed and intent. Let them use hunting, sports, plays, jests, merry company, as Rhases prescribes, which will not let the mind be molested, a cup of good drink now and then, hear music, and have such companions with whom they are especially delighted. Merry tales or toys, drinking, singing, dancing, and whatsoever else may procure mirth. And by no means, saith Guianerius, suffer them to be alone. Benedictus Victorius Faventinus in his Empirics accounts it an especial remedy against melancholy, to hear and see singing, dancing, maskers, mummers, to converse with such merry fellows and fair maids. For the beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance, Eccles. Roman 36. 22. Beauty alone is a sovereign remedy against fear, grief, and all melancholy fits. A charm, as Peter de la Seine and many other writers affirm, a banquet itself. He gives instance in discontented Menelaus, that was so often freed by Helena's fair face. And Tully, 3 Tusk, cites Epicurus as a chief patron of this tenet. To expel grief and procure pleasure, sweet smells, good diet, touch, taste, embracing, singing, dancing, sports, plays, and above the rest, exquisite beauties. Quibus oculi jucund moventer at animi are most powerful means, obvia forma, to meet or see a fair maid pass by, or to be in company with her. He found it by experience, and made good use of it in his own person, if Plutarch belie him not. For he reckons up the names of some more elegant pieces, Leontia, Bodina, Hedea, Nicedia, that were frequently seen in Epicurus' garden and very familiar in his house. Neither did he try it himself alone, but if we may give credit to Athenius, he practiced it upon others. For when a sad and sick patient was brought unto him to be cured, he laid him on a down bed, crowned him with a garland of sweet-smelling flowers, in a fair perfumed closet delicately set out, and after a portion or two of good drink which he administered, he brought in a beautiful young wench that could play upon a lute, sing, and dance, and see Tully, 3 Tusk. Scoffs at Epicurus, for this his profane physic, as well he deserved, and yet Favorinus and Stobius highly approve of it. Most of our looser physicians in some cases, to such parties especially, allow of this. And all of them will have a melancholy, sad, and discontented person, make frequent use of honest sports, companies, and recreations, et incitandos ad venerem, as Rodricus of Fonseca will, aspectu et contactu pulcherimarum fominarum, to be drawn to such consorts whether they will or no. Not to be an auditor only or a spectator, but sometimes an actor himself. Dulce est disiper in loco, to play the fool now and then is not amiss, there is a time for all things. Grave Socrates would be merry by fits, sing, dance, and take his liquor too, or else Theodoret belies him, so would old Cato, Tully by his own confession, and the rest. Xenophon, in his Sympos, brings in Socrates as a principal actor, no man merrier than himself, and sometimes he would ride a cock-horse with his children. Equiter in Arundine Longa. Though Alcibiades scoffed at him for it, and well he might. For now and then, saith Plutarch, the most virtuous, honest, and gravest men will use feasts, jests, and toys, as we do sauce to our meats. So did Scipio and Laelius, qui ubicia vulgo et Shaena in secreta remorant, vertus Scipiati et Midas sapientia Laeli, nugari comilo, et distincti ludier, donic decoqueretur alis, salati. Valorous Scipio and gentle Laelius, removed from the scene and rout so clamorous, were wont to recreate themselves their robes laid by, whilst supper by the cook was making ready. Machiavel, in the 8th book of his Florentine history, gives this note of Cosmo de' Medici, the wisest and gravest man of his time in Italy, that he would now and then play the most egregious fool in his carriage, and was so much given to jesters, players, and childish sports, to make himself merry, that he that should but consider his gravity on the one part, his folly and lightness on the other, would surely say there were two distinct persons in him. Now methinks he did well in it, though Salisburiensis be of opinion that magistrates, senators, and grave men should not descend to lighter sports, ni respublica ludier videtur, but as Themistocles, still keep a stern and constant carriage. I commend Cosmo de' Medici and Castruccius Castrucanus, than whom Italy never knew a worthier captain, another Alexander, if Machiavel do not deceive us in his life, when a friend of his reprehended him for dancing beside his dignity. Belike at some cushion dance, he told him again, qui sapit inter diu, vix unquam noctii disipit, he that is wise in the day may dote a little in the night. Paulus Jovius relates as much of Pope Leo Decimus, that he was a grave, discreet, staid man, yet sometimes most free, and too open in his sports. And 'tis not altogether unfit or misbeseeming the gravity of such a man, if that decorum of time, place, and such circumstances be observed. Misses stultitium conciliis brevum, and as he said in an epigram to his wife, I would have every man say to himself or to his friend, Moll, once in pleasant company by chance, I wish that you for company would dance, which you refused and said, your years require, now matron-like, both manners and attire. Well, Moll, if needs you will be matron-like, then trust to this, I will thee matron-like. Yet so to you my love may never lessen, as you for church, house, bed, observe this lesson. Sit in the church as solemn as a saint, no deed, word, thought, your due devotion taint, veil, if you will, your head, your soul reveal to him that only wounded souls can heal. Be in my house as busy as a bee, having a sting for every one but me, buzzing in every corner, gathering honey, let nothing waste that costs or yieldeth money. And when thou seest my heart to mirth incline, thy tongue, wit, blood, warm with good cheer and wine. Then of sweet sports let no occasion scape, but be as wanton, toying as an ape. Those old Greeks had their Lubentium Deme, goddess of pleasure, and the Lacedaemonians, instructed from Lycurgus, did Dio risui sacrificare, after their wars especially, and in times of peace, which was used in Thessaly, as it appears by that of Apuleius, who was made an instrument of their laughter himself, because laughter and merriment was to season their labors and modester life. Rissus enim divum ac, hominum est eterna voluptas. Princes use jesters, players, and have those masters of revels in their courts. The Romans at every supper, for they had no solemn dinner, used music, gladiators, jesters, and see as Suetonius relates of Tiberius, Dion of Commodus, and so did the Greeks. Besides music in Xenophon's Sympos, Philippus ridendi artifex, Philip, a jester, was brought to make sport. Paulus Jovius in the 11th book of his history hath a pretty digression of our English customs, which howsoever some may misconstrue, I, for my part, will interpret to the best. The whole nation beyond all other mortal men is most given to banqueting and feasts, for they prolong them many hours together, with dainty cheer, exquisite music, and faced jesters, and afterwards they fall a-dancing and courting their mistresses, till it be late in the night. Volaturin gives the same testimony of this island, commending our jovial manner of entertainment and good mirth, and methinks he saith well, there is no harm in it. Long may they use it, and all such modest sports. Ctesias reports of a Persian king that had 150 maids attending at his table, to play, sing, and dance by turns, and lil. Geraldus of an Egyptian prince, that kept 9 virgins still to wait upon him, and those of most excellent feature and sweet voices, which afterwards gave occasion to the Greeks of that fiction of the 9 muses. The king of Ethiopia in Africa, most of our Asiatic princes have done so and do. Those Sophies, Mogurs, Turks, and see solace themselves after supper amongst their queens and concubines. Qui jucendiris obulcte menti casa, saith mine author, coram reges salar et salter consuverant, taking great pleasure to see and hear them sing and dance. This and many such means to exhilarate the heart of men have been still practiced in all ages, as knowing there is no better thing to the preservation of man's life. What shall I say, then, but to every melancholy man uter convivis, non tristibus uter amicis, quos nugi et rissus, et joca salsa juvent. Feast often, and use friends not still so sad, whose jests and merriments may make thee glad. Use honest and chaste sports, scenical shows, plays, games, excedent juvenum cori mystique puelli. And as Marsilius Ficinus concludes an epistle to Bernard Canisianus and some other of his friends, will I this tract to all good students: live merrily, O my friends, free from cares, perplexity, anguish, grief of mind, live merrily, laetitia coelum vos crevit. Again and again I request you to be merry. If anything trouble your hearts, or vex your souls, neglect and contemn it, let it pass. And this I enjoin you, not as a divine alone, but as a physician. For without this mirth, which is the life and quintessence of physic, medicines, and whatsoever is used and applied to prolong the life of man, is dull, dead, and of no force. Dum fata sinunt, vivit ledi, Seneca, I say be merry. Nec lusibus virentum vidumus hanc juventam. It was Tiresias the prophet's counsel to Menippus that traveled all the world over, even down to hell itself to seek content, and his last farewell to Menippus to be merry. Contemn the world, saith he, and count that is in it vanity and toys. This only covet all thy life long. Be not curious or over-solicitous in anything, but with a well-composed and contented estate to enjoy thyself, and above all things to be merry. See numerus iudi senset sine amore jocesque nil est jucundum, vivas in amore jocesque. Nothing better to conclude with Solomon Eccles, Roman 3:22, than that a man should rejoice in his affairs. 'Tis the same advice which every physician in this case rings to his patient, as Capivaccius to his, avoid overmuch study and perturbations of the mind, and as much as in thee lies live at heartsease. Prosper Calenus to that melancholy Cardinal Cesius, amidst thy serious studies and business, use jests and conceits, plays and toys, and whatsoever else may recreate thy mind. Nothing better than mirth and merry company in this malady. It begins with sorrow, saith Montanus, it must be expelled with hilarity. But see the mischief. Many men, knowing that merry company is the only medicine against melancholy, will therefore neglect their business, and in another extreme, spend all their days among good fellows in a tavern or an alehouse, and know not otherwise how to bestow their time but in drinking. Maltworms, men-fishes, or water-snakes, qui bibunt solum ranarum more, nihil comedents, like so many frogs in a puddle. 'Tis their sole exercise to eat and drink, to sacrifice to volupia, rumina, edulica, potina, melona, is all their religion. They wish for Philoxenus' neck, Jupiter's trinoctium, and that the sun would stand still as in Joshua's time, to satisfy their lust, that they might dies noctesque pergricari et biber. Flourishing wits and men of good parts, good fashion, and good worth, basely prostitute themselves to every rogue's company, to take tobacco and drink, to roar and sing scurrilous songs in base places. In Vinis aliquum cum percussor jacentum, permistum naudes, aut furibus, aut fugitivus. Which Thomas Erastus objects to Paracelsus, that he would be drinking all day long with carmen and tapsters in a brothel house, is too frequent among us, with men of better note. Like Timocreon of Rhodes multa bibens et multa vorans, and see they drown their wits, seat their brains in ale, consume their fortunes, lose their time, weaken their temperatures, contract filthy diseases, rheums, dropsies, calentures, tremor, get swollen jugulars, pimpled red faces, sore eyes, and c. Heat their livers, alter their complexions, spoil their stomachs, overthrow their bodies. For drink drowns more than the sea and all the rivers that fall into it, mere funges and casks. Confound their souls, suppress reason, go from Scylla to Charybdis, and use that which is a help to their undoing. Quid refert morbo infero perim ruina? When the Black Prince went to set the exiled king of Castile into his kingdom, there was a terrible battle fought between the English and the Spanish. At last the Spanish fled, the English followed them to the riverside, where some drowned themselves to avoid their enemies, the rest were killed. Now tell me what difference is between drowning and killing. As good be melancholy still, as drunken beasts and beggars. Company a sole comfort, and an only remedy to all kind of discontent, is their sole misery and cause of perdition. As Hermione lamented in Euripides, mali mulieres me fecerunt malem. Evil company marred her, may they justly complain, bad companions have been their bane. For malus malum vult ut sit sway similes, one drunkard in a company, one thief, one whoremaster, will by his good will make all the rest as bad as himself. Et si nocturnos jures t formidare vapors. Be of what complexion you will, inclination, love or hate, be it good or bad, if you come amongst them, you must do as they do. Yea, though it be to the prejudice of your health, you must drink venenum pro vino. And so like grasshoppers, whilst they sing over their cups all summer, they starve in winter, and for a little vain merriment shall find a sorrowful reckoning in the end. Sect Roman 3, Mem. I. A consolatory digression, containing the remedies of all manner of discontents. Because in the preceding section one have made mention of good counsel, comfortable speeches, persuasion, how necessarily they are required to the cure of a discontented or troubled mind. How present a remedy they yield, and many times a sole sufficient cure of themselves. I have thought fit in this following section, a little to digress, if at least it be to digress in this subject, to collect and glean a few remedies, and comfortable speeches out of our best orators, philosophers, divines, and fathers of the Church, tending to this purpose. I confess many have copiously written of this subject, Plato, Seneca, Plutarch, Xenophon, Epictetus, Theophrastus, Xenocrates, Grantor, Lucian, Boethius, and some of late, Sadultus, Cardan, Beautius, Stella, Petrarch, Erasmus, besides Austin, Cyprian, Bernard, and C. And they so well, that as Hierome in like case said, si nostrum erurit ingenium, duolorum posset fontibus irrigari, if our barren wits were dried up, they might be copiously irrigated from those wellsprings. And I shall but actum ager. Yet because these tracts are not so obvious and common, I will epitomize and briefly insert some of their divine precepts, reducing their voluminous and vast treatises to my small scale, for it were otherwise impossible to bring so great vessels into so little a creek. And although, as Cardan said of his book De Consol, I know beforehand this tract of mine many will contemn and reject, they that are fortunate, happy, and in flourishing estate have no need of such consolatory speeches. They that are miserable and unhappy think them insufficient to ease their grieved minds and comfort their misery. Yet I will go on, for this must needs do some good to such as are happy, to bring them to a moderation, and make them reflect and know themselves, by seeing the inconstancy of human felicity, others' misery. And to such as are distressed, if they will but attend and consider of this, it cannot choose but give some content and comfort. 'Tis true, no medicine can cure all diseases, some affections of the mind are altogether incurable, yet these helps of art, physic, and philosophy must not be contemned. Arrianus and Plotinus are stiff in the contrary opinion, that such precepts can do little good. Boethius himself cannot comfort in some cases, they will reject such speeches like bread of stones, insana stulti mentis hic salatia. Words add no courage, which Catiline once said to his soldiers, a captain's oration doth not make a coward a valiant man. And as Job feelingly said to his friends, you are but miserable comforters all. 'Tis to no purpose in that vulgar phrase to use a company of obsolete sentences and familiar sayings. As Plinius Secundus, being now sorrowful and heavy for the departure of his dear friend Cornelius Rufus, a Roman senator, wrote to his fellow Tiro in like case, et haeb salatia, sed nova aliqua, sed fortia, qui audierum nunquam, legerem nunquam. Nam qui audivi, qui legi omnia, tanto dollar superanter, either say something that I never read nor heard of before, or else hold thy peace. Most men will here accept trivial consolations, ordinary speeches, and known persuasions in this behalf will be of small force. What can any man say that hath not been said? To what end are such parenetical discourses? You may as soon remove Mount Caucasus as alter some men's affections. Yet sure I think they cannot choose but do some good, and comfort and ease a little, though it be the same again, I will say it, and upon that hope I will adventure. Non mus hic sermo, 'tis not my speech this, but of Seneca, Plutarch, Epictetus, Austin, Bernard, Christ, and his apostles. If I make nothing, as Montaigne said in like case, I will mar nothing. 'Tis not my doctrine but my study, I hope I shall do nobody wrong to speak what I think, and deserve not blame in imparting my mind. If it be not for thy ease, it may for mine own. So Tully, Cardan, and Boethius wrote to console. As well to help themselves as others, be it as it may I will essay. Discontents and grievances are either general or particular. General are wars, plagues, dearths, famine, fires, inundations, unseasonable weather, epidemical diseases which afflict whole kingdoms, territories, cities, or peculiar to private men as cares, crosses, losses, death of friends, poverty, want, sickness, orbities, injuries, abuses, and c. Generally all discontent, homines quatamur fortunae solo. No condition free, quisque suos patamur manes. Even in the midst of our mirth and jollity, there is some grudging, some complaint. As he saith, our whole life is a glycopicron, a bitter-sweet passion, honey and gall mixed together. We are all miserable and discontent, who can deny it, if all, and that it be a common calamity, an inevitable necessity, all distressed, then as Cardan infers, who art thou that hopest to go free? Why dost thou not grieve thou art a mortal man, and not governor of the world? Fairquam sordum patienter omnes, nemo recuset, if it be common to all, why should one man be more disquieted than another? If thou alone wert distressed, it were indeed more irksome and less to be endured. But when the calamity is common, comfort thyself with this, thou hast more fellows, solemen miseris socios habuus doloris. 'Tis not thy sole case, and why shouldst thou be so impatient? Ay, but alas, we are more miserable than others, what shall we do? Besides private miseries, we live in perpetual fear and danger of common enemies. We have Bellona's whips and pitiful outcries for epithalamiums. For pleasant music, that fearful noise of ordnance, drums, and warlike trumpets still sounding in our ears, instead of nuptial torches, we have firing of towns and cities. For triumphs, lamentations, for joy, tears. So it is, and so it was, and so it ever will be. He that refuseth to see and hear, to suffer this, is not fit to live in this world, and knows not the common condition of all men, to whom so long as they live with a reciprocal course, joys and sorrows are annexed, and succeed one another. It is inevitable, it may not be avoided, and why then shouldst thou be so much troubled? Grave nihil est hemini quod fert necessitas, as Tully deems out of an old poet, that which is necessary cannot be grievous. If it be so, then comfort thyself in this, that whether thou wilt or no, it must be endured. Make a virtue of necessity, and conform thyself to undergo it. Si longa est, levis est, si gravis est, brevis est. If it be long, 'tis light, if grievous, it cannot last. It will away, dies dolorem minuit, and if not else, time will wear it out. Custom will ease it. Oblivion is a common medicine for all losses, injuries, griefs, and detriments whatsoever, and when they are once past, this commodity comes of infelicity, it makes the rest of our life sweeter unto us. Ac hic olim meminus juvabit, recollection of the past is pleasant. The privation and want of a thing many times makes it more pleasant and delightsome than before it was. We must not think the happiest of us all to escape here without some misfortunes. Usque ideo nulla est sincera voluptas, solicitumque aliquid lides intervenit. Heaven and earth are much unlike. Those heavenly bodies indeed are freely carried in their orbs without any impediment or interruption, to continue their course for innumerable ages and make their conversions. But men are urged with many difficulties, and have diverse hindrances, oppositions still crossing, interrupting their endeavors and desires, and no mortal man is free from this law of nature. We must not therefore hope to have all things answer our own expectation, to have a continuance of good success and fortunes, fortuna nunquam perpetuo est bona. And as Minutius Felix, the Roman consul, told that insulting Coriolanus, drunk with his good fortunes, look not for that success thou hast hitherto had. It never yet happened to any man since the beginning of the world, nor ever will, to have all things according to his desire, or to whom fortune was never opposite and adverse. Even so it fell out to him as he foretold. And so to others, even to that happiness of Augustus. Though he were Jupiter's almoner, Pluto's treasurer, Neptune's admiral, it could not secure him. Such was Alcibiades' fortune, Narsetes that great Gonsalvus and most famous men's, that as Jovius concludes, it is almost fatal to great princes, through their own default or otherwise circumvented with envy and malice, to lose their honors and die contumeliously. 'Tis so, still hath been, and ever will be, nihil est ob omni part beatum, there's no perfection is so absolute, that some impurity doth not pollute. Whatsoever is under the moon is subject to corruption, alteration, and so long as thou livest upon earth look not for other. Thou shalt not here find peaceable and cheerful days, quiet times, but rather clouds, storms, calumnies, such is our fate. And as those errant planets in their distinct orbs have their several motions, sometimes direct, stationary, retrograde, in apogee, perigee, oriental, occidental, combust, feral, free, and as our astrologers will, have their fortitudes and debilities, by reason of those good and bad irradiations, conferred to each other's sight in the heavens, in their terms, houses, case, detriments, and see so we rise and fall in this world. Ebb and flow, in and out, reared and dejected, lead a troublesome life. Subject to many accidents and casualties of fortunes, variety of passions, infirmities as well from ourselves as others. Yea, but thou thinkest thou art more miserable than the rest. Other men are happy, but in respect of thee, their miseries are but flea-bitings to thine. Thou alone art unhappy, none so bad as thyself. Yet if, as Socrates said, all men in the world should come and bring their grievances together, of body, mind, fortune, sores, ulcers, madness, epilepsies, agues, and all those common calamities of beggary, want, servitude, imprisonment, and lay them on a heap to be equally divided, wouldst thou share alike and take thy portion? Or be as thou art? Without question thou wouldst be as thou art. If some Jupiter should say, to give us all content, jam faciam quad vultes, eris tu, qui modo miles mercator, tu consultus modo rusticus, hinc vas hinc mutatis desedite partibus, ia quid slatis? Nolent. Well bet so then, you master soldier shall be a merchant, you sir lawyer a country gentleman, go you to this that side you, why stand ye? It's well as tease. Every man knows his own, but not others' defects and miseries, and 'tis the nature of all men still to reflect upon themselves, their own misfortunes, not to examine or consider other men's, not to compare themselves with others. To recount their miseries, but not their good gifts, fortunes, benefits, which they have, or ruminate on their adversity, but not once to think on their prosperity, not what they have, but what they want. To look still on them that go before, but not on those infinite numbers that come after. Whereas many a man would think himself in heaven, a pretty prince, if he had but the least part of that fortune which thou so much repinest at, abhorrest and accountest a most vile and wretched estate. How many thousands want that which thou hast? How many myriads of poor slaves, captives, of such as work day and night in coal pits, tin mines, with sore toil to maintain a poor living, of such as labor in body and mind, live in extreme anguish and pain, all which thou art free from. O fortunatos nimium bona si sua norint. Thou art most happy if thou couldst be content and acknowledge thy happiness. Rem cerndo non fruendo cognissimus, when thou shalt hereafter come to want that which thou now loathest, abhorrest, and art weary of, and tired with, when 'tis past thou wilt say thou wert most happy. And after a little miss, wish with all thine heart thou hadst the same content again, mightst lead but such a life, a world for such a life. The remembrance of it is pleasant. Be silent then, rest satisfied, design, intunsk in alirum infortunia soler mentum, comfort thyself with other men's misfortunes, and as the moldwarp in Aesop told the fox, complaining for want of a tail, and the rest of his companions, tacit, quando me oculis captum vites, you complain of toys, but I am blind, be quiet. I say to thee, be thou satisfied. It is recorded of the hares, that with a general consent they went to drown themselves, out of a feeling of their misery. But when they saw a company of frogs more fearful than they were, they began to take courage and comfort again. Compare thine estate with others. Similes alirum respice casus, missus ista furs. Be content and rest satisfied, for thou art well in respect to others. Be thankful for that thou hast, that God hath done for thee. He hath not made thee a monster, a beast, a base creature, as he might. But a man, a Christian, such a man, consider a right of it, thou art full well as thou art. Quicquid vult haber nemo potest, no man can have what he will, illud potest nol quod non habet, he may choose whether he will desire that which he hath not. Thy lot is fallen, make the best of it. If we should all sleep at all times, as Endymion is said to have done who then were happier than his fellow, our life is but short, a very dream, and while we look about immortalitas adest, eternity is at hand. Our life is a pilgrimage on earth which wise men pass with great alacrity. If thou be in woe, sorrow, want, distress, in pain or sickness, think of that of our apostle, God chastiseth them whom he loveth. They that sow in tears shall reap in joy. Sal. CXXVI. 6. As the furnace proveth the potter's vessel, so doth temptation try men's thoughts. Eccle. Roman 25. 5. Tease for thy good, Pyrrhius's nisi Pyrrhius's. Hadst thou not been so visited, thou hadst been utterly undone. As gold in the fire, so men are tried in adversity. Tribulatio didat, and which Camerarius hath well shadowed in an emblem of a thresher, and corn si tritura, absit pales sunt abdita grana, nos crux mundanis separata pales. As thrashing separates from straw the corn, by crosses from the world's chaff are we born. 'Tis the very same which Chrysostom comments, home 2 in 3 mat. Corn is not separated but by thrashing, nor men from worldly impediments but by tribulation. 'Tis that which Cyprian ingeminates, Sir 4, do immort. 'Tis that which Hierom, which all the fathers inculcate, so we are catechized for eternity. 'Tis that which the proverb insinuates, nocumentum documentum, 'tis that which all the world rings in our ears. Deus unicum habet filium sine peccato nullum sine flagello. God, saith Austin, hath one son without sin, none without correction. An expert seaman is tried in a tempest, a runner in a race, a captain in a battle, a valiant man in adversity, a Christian in temptation and misery. Basil, home 8. We are sent as so many soldiers into this world, to strive with it the flesh, the devil, our life is a warfare, and who knows it not. Non est ad astra mollis e terras via, and therefore peradventure this world here is made troublesome unto us, that, as Gregory notes, we should not be delighted by the way, and forget whither we are going. Ite nunc fortes, ubi celsa magni ducit exempli via, cur inertis terga nudatis. Superata tellus. Caetera donat. Go on then merrily to heaven. If the way be troublesome, and you in misery in many grievances, on the other side you have many pleasant sports, objects, sweet smells, delightsome tastes, music, meats, herbs, flowers, and sea to recreate your senses. Or put case thou art now forsaken of the world, dejected, contemned, yet comfort thyself, as it was said to Agar in the wilderness, God sees thee, he takes notice of thee. There is a God above that can vindicate thy cause, that can relieve thee. And surely Seneca thinks he takes delight in seeing thee. The gods are well pleased when they see great men contending with adversity, as we are to see men fight, or a man with a beast. But these are toys in respect, behold, saith he, a spectacle worthy of God, a good man contented with his estate. A tyrant is the best sacrifice to Jupiter, as the ancients held, and his best object a contented mind. For thy part then rest satisfied, cast all thy care on him, thy burthen on him, rely on him, trust on him, and he shall nourish thee, care for thee, give thee thine heart's desire. Say with David, God is our hope and strength, in troubles ready to be found. Sal. Roman 46. One for they that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion, which cannot be removed. Sal. CX Civ. 1-2 As the mountains are about Jerusalem, so is the Lord about his people, from henceforth and forever. Mem. Roman 2. Deformity of body, sickness, baseness of birth, peculiar discontents. Particular discontents and grievances are either of body, mind, or fortune, which as they wound the soul of man, produce this melancholy, and many great inconveniences, by that antidote of good counsel and persuasion may be eased or expelled. Deformities and imperfections of our bodies, as lameness, crookedness, deafness, blindness, be they innate or accidental, torture many men. Yet this may comfort them that those imperfections of the body do not a whit blemish the soul, or hinder the operations of it, but rather help and much increase it. Thou art lame of body, deformed to the eye, yet this hinders not but that thou mayst be a good, a wise, upright, honest man. Seldom, saith Plutarch, honesty and beauty dwell together, and oftentimes under a threadbare coat lies an excellent understanding. Seep sub atrita latitat sapientia vest. Cornelius Mussus, that famous preacher in Italy, when he came first into the pulpit in Venice, was so much contemned by reason of his outside. A little lean, poor, dejected person, they were all ready to leave the church. But when they heard his voice, they did admire him, and happy was that senator could enjoy his company or invite him first to his house. A silly fellow to look to may have more wit, learning, honesty than he that struts it out amples jactans and see grandia gradiens and is admired in the world's opinion. Villis seep catus noble nectar habit, the best wine comes out of an old vessel. How many deformed princes, kings, emperors could I reckon up, philosophers, orators? Hannibal had but one eye, Appius Claudius, Timoleon, blind, Mulius, king of Tunis, John, king of Bohemia, and Tiresias the prophet. The knight hath his pleasure, and for the loss of that one sense such men are commonly recompensed in the rest. They have excellent memories, other good parts, music, and many recreations, much happiness, great wisdom, as Tully well discourseth in his Tusculan Questions. Homer was blind, yet who, saith he, made more accurate, lively, or better descriptions with both his eyes? Democritus was blind, yet as Laertius writes of him, he saw more than all Greece besides, as Plato concludes, tum sane mentis oculis acute incipit cerner, quum primum corporis oculis deflorescit, when our bodily eyes are at worst, generally the eyes of our soul see best. Some philosophers and divines have everated themselves, and put out their eyes voluntarily, the better to contemplate. Angelus Politianus had a tetter in his nose continually running, fulsome in company, yet no man so eloquent and pleasing in his works. Aesop was crooked, Socrates purblind, long-legged, hairy, Democritus withered, Seneca lean and harsh, ugly to behold, yet show me so many flourishing wits, such divine spirits, Horace a little blear-eyed contemptible fellow, yet who so sententious and wise. Marsilius Picinus, Faber Stapulensis, a couple of dwarfs, Melanchthon a short hard-favored man, Parvis Erat, said Magnus Erat, and C, yet of incomparable parts all three. Ignatius Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits, by reason of a hurt he received in his leg, at the siege of Pamplona, the chief town of Navarre in Spain, unfit for wars and less serviceable at court. Upon that accident betook himself to his beads, and by those means got more honor than ever he should have done with the use of his limbs, and properness of person. Vulnus non penetrat animum, a wound hurts not the soul. Galba the emperor was crook-backed, Epictetus lame. That great Alexander a little man of stature, Augustus Caesar of the same pitch, Agesilaus despicably forma, Baccharis a most deformed prince as ever Egypt had, yet as Diodorus Siculus records of him, in wisdom and knowledge far beyond his predecessors. Adam, 1306. Uladslaus Cubitalis, that pygmy king of Poland, reigned, and fought more victorious battles than any of his long-shanked predecessors. Nullem virtus respuit staturam, virtue refuseth no stature, and commonly your great vast bodies and fine features are sottish, dull, and leaden spirits. What's in them? Quid nisi pondus iners stolidque ferocia memptes, what an Ossus and Ephialtes, Neptune's sons and Homer, 9 acres long, qui ut magnus Orion, cum pedes insedit, medii per maxima nere stagna, viam findens humero superreminet undas. Like tall Orion stalking o'er the flood, when with his brawny breast he cuts the waves, his shoulder scarce the topmost billow laves. What in Maximinus, Ajax, Caligula, and the rest of those great Zanzimans, or gigantical Anakims, heavy, vast, barbarous lubbers? See membra tibi dant grandia parsi, mentis edges. Their body, saith Lemnius, is a burden to them, and their spirits not so lively, nor they so erect and merry. Non est in magno corpore mica salis, a little diamond is more worth than a rocky mountain, which made Alexander Aphrodisius positively conclude, the lesser, the wiser, because the soul was more contracted in such a body. Let bodying in his 5. See method, hist, plead the rest, the lesser they are as in Asia, Greece, they have generally the finest wits. And for bodily stature which some so much admire, and goodly presence, 'tis true, to say the best of them, great men are proper, and tall, I grant, caput inter nubila condunt, hide their heads in the clouds. But belly pusili little men are pretty, sed si bellus homo est cauda, pusilis homo est. Sickness, diseases, trouble many, but without a cause, it may be tease for the good of their souls. Pars fati fuit, the flesh rebels against the spirit, that which hurts the one must needs help the other. Sickness is the mother of modesty, putteth us in mind of our mortality, And when we are in the full career of worldly pomp and jollity, she pulleth us by the ear, and maketh us know ourselves. Pliny calls it the sum of philosophy, if we could but perform that in our health, which we promise in our sickness. Quam infiami sumus, optimi sumus, for what sick man, as Secundus expostulates with Rufus, was ever lascivious, covetous, or ambitious? He envies no man, admires no man, flatters no man, despiseth no man, listens not after lies and tales, and see, and were it not for such gentle remembrances, men would have no moderation of themselves. They would be worse than tigers, wolves, and lions. Who should keep them in awe? Princes, masters, parents, magistrates, judges, friends, enemies, fair or foul means cannot contain us, but a little sickness, as Chrysostom observes, will correct and amend us. And therefore with good discretion, Jovianus Pontanus caused this short sentence to be engraven on his tomb in Naples. Labor, sorrow, grief, sickness, want, and woe, to serve proud masters, bear that superstitious yoke, and bury your clearest friends, and see, are the sauces of our life. If thy disease be continuate and painful to thee, it will not surely last. And a light affliction, which is but for a moment, causeth unto us a far more excellent and eternal weight of glory. 2 Cor. Roman 4:17, bear it with patience. Women endure much sorrow in childbed, and yet they will not contain. And those that are barren wish for this pain, be courageous. There is as much valor to be shown in thy bed, as in an army or at a sea fight. Out Vincetter, out Vincit, thou shalt be rid at last. In the meantime, let it take its course, thy mind is not any way disabled. Bilibaldus Percimarus, senator to Charles V, ruled all Germany, lying most part of his days sick of the gout upon his bed. The more violent thy torture is, the less it will continue, and though it be severe and hideous for the time, comfort thyself as martyrs do, with honor and immortality. That famous philosopher Epicurus, being in as miserable pain of stone and colic as a man might endure, solaced himself with a conceit of immortality. The joy of his soul for his rare inventions repelled the pain of his bodily torments. Baseness of birth is a great disparagement to some men, especially if they be wealthy, bear office, and come to promotion in a commonwealth. Then, as he observes, if their birth be not answerable to their calling, and to their fellows they are much abashed and ashamed of themselves. Some scorn their own father and mother, deny brothers and sisters with the rest of their kindred and friends, and will not suffer them to come near them when they are in their pomp, accounting it a scandal to their greatness to have such beggarly beginnings. Simon in Lucian, having now got a little wealth, changed his name from Simon to Simonides, for that there were so many beggars of his kin, and set the house on fire where he was born, because no body should point at it. Others buy titles, coats of arms, and by all means screw themselves into ancient families, falsifying pedigrees, usurping scutcheons, and all because they would not seem to be base. The reason is for that this gentility is so much admired by a company of outsides, and such honor attributed unto it, as amongst Germans, Frenchmen, and Venetians, the gentry scorn the commonalty, and will not suffer them to match with them. They depress, and make them as so many asses to carry burdens. In our ordinary talk and fallings out, the most opprobrious and scurril name we can fasten upon a man, or first give, is to call him base rogue, beggarly rascal, and the like, whereas, in my judgment, this ought of all other grievances to trouble men least. Of all vanities and fopperies, to brag of gentility is the greatest, for what is it they crack so much of, and challenge such superiority as if they were demigods? Birth. Tanting vos generis tenuit fiducia vestri. It is non-ens, a mere flash, a ceremony, a toy, a thing of naught. Consider the beginning, present estate, progress, ending of gentry, and then tell me what it is. Oppression, fraud, cozening, usury, knavery, bawdry, murder, and tyranny are the beginning of many ancient families. One hath been a bloodsucker, a parricide, the death of many a silly soul in some unjust quarrels, seditions, made many an orphan and poor widow, and for that he is made a lord or an earl, and his posterity gentlemen for ever after. Another hath been a bawd, a pander to some great men, a parasite, a slave prostituted himself, his wife, daughter, to some lascivious prince, and for that he is exalted. Tiberius preferred many to honors in his time, because they were famous whoremasters and sturdy drinkers. Many come into this parchmentro. So one calls it by flattery or cozening. Search your old families, and you shall scarce find of a multitude, as Aeneas Sylvius observes, qui celeratum non habent ordem, that have not a wicked beginning. Out qui Roman 6 et dolo eo fastigiae non ascendent, as that plebeian in Machiavel in a set oration proved to his fellows, that do not rise by knavery, force, foolery, villainy, or such indirect means. They are commonly able that are wealthy. Virtue and riches seldom settle on one man, who then sees not the beginning of nobility. Spoils enrich one, usury another, treason a third, witchcraft a fourth, flattery a fifth, lying, stealing, bearing false witness a sixth, adultery the seventh, and see one makes a fool of himself to make his lord merry, another dandles my young master bestows a little nag on him, a third marries a cracked piece, and see now may it please your good worship, your lordship, who is the first founder of your family, the poet answers, out pastor fuit, out elud quod dicer nolo. Are he or you the better gentleman? If he, then we have traced him to his form. If you, what is it of which thou boastest so much, that thou art his son? It may be his heir, his reputed son, and yet indeed a priest or a serving man may be the true father of him. But we will not controvert that now. Married women are all honest. Thou art his son's son, begotten and born in Frequatur Maria, and see thy great-great-great-grandfather was a rich citizen, and then in all likelihood a usurer, a lawyer, and then a courtier, and then a country gentleman, and then he scraped it out of sheep, and see and you are the heir of all his virtues, fortunes, titles. So then, what is your gentry, but as Hiram saith, opes antiqui, inveterati divitiae, ancient wealth? That is the definition of gentility. The father goes off into the devil to make his son a gentleman. For the present, what is it? It began Seth Agrippa with strong impiety, with tyranny, oppression, and so it is maintained. Wealth began it, no matter how got, wealth continueth and increaseth it. Those Roman knights were so called, if they could dispend per annum so much. In the kingdom of Naples and France, he that buys such lands buys the honor, title, barony together with it. And they that can dispend so much amongst us must be called to bear office, to be knights, or fine for it, as one observes, nobilirum ex sensu judicant, our nobles are measured by their means. And what now is the object of honor? What maintains our gentry but wealth? Nobilitas sine re projecta vilior alga. Without means, gentry is not worth, nothing so contemptible and base. Disputer de nobilitate generis, sine divitias, est disputer de nobilitate stercoris, saith Nevisanus the lawyer, to dispute of gentry without wealth, is saving your reverence to discuss the original of a murd. So that it is wealth alone that denominates, money which maintains it gives esse to it, for which every man may have it. And what is their ordinary exercise? Sit to eat, drink, lie down to sleep, and rise to play. Wherein lies their worth and sufficiency? In a few coats of arms, eagles, lions, serpents, bears, tigers, dogs, crosses, bens, fesses, and and such like baubles which they commonly set up in their galleries, porches, windows, on bowls, platters, coaches, in tombs, churches, men's sleeves. And see if he can hawk and hunt, ride a horse, play at cards and dice, swagger, drink, swear, take tobacco with a grace, sing, dance, wear his clothes in fashion, court and please his mistress, talk big fustian, insult, scorn, strut, contemn others. And use a little mimical and apish compliment above the rest. He is a complete, egregium viro laudum, a well-qualified gentleman. These are most of their employments, this their greatest commendation. What is gentry, this parchment nobility then, but as Agrippa defines it, a sanctuary of knavery and naughtiness, a cloak for wickedness and execrable vices, of pride, fraud, contempt, boasting, oppression, dissimulation, lust, gluttony, malice, fornication, adultery, ignorance, impiety. A nobleman, therefore, in some likelihood, as he concludes, is an atheist, an oppressor, an epicure, a gull, a dizzard, an illiterate idiot, an outside, a glowworm, a proud fool, an arrant ass, ventris et ingenuis mancipium, a slave to his lust and belly, salac libidine fortis. And as Salvianus observed of his countrymen the Aquitanes in France, sicut titulis primi fura, sic et vitiis, as they were the first in rank so also in rottenness. And Cabinet du Roi, their own writer, distinctly of the rest. The nobles of Berry are most part lechers, they have Touraine thieves, they have Narbonne covetous, they have Guienne coiners, they have Provence atheists, they have Rheims superstitious, they have Lyon treacherous, of Normandy proud, of Picardy insolent, and see we may generally conclude, the greater men, the more vicious. In fine, as Aeneas Sylvius adds, they are most part miserable, sottish, and filthy fellows, like the walls of their houses, fair without, foul within. What dost thou vaun of now? What dost thou gape and wonder at? Admire him for his brave apparel, horses, dogs, fine houses, manors, orchards, gardens, walks? Why, a fool may be possessor of this as well as he, and he that accounts him a better man a nobleman for having of it, he is a fool himself. Now go and brag of thy gentility. This is it belike which makes the Turks at this day scorn nobility, and all those huffing bombast titles, which so much elevate their poles. Except it be such as have got it at first, maintain it by some supereminent quality, or excellent worth. And for this cause, the Ragusian Commonwealth, Switzers, and the United Provinces, in all their aristocracies or democratical monarchies, if I may so call them, exclude all these degrees of hereditary honors, and will admit of none to bear office, but such as are learned, like those Athenian Areopagites, wise, discreet, and well brought up. The Chinese observe the same customs, no man amongst them noble by birth. Out of their philosophers and doctors they choose magistrates. Their politic nobles are taken from such as be moraliter nobels virtuous noble. Nobilitas ut olim ab officio, nona natura, as in Israel of old, and their office was to defend and govern their country in war and peace, not to hawk, hunt, eat, drink, game alone, as too many do. Their loisii, mandarini, literati, licentiati, and such as have raised themselves by their worth, are their noblemen only, though fit to govern a state. And why then should any that is otherwise of worth be ashamed of his birth? Why should not he be as much respected that leaves a noble posterity, as he that hath had noble ancestors? Nay, why not more? For plures solemn orientum we adore the sun rising most part, and how much better is it to say, ego mes majoribus virtut praeluxi, I have outshone my ancestors in virtues, to boast himself of his virtues than of his birth. Cathasbeus, Sultan of Egypt and Syria, was by his condition a slave, but for worth, valor, and manhood second to no king, and for that cause, as Jovius writes, elected emperor of the Mamelukes. That poor Spanish Pizarro for his valor made by Charles V Marquis of Anatio. The Turkey Pashas are all such. Pertinax, Philippus Arabs, Maximinus, Probus, Aurelius, and C, from common soldiers became emperors Cato, Cincinnatus, and C consuls. Pius Secundus, Sixtus Quintus, Johann Secundus, Nicholas Quintus, and C popes, Socrates, Virgil, Horace, Libertino Partinatus. The kings of Denmark fetch their pedigree, as some say, from one Ulfo, that was the son of a bear. E tenui casa seep ver magnus exit, many a worthy man comes out of a poor cottage. Hercules, Romulus, Alexander, by Olympia's confession, Themistocles, Jugurtha, King Arthur, William the Conqueror, Homer, Demosthenes, P. Lombard, P. Comestor, Bartholus, Adrian the Fourth Pope, and C. bastards. And almost in every kingdom, the most ancient families have been at first princes' bastards. Their worthiest captains, best wits, greatest scholars, bravest spirits in all our annals have been base. Cardan, in his subtleties, gives a reason why they are most part better able than others in body and mind, and so, per consequens, more fortunate. Castruccius Castrucanus, a poor child, found in the field, exposed to misery, became Prince of Lucca and Senes in Italy, a most complete soldier and worthy captain. Machiavel compares him to Scipio or Alexander. And 'tis a wonderful thing, saith he to him that shall consider of it, that all those, or the greatest part of them, that have done the bravest exploits here upon earth, and excelled the rest of the nobles of their time, have been still born in some abject, obscure place, or of base and obscure abject parents. A most memorable observation, Scaliger accounts it, et non praeterundum, maximorum virorum plerosque paters ignorados, matters imputicas fuis. I could recite a great catalogue of them, every kingdom, every province will yield innumerable examples. And why then should baseness of birth be objected to any man? Who thinks worse of Tully for being Arpanas, an upstart, or Agathocles, that Cilician king, for being a potter's son Iphicrates, and Marius were meanly born? What wise man thinks better of any person for his nobility? As he said in Machiavel, omnes eadem pater nati, Adam's sons, conceived all and born in sin, and see we are by nature all as one, all alike, if you see us naked. Let us wear theirs and they our clothes, and what is the difference? To speak truth, as Bayle did of P. Shalicius, I more esteem thy worth, learning, honesty than thy nobility. Honor thee more that thou art a writer, a doctor of divinity, than Earl of the Huns, Baron of Scradine, or haste title to such and such provinces, and see thou art more fortunate and great. So Jovius writes to Cosmo de Medici, then Duke of Florence for thy virtues, than for thy lovely wife and happy children, friends, fortunes, or great duchy of Tuscany. So I account thee, and who doth not so indeed? Abdalominus was a gardener, and yet by Alexander for his virtues made king of Syria. How much better is it to be born of mean parentage, and to excel in worth to be morally noble, which is preferred before that natural nobility by divines, philosophers, and politicians, to be learned, honest, discreet, well qualified, to be fit for any manner of employment in country and commonwealth, war and peace, than to be degeners neoptolmi, as many brave nobles are, only wise because rich, otherwise idiots, illiterate, unfit for any manner of service. Eudouricus, Earl of Cilia, upbraided John Huniades with the baseness of his birth, but he replied, in T. Saliensis comitatus turpiter extinguitor, in me glorios bistricensis exoritor, then earldom is consumed with riot, mine begins with honor and renown. Thou hast had so many noble ancestors, what is that to thee? Vix e nostra voco, when thou art a dizzard thyself. Quod prodest, pontis, longo stemate sensori. And see, I conclude, hast thou a sound body and a good soul, good bringing up? Art thou virtuous, honest, learned, well qualified, religious, are thy conditions good? Thou art a true nobleman, perfectly noble, although born of their sights. Dum modo tusis, eacidi similes non natus, sed factus, noble kappa alpha tau letter 1F10, xi omicron chiitinu. For neither sword, nor fire, nor water, nor sickness, nor outward violence, nor the devil himself can take thy good parts from thee. Be not ashamed of thy birth then, thou art a gentleman all the world over, and shalt be honored, when as he, strip him of his fine clothes, dispossess him of his wealth, is a funge, which Paulinus in his banishment found true by experience. Gentry was not esteemed, like a piece of coin in another country, that no man will take, and shall be contemned. Once more, though thou be a barbarian born at Tontontique, a villain, a slave, a Saldanian Negro, or a rude Virginian in Dassamonquepec, he a French monsieur, a Spanish don, a seigneur of Italy. I care not how descended, of what family, of what order, baron, count, prince, if thou be well qualified, and he not, but a degenerate Neoptolemus, I tell thee in a word, thou art a man, and he is a beast. Let no tarry filius, or upstart, insult at this which I have said, no worthy gentleman take offense. I speak it not to detract from such as are well deserving, truly virtuous and noble. I do much respect and honor true gentry and nobility. I was born of worshipful parents myself in an ancient family, but I am a younger brother, it concerns me not. Or had I been some great heir, richly endowed, so minded as I am, I should not have been elevated at all, but so esteemed of it, as of all other human happiness, honors, and see, they have their period, are brittle and inconstant. As he said of that great river Danube, it riseth from a small fountain, a little brook at first, sometimes broad, sometimes narrow, now slow, then swift, increased at last to an incredible greatness by the confluence of 60 navigable rivers, it vanisheth in conclusion, loseth his name, and is suddenly swallowed up of the Euxine Sea. I may say of our greatest families, they were mean at first, augmented by rich marriages, purchases, offices, they continue for some ages, with some little alteration of circumstances, fortunes, places, and sea, by some prodigal son, for some default, or for want of issue they are defaced in an instant, and their memory blotted out. So much in the meantime I do attribute to gentility, that if he be well descended, of worshipful or noble parentage, he will express it in his conditions. Nec enim feroses progenerant aquili Columbas. And although the nobility of our times be much like our coins, more in number and value, but less in weight and goodness, with finer stamps, cuts, or outsides than of old. Yet if he retain those ancient characters of true gentry, he will be more affable, courteous, gently disposed, of fairer carriage, better temper, or a more magnanimous, heroical, and generous spirit, than that vulgus hominum, those ordinary boors and peasants, quia dio improbi agrests, et inculti plerumque sunt, ni dicam maliciosi, ut nemini ullum humanitatis officium prestant, ni ipsi dio si advenerit, as one observes of them, a rude, brutish, uncivil, wild. A currish generation, cruel and malicious, incapable of discipline, and such as have scarce common sense. And it may be generally spoken of all, which Lemnius the physician said of his travel into England, the common people were silly, sullen, dogged clowns, sed mitir nobilitas, ad omni humanitatis officium paritissima. The gentlemen were courteous and civil. If it so fall out, as often it doth, that such peasants are preferred by reason of their wealth, chance, error, and sea, or otherwise, yet as the cat in the fable, when she was turned to a fair maid, would play with mice. A cur will be a cur, a clown will be a clown, he will likely savor of the stock whence he came, and that innate rusticity can hardly be shaken off. Licet superbus ambulat pecunia, fortuna non mutat genus. And though by their education such men may be better qualified, and more refined, yet there be many symptoms by which they may likely be disgrayed, an affected fantastical carriage, a tailor-like spruceness, a peculiar garb in all their proceedings, choicer than ordinary in his diet, and as Hierome well describes such a one to his Nepotian. An upstart born in a base cottage that scarce at first had coarse bread to fill his hungry guts, must now feed on kickshaws and made dishes, will have all variety of flesh and fish, the best oysters and sea. A beggar's brat will be commonly more scornful, imperious, insulting, insolent than another man of his rank. Nothing so intolerable as a fortunate fool, as Tully found out long since out of his experience. Asperius nihil est humili cum surgit in altum, said a beggar on horseback, and he will ride a gallop, and see. Decevit in omnes dum si posse pudat, nec bellua sevior ulla est, quam servi rabies in libera calla furentes. He forgets what he was, domineers, and see, and many such other symptoms he hath, by which you may know him from a true gentleman. Many errors and obliquities are on both sides, noble, ignoble, facties, natties, yet still in all callings, as some degenerate, some are well deserving and most worthy of their honors. And as Busbequius said of Suleiman the Magnificent, he was tanto dignus imperio, worthy of that great empire. Many meanly descended are most worthy of their honor, politus nobles, and well deserve it. Many of our nobility so born, which one said of Hephaestion, Ptolemaeus, Seleucus, Antigonus, and C, and the rest of Alexander's followers, they were all worthy to be monarchs and generals of armies, deserve to be princes. And I am so far forth of Caecilius's mind, that they ought to be preferred, if capable, before others, as being nobly born, ingenuously brought up, and from their infancy trained to all manner of civility. For learning and virtue in a nobleman is more eminent, and, as a jewel set in gold is more precious, and much to be respected, such a man deserves better than others, and is as great an honor to his family as his noble family to him. In a word, many noblemen are an ornament to their order, many poor men's sons are singularly well endowed, most eminent, and well deserving for their worth, wisdom, learning, virtue, valor, integrity, excellent members and pillars of a commonwealth. And therefore to conclude that which I first intended, to be base by birth, meanly born is no such disparagement. Et sic demonstrator, quod erat demonstrandum. Mem. Roman 3. Against poverty and want, with such other adversities. One of the greatest miseries that can befall a man in the world's esteem is poverty or want, which makes men steal, bear false witness, swear, forswear, contend, murder, and rebel, which breaketh sleep, and causeth death itself. Omicron letter 1F50 delta letter 1F72, nu pi epsilon yo yod alpha sigma, beta alpha rho epsilon tau epsilon rho omicron u letter 1F10, sigma tau letter 1F76 phi omicron rho tau ode omicron u. No burden saith Menander, so intolerable is poverty. It makes men desperate. It erects and dejects, census honors, census amicitia money makes, but poverty mars, and see and all this in the world's esteem. Yet if considered aright, it is a great blessing in itself, a happy estate, and yields no cause of discontent, or that men should therefore account themselves vile, hated of God, forsaken, miserable, unfortunate. Christ himself was poor, born in a manger, and had not a house to hide his head in all his life, lest any man should make poverty a judgment of God or an odious estate. And as he was himself, so he informed his apostles and disciples, they were all poor, prophets poor, apostles poor. Act. Roman 3, silver and gold have I none. As sorrowing saith Paul, and yet always rejoicing, as having nothing, and yet possessing all things, 1 Cor. Romans 6. 10. Your great philosophers have been voluntarily poor, not only Christians, but many others. Crates the Banus was adored for a god in Athens, a nobleman by birth, many servants he had, and honorable attendants, much wealth, many manors, fine apparel. But when he saw this, that all the wealth of the world was but brittle, uncertain, and no whit availing to live well, he flung his burden into the sea, and renounced his estate. Those curiae and fabricae will be ever renowned for contempt of these fopperies, wherewith the world is so much affected. Amongst Christians I could reckon up many kings and queens, that have forsaken their crowns and fortunes, and willfully abdicated themselves from these so much esteemed toys. Many that have refused honors, titles, and all this vain pomp and happiness, which others so ambitiously seek, and carefully study to compass and attain. Riches I deny not are God's good gifts, and blessings, and honor est in honorante, honors are from God, both rewards of virtue and fit to be sought after, sued for, and may well be possessed. Yet no such great happiness in having, or misery in wanting of them. Danter quidem bonus, saith Austin, ni quis mala estimat. Males autumn ni quis nimis bona. Good men have wealth that we should not think it evil, and bad men that they should not rely on or hold it so good. As the rain falls on both sorts, so are riches given to good and bad, said Bonus in Bonum, but they are good only to the godly. But compare both estates, for natural parts they are not unlike, and a beggar's child, as Cardan well observes, is no whit inferior to a prince's, most part better. And for those accidents of fortune, it will easily appear there is no such odds, no such extraordinary happiness in the one or misery in the other. He is rich, wealthy, fat. What gets he by it? Pride, insolency, lust, ambition, cares, fears, suspicion, trouble, anger, emulation, and many filthy diseases of body and mind. He hath indeed variety of dishes, better fare, sweet wine, pleasant sauce, dainty music, gay clothes, lords it bravely out and see, and all that which Miscellus admired in Lucian. But with them he hath the gout, dropsies, apoplexies, palsies, stone, pox, rheums, catarrhs, crudities, oppilations, melancholy, and see. Lust enters in, anger, ambition, according to Chrysostom. The sequel of riches is pride, riot, intemperance, arrogancy, fury, and all irrational courses. Turpi fregerent secula luxu divici mals. With their variety of dishes, many such maladies of body and mind get in, which the poor man knows not of. As Saturn and Lucian answered the discontented commonalty, which because of their neglected Saturnal feasts in Rome, made a grievous complaint and exclamation against rich men, that they were much mistaken in supposing such happiness in riches. You see the best, said he, but you know not their several gripings and discontents. They are like painted walls, fair without, rotten within, diseased, filthy, crazy, full of intemperances effects, and who can reckon half. If you but knew their fears, cares, anguish of mind and vexation, to which they are subject, you would hereafter renounce all riches. O si patent pectora dividum, quantos intus sublimis agit fortuna metis? Brucia coro pulsante fredum mitior unda est. Oh, that their breasts were but conspicuous, how full of fear within, how furious, the narrow seas are not so boisterous. Yea, but he hath the world at will that is rich, the good things of the earth. Suave est de magno tollere servo, it is sweet to draw from a great heap. He is a happy man, adored like a god, a prince, every man seeks to him, applauds, honors, admires him. He hath honors indeed, abundance of all things, but as I said, with all pride, lust, anger, faction, emulation, fears, cares, suspicion enter with his wealth. For his intemperance he hath aches, crudities, gouts, and as fruits of his idleness and fullness, lust, surfeiting, and drunkenness, all manner of diseases. Pecunia as augitor improbitas, the wealthier, the more dishonest. He is exposed to hatred, envy, peril, and treason, fear of death, degradation, and si tis lubrica statio et proxima precipitio, and the higher he climbs, the greater is his fall. Celsi gravir caju decidunt ters, furiunc summos. Fulgura montes, the lightning commonly sets on fire the highest towers, in the more eminent place he is, the more subject to fall. Rumpiter innumerus arbos uberim apomes, et subito nimii precipitanter opes. As a tree that is heavy laden with fruit breaks her own boughs, with their own greatness they ruin themselves, which Jochimus Camerarius hath elegantly expressed in his 13 emblems sent. 1. In opum si copia fecit. Their means is their misery, though they do apply themselves to the times, to lie, dissemble, collogue, and flatter their lieges. Obey, second his will, and commands as much as may be, yet too frequently they miscarry, they fat themselves like so many hogs, as Aeneas Sylvius observes, that when they are full fed, they may be devoured by their princes, as Seneca by Nero was served, Sejanus by Tiberius, and Hammon by Ahasuerus. I resolve with Gregory, potestas culminis, est tempestas mentis. Et quo dignitas altier, casus gravior, honor is a tempest, the higher they are elevated, the more grievously depressed, for the rest of his prerogatives which wealth affords, as he hath more his expenses are the greater. When goods increase, they are increased that eat them, and what good cometh to the owners but the beholding thereof with the eyes? Eccles. Roman 4. 10. Milia fermenti tua triverit area centum, non tuus hinc capiat venter plusquam muse. An evil sickness, Solomon calls it, and reserved to them for an evil 12 verse. They that will be rich fall into many fears and temptations, into many foolish and noisome lusts, which drown men in perdition. 1 Tim, Romans 6. 9. Gold and silver hath destroyed many, Eccles, Roman 8. 2. Divitia seculi sunt laque diaboli. So writes Bernard, worldly wealth is the devil's bait. And as the moon when she is fuller of light is still farthest from the sun, the more wealth they have, the farther they are commonly from God. If I had said this of myself, rich men would have pulled me to pieces. But hear who saith, and who seconds it, an apostle. Therefore St. James bids them weep and howl for the miseries that shall come upon them. Their gold shall rust and canker, and eat their flesh as fire. James v. 1, 2, 3. I may then boldly conclude with Theodoret, quodi essunc divitias affluentem, and see, as often as you shall see a man abounding in wealth, qui gemmis bibit et serrano dormit in ostro, and not withal, I beseech you call him not happy, but esteem him unfortunate, because he hath many occasions offered to live unjustly. On the other side, a poor man is not miserable if he be good, but therefore happy, that those evil occasions are taken from him. Non possidentem multa vocaveris rect beatum. Rectius occupat nomen bedi, qui diorum muneribus sapienter iudi, duramque calit papirium pati, pejusque litho flegidium timit. He is not happy that is rich, and hath the world at will, but he that wisely can God's gifts possess and use them still, that suffers and with patience abides hard poverty, and chooseth rather for to die than do such villainy. Wherein now consists his happiness? What privileges hath he more than other men? Or rather what miseries, what cares and discontents hath he not more than other men? Non enim gazi, nec consularis summovit lictor miseros tumultus mentis, et curas laquita circum. Tecta volens. Nor treasures, nor majors' officers remove the miserable tumults of the mind. Or cares that lie about, or fly above their high-roofed houses, with huge beams combined. 'Tis not his wealth can vindicate him, let him have Job's inventory, sint crisi et crassi licet, non hos pactalis aureas undas agens, erapiet unquam e miseries. Croesus or rich Crassus cannot now command health, or get himself a stomach. His worship, as Apuleius describes him, in all his plenty and great provision, is forbidden to eat, or else hath no appetite, sick in bed, can take no rest, sore grieved with some chronic disease, contracted with full diet and ease, or troubled in mind, when as in the meantime all his household are merry, and the poorest servant that he keeps doth continually feast. Tis bractida felicitas, as Seneca terms it, tinfold happiness, in felix felicitas, an unhappy kind of happiness, if it be happiness at all. His gold, guard, clattering of harness, and fortifications against outward enemies cannot free him from inward fears and cares. Reverec metus hominum, curic sequaces nec metuant fremidus armorum, aut feriatella audecturc inter reges, regumque potens versanter, nec fulgorum reverenter ob oro. Indeed, men still attending fears and cares, nor armors clashing, nor fierce weapons fears. With kings converse they boldly, and kings' peers, fearing no flashing that from gold appears. Look how many servants he hath, and so many enemies he suspects. For liberty he entertains ambition, his pleasures are no pleasures, and that which is worst, he cannot be private or enjoy himself as other men do, his state is a servitude. A countryman may travel from kingdom to kingdom, province to province, city to city, and glut his eyes with delightful objects, hawk, hunt, and use those ordinary disports without any notice taken, all which a prince or a great man cannot do. He keeps in for state, ni majestatis dignitas evulscat, as our China kings of Borneo and Tartarian Cams, those aurea mancipia, are said to do, seldom or never seen abroad, ut major sit hominum erga si observantia, which the Persian kings so precisely observed of old. A poor man takes more delight in an ordinary meal's meat, which he hath but seldom, than they do with all their exotic dainties and continual viands. Quip voluptatum commendat rarior usus, tis the rarity and necessity that makes a thing acceptable and pleasant. Darius, put to flight by Alexander, drank puddle water to quench his thirst, and it was pleasanter, he swore, than any wine or mead. All excess, as Epictetus argues, will cause a dislike. Sweet will be sour, which made that temperate Epicurus sometimes voluntarily fast. But they being always accustomed to the same dishes, which are nastily dressed by slovenly cooks, that after their obscenities never wash their body hands, be they fish, flesh, compounded, made dishes, or whatsoever else are therefore cloyed. Nectar's self grows loathsome to them, they are weary of all their fine palaces, they are to them but as so many prisons. A poor man drinks in a wooden dish, and eats his meat in wooden spoons, wooden platters, earthen vessels, and such homely stuff. The other in gold, silver, and precious stones. But with what success? In oro by bitter venom, fear of poison in the one, security in the other. A poor man is able to write, to speak his mind, to do his own business himself. Locuples midit parasitum, saith Philostratus, a rich man employs a parasite, and as the major of a city, speaks by the town clerk or by Mr. Recorder when he cannot express himself. Nonius the senator hath a purple coat as stiff with jewels as his mind is full of vices, rings on his fingers worth 20,000 sesterces, and Asparox the Persian king, and union in his ear worth 100 pounds weight of gold. Cleopatra hath whole boars and sheep served up to her table at once, drinks jewels dissolved, 40,000 sesterces in value. But to what end? Num tibi cum focis urit citus, aurea queris pocula. Doth a man that is a dry desire to drink in gold? Doth not a cloth suit become him as well, and keep him as warm as all their silks, satins, damasks, taffeties, and tissues? Is not homespun cloth as great a preservative against cold as a coat of Tartar lamb's wool, dyed in grain, or a gown of giants' beards? Nero, saith Sueton, never put on one garment twice, and thou hast scarce one to put on? What's the difference? One's sick, the other sound. Such is the whole tenor of their lives, and that which is the consummation and upshot of all, death itself makes the greatest difference. One like a hen feeds on the dunghill all his days, but is served up at last to his lord's table. The other as a falcon is fed with partridge and pigeons, and carried on his master's fist, but when he dies is flung to the muck-hill, and there lies. The rich man lives like Dives jovially here on earth temulentus divitias, make the best of it, and boasts himself in the multitude of his riches, Psalm Roman 49. 6:11. He thinks his house called after his own name shall continue forever, but he perisheth like a beast, verse 20. His way utters his folly, verse 13. Male parta, male dilibunter, like sheep they lie in the grave, verse 14. Puncto descendunt ad infernum, they spend their days in wealth, and go suddenly down to hell, Job Roman 21. 13. For all physicians and medicines enforcing nature, a swooning wife, family's complaints, friends' tears, dirges, masses, ninias, funerals for all orations, counterfeit hired acclamations, eulogiums, epitaphs, hearses, heralds, black mourners, solemnities, obelisks, and mausolean tombs, if he have them. At least, he like a hog goes to hell with a guilty conscience. Propter hos dilativit infernos ossuum, and a poor man's curse. His memory stinks like the snuff of a candle when it is put out. Scurrilous libels and infamous obloquies accompany him. When as poor Lazarus is de sacrarium, the temple of God, lives and dies in true devotion, hath no more attendants, but his own innocency, the heaven a tomb, desires to be dissolved, buried in his mother's lap, and hath a company of angels ready to convey his soul into Abraham's bosom, he leaves an everlasting and a sweet memory behind him. Crassus and Sylla are indeed still recorded, but not so much for their wealth as for their victories. Croesus for his end, Solomon for his wisdom. In a word, to get wealth is a great trouble, anxiety to keep, grief to lose it. Quid dignum stylites mentibus impressor opes, honors ambient, et cum falsa gravi mole paraverint, tum vera cognoscent bona. But consider all those other unknown, concealed happinesses, which a poor man hath. I call them unknown, because they be not acknowledged in the world's esteem, or so taken, O fortunatos nimium bona si sua norent. Happy they are in the meantime if they would take notice of it, make use, or apply it to themselves. A poor man wise is better than a foolish king, Eccles, Roman 2. 13. Poverty is the way to heaven, the mistress of philosophy, the mother of religion, virtue, sobriety, sister of innocency, and an upright mind. How many such encomiums might I add out of the fathers, philosophers, orators? It troubles many that are poor, they account of it as a great plague, curse, a sign of God's hatred, ipsum celis, damned villainy itself, a disgrace, shame, and reproach. But to whom or why? If fortune hath envied me wealth, thieves have robbed me, my father have not left me such revenues as others have, that I am a younger brother, basely born, cui sine luce genus, surdunc parentum nomen of mean parentage, a dirt dauber's son, am I therefore to be blamed? An eagle, a bull, a lion is not rejected for his poverty, and why should a man? 'Tis fortunae tellum, non culpi, fortune's fault, not mine. Good sir, I am a servant. To use Seneca's words, howsoever your poor friend, a servant, and yet your chamber fellow, and if you consider better of it, your fellow servant. I am thy drudge in the world's eyes, yet in God's sight peradventure thy better, my soul is more precious, and I dearer unto him. Etiam servi Deus curi sunt, as Evangelus at large proves in Macrobius, the meanest servant is most precious in his sight. Thou art an epicure, I am a good Christian. Thou art many parasangs before me in means, favor, wealth, honor, Claudius's Narcissus, Nero's Massa, Domitian's Parthenius, a favorite, a golden slave. Thou coverest thy floors with marble, thy roofs with gold, thy walls with statues, fine pictures, curious hangings, and see, what of all this? Calcas opes, and see, what's all this to true happiness? I live and breathe under that glorious heaven, that august capital of nature, enjoy the brightness of stars, that clear light of sun and moon, those infinite creatures, plants, birds, beasts, fishes, herbs, all that sea and land afford, far surpassing all that art and opulentia can give. I am free, and which Seneca said of Rome, culmen liberos texit, sub marmor et oro postea servitus habitavit, thou hast amalthi cornu, plenty, pleasure, the world at will, I am despicable and poor. But a word overshot, a blow in collar, a game at tables, a loss at sea, a sudden fire, the prince's dislike, a little sickness, and see, may make us equal in an instant. Howsoever take thy time, triumph and insult a while, sines equat, as Alphonsus said, death will equalize us all at last. I live sparingly in the meantime, am clad homely, fare hardly. Is this a reproach? Am I the worse for it? Am I contemptible for it? Am I to be reprehended? A learned man in Nevisanus was taken down for sitting amongst gentlemen, but he replied, my nobility is about the head, yours declines to the tail, and they were silent. Let them mock, scoff, and revile, 'tis not thy scorn, but his that made thee so. He that mocketh the poor, reproacheth him that made him, Prov. Roman 11. 5. And he that rejoiceth at affliction shall not be unpunished. For the rest, the poorer thou art, the happier thou art, ditur est, et non melior saith Epictetus. He is richer, not better than thou art, not so free from lust, envy, hatred, ambition. Beatus alequi procul negodiis paterna rura bobis exercit sways. Happy he, in that he is freed from the tumults of the world. He seeks no honors, gapes after no preferment, flatters not, envies not, temporiseth not, but lives privately, and well contented with his estate. Nec spes cord avidas, nec curam passit in enem securus quo fata cadent. He is not troubled with state matters, whether kingdoms thrive better by succession or election, whether monarchies should be mixed, temperate, or absolute. The house of Ottomans and Austria is all one to him. He inquires not after colonies or new discoveries, whether Peter were at Rome or Constantine's donation be of force. What comets or new stars signify, whether the earth stand or move, there be a new world in the moon or infinite worlds, and see he is not touched with fear of invasions, factions, or emulations. Felix ille animi, divisc similimus ipsis, quem non mortici resplendens gloria fuco solicitat, non fastosi mala gaudia luxus. Sed tacitos sinit ire dies, et pauper cultu exigit innocui tranquilla silentia vidi. A happy soul, and like to God himself, whom not vain glory macerates or strife, or wicked joys of that proud swelling pelf, but leads a still, poor, and contented life. A secure, quiet, blissful state he hath, if he could acknowledge it. But here is the misery, that he will not take notice of it. He repines at rich men's wealth, brave hangings, dainty fare, as Simonides objected to Hieron. He hath all the pleasures of the world, in lectis ebernes dormit, vinum fielis bibit, optimus ungentis delibuiter. He knows not the affliction of Joseph, stretching himself on ivory beds, and singing to the sound of the viol. And it troubles him that he hath not the like. There is a difference, he grumbles, between laplally and pheasants, to tumble straw and lie in a down bed betwixt wine and water, a cottage and a palace. He hates nature, as Pliny characterized him, that she hath made him lower than a god, and is angry with the gods that any man goes before him. And although he hath received much, yet, as Seneca follows it, he thinks it an injury that he hath no more, and is so far from giving thanks for his tribuneship, that he complains he is not praetor, neither doth that please him, except he may be consul. Why is he not a prince? Why not a monarch? Why not an emperor? Why should one man have so much more than his fellows, one have all, another nothing? Why should one man be a slave or drudge to another? One surfeit, another starve, one live at ease, another labor without any hope of better fortune. Thus they grumble, mutter, and repine, not considering that inconstancy of human affairs, judicially conferring one condition with another, or well weighing their own present estate. What they are now, thou mayst shortly be, and what thou art they shall likely be. Expect a little, compare future and times past with the present, see the event, and comfort thyself with it. It is as well to be discerned in commonwealths, cities, families, as in private men's estates. Italy was once lord of the world, Rome the queen of cities, vaunted herself of 2 myriads of inhabitants. Now that all-commanding country is possessed by petty princes, Rome a small village in respect. Greece of old the seat of civility, mother of sciences and humanity, now forlorn, the nurse of barbarism, a den of thieves. Germany then, saith Tacitus, was incult and horrid, now full of magnificent cities, Athens, Corinth, Carthage, how flourishing cities now buried in their own ruins. Corvorum, ferarum, aeprorum et bestiarum lustra, like so many wildernesses, a receptacle of wild beasts. Venice a poor fisher town, Paris, London, small cottages in Caesar's time, now most noble emporiums. Valois, Plantagenet, and Scaliger, how fortunate families, how likely to continue, now quite extinguished and rooted out. He stands aloft today, full of favor, wealth, honor, and prosperity in the top of fortune's wheel. Tomorrow in prison, worse than nothing, his son's a beggar. Thou art a poor servile drudge, vox populi, a very slave, thy son may come to be a prince, with Maximinus, Agathocles, and a senator, a general of an army. Thou standest bare to him now, workest for him, drudgest for him and his, takest an alms of him. Stay but a little, and his next heir peradventure shall consume all with riot, be degraded, thou exalted, and he shall beg of thee. Thou shalt be his most honorable patron, he thy devout servant, his posterity shall run, ride, and do as much for thine, as it was with Friscobald and Cromwell, it may be for thee. Citizens devour country gentlemen and settle in their seats. After 2 or 3 descents, they consume all in riot, it returns to the city again. Novus incola venet, nam proprii telluris harum natura, nec alum. Nec me nec quenquam statuit, nos expulit illum aut nequities, aut vafri insitia juris. Have we lived at a more frugal rate, since this new stranger seized on our estate, nature will no perpetual heir assign, or make the farm his property or mine. He turned us out. But follies all his own, or lawsuits and their knaveries yet unknown, or all his follies and his lawsuits past, some long-lived heir shall turn him out at last. A lawyer buys out his poor client. After a while his client's posterity buy out him and his. So things go round, ebb and flow. Nunc ager umbreni sub nomen, nuper offelli dictus erat, nulli proprius, sed sedit in usum nunc mihi, nunc aliis. The farm, once mine, now bears Umbrenus' name. The use alone, not property, we claim. Then be not with your present lot depressed, and meet the future with undaunted breast. As he said then, ager cujus, quat habes dominos. So say I of land, houses, movables, and money, mine today, his anon, whose tomorrow. In fine, as Machiavel observes, virtue and prosperity beget rest, rest idleness. Idleness riot, riot destruction, from which we come again to good laws. Good laws engender virtuous actions, virtue, glory, and prosperity. And 'tis no dishonor then, as Gixerdine adds, for a flourishing man, city, or state to come to ruin, nor infelicity to be subject to the law of nature. Ergo terrena calcanda, scientia celestia. Therefore I say, scorn this transitory state, look up to heaven, think not what others are, but what thou art. Qua part locatus is in re, and what thou shalt be, what thou mayst be. Do I say, as Christ himself did, when he lived here on earth, imitate him as much as in thee lies. How many great Caesars, mighty monarchs, tetrarchs, dynasties, princes lived in his days, in what plenty, what delicacy, how bravely attended, what a deal of gold and silver, what treasure, how many sumptuous palaces had they, what provinces and cities, ample territories, fields, rivers, fountains, parks, forests, lawns, woods, cells, and sea. Yet Christ had none of all this, he would have none of this, he voluntarily rejected all this, he could not be ignorant, he could not err in his choice, he contemned all this. He chose that which was safer, better, and more certain, and less to be repented, a mean estate, even poverty itself. And why dost thou then doubt to follow him, to imitate him, and his apostles, to imitate all good men? So do thou tread in his divine steps, and thou shalt not err eternally, as too many worldlings do that run on in their own dissolute courses, to their confusion and ruin, thou shalt not do amiss. Whatsoever thy fortune is, be contented with it, trust in him, rely on him, refer thyself wholly to him. For know this, in conclusion, non est volentes nec currentes, said Miserentes Dei, tease not as men, but as God will. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich, bringeth low and exalteth. 1 Sam. Roman 2. Ver. 7-8, he lifteth the poor from the dust, and raiseth the beggar from the dunghill, to set them amongst princes, and make them inherit the seat of glory. Tease all as he pleaseth, how and when and whom. He that appoints the end, though to us unknown, appoints the means, likewise subordinate to the end. Yea, but their present estate crucifies and torments most mortal men, they have no such forecast, to see what may be, what shall likely be. But what is, though not wherefore, or from whom, hoc angit, their present misfortunes grind their souls, and an envious eye which they cast upon other men's prosperities. Vicinumque pecus grandius uber habet, how rich, how fortunate, how happy is he. But in the meantime he doth not consider the other miseries, his infirmities of body and mind, that accompany his estate, but still reflects upon his own false conceived woes and wants, whereas if the matter were duly examined, he is in no distress at all, he hath no cause to complain. Tol quereles, pauper enim non est cui rerum sepetit usus. Then cease complaining, friend, and learn to live. He is not poor to whom kind fortune grants, even with a frugal hand, what nature wants. He is not poor, he is not in need. Nature is content with bread and water, and he that can rest satisfied with that may contend with Jupiter himself for happiness. In that golden age, somnos dedit umbra salubres, potum quoque lubricus amnes, the tree gave wholesome shade to sleep under, and the clear rivers drink. The Israelites drank water in the wilderness. Samson, David, Saul, Abraham's servant when he went for Isaac's wife, the Samaritan woman, and how many besides might I reckon up? Egypt, Palestine, whole countries in the Indies, that drank pure water all their lives. The Persian kings themselves drank no other drink than the water of Chaospes, that runs by Susa, which was carried in bottles after them, whithersoever they went. Jacob desired no more of God but bread to eat and clothes to put on in his journey. Gen. Roman 28. 20. Beni est cui Deus obtulit parca quod satis est manu. Bread is enough to strengthen the heart. And if you study philosophy aright, saith Moderensis, whatsoever is beyond this moderation is not useful but troublesome. Agellius, out of Euripides, accounts bread and water enough to satisfy nature, of which there is no surfeit, the rest is not a feast, but a riot. Hierome esteems him rich that hath bread to eat, and a potent man that is not compelled to be a slave. Hunger is not ambitious, so that it have to eat, and thirst doth not prefer a cup of gold. It was no Epicurean speech of an epicure, he that is not satisfied with a little will never have enough. And very good counsel of him in the poet, O my son, mediocrity of means agrees best with men, too much is pernicious. Divitii grans hemini sunt viver pars, equo animo. And if thou canst be content, thou hast abundance, nihil est, nihil deest, thou hast little, thou wantest nothing. Tease all when to be hanged in a chain of gold, or in a rope, to be filled with dainties or coarser meat. Si ventri bene, si lateri, pedibusque tuis, nil divisui potrunt regales adire magis. If belly, sides, and feet be well at ease, a prince's treasure can they no more please. Socrates in a fair, seeing so many things bought and sold, such a multitude of people convented to that purpose, exclaimed forthwith, O ye gods, what a sight of things do not I want. Tease thy want alone that keeps thee in health of body and mind, and that which thou persecutest and abhorrest as a feral plague is thy physician and chiefest friend, which makes thee a good man, a healthful, a sound, a virtuous, an honest and happy man. For when virtue came from heaven, as the poet feigns, rich men kicked her up, wicked men abhorred her, courtiers scoffed at her, citizens hated her, and that she was thrust out of doors in every place, She came at last to her sister Poverty, where she had found good entertainment. Poverty and virtue dwell together. O vidi tuta facultas pauperis angustique lares, o munera nondum intellecta diem. How happy art thou if thou couldst be content. Godliness is a great gain, if a man can be content with that which he hath. 1 Tim Romans 6. 6. And all true happiness is in a mean estate. I have a little wealth, as he said quas animus magnas facit, a kingdom in conceit. Nil amplius opto mea nate, nisi ut propria hic mihi munera faxis. I have enough and desire no more. De bene fecerunt inopes me quod pusili fecerunt animi. 'Tis very well, and to my content. Vestum et fortunam consinam podius quam laxem probo, let my fortune and my garments be both alike fit for me. And which Sebastian Foscarinus, sometime Duke of Venice, caused to be engraven on his tomb in St. Mark's Church, here, O ye Venetians, and I will tell you which is the best thing in the world, to contemn it. I will engrave it in my heart, it shall be my whole study to contemn it. Let them take wealth, stercora stercus amit, so that I may have security. Bene qui latuit, bene vixit, though I live obscure, yet I live clean and honest. And when as the lofty oak is blown down, the silky reed may stand. Let them take glory, for that's their misery. Let them take honor, so that I may have heart's ease. Duck me, O Jupiter, et tu fatum, and see lead me, O God, whither thou wilt, I am ready to follow. Command, I will obey. I do not envy at their wealth, titles, offices. Stet quicunc valet potens olli culmine lubrico, me dulcis saturit quiz. Let me live quiet and at ease. Aramis fortes, as he comforted himself, quando illi non erunt, when they are dead and gone, and all their pomp vanished, our memory may flourish. Dant parens stemata non peritura musi. Let him be my lord, patron, baron, earl, and possess so many goodly castles. 'Tis well for me that I have a poor house, and a little wood, and a well by it, and sea. His me consoler victurum suavius, acc quister avis pater ac muse, patrusque fuiscent. With which I feel myself more truly blessed than if my sires the questor's power possessed. I live, I thank God, as merrily as he, and triumph as much in this my mean estate, as if my father and uncle had been Lord Treasurer or my Lord Mayor. He feeds of many dishes, I of one. Qui Christum curet, non multum curet quam depreciosis cibis stercus conficit, what care I of what stuff my excrements be made? He that lives according to nature cannot be poor, and he that exceeds can never have enough, totus non sufficit orbis, the whole world cannot give him content. A small thing that the righteous hath is better than the riches of the ungodly, Sal, Roman 37:19, and better is a poor morsel with quietness than abundance with strife, Prov. Romans 17. 7 Be content then, enjoy thyself, and as Chrysostom adviseth, be not angry for what thou hast not, but give God hearty thanks for what thou hast received. See Dat Alluscula. Mensa, minuscula pace referta. Ni pete grandia. Lautec prandia light repleta. But what wantest thou to expostulate the matter? Or what hast thou not better than a rich man? Health, competent wealth, children, security, sleep, friends, liberty, diet, apparel, and what not, or at least mayst have, the means being so obvious, easy, and well known, for as he inculcated to himself. Vitam qui faciant beaterum, jucundis martialis, hic sunt res non parta labor, sed relicta, lis nunquam and see. I say again thou hast, or at least mayst have it, if thou wilt thyself, and that which I am sure he wants, a merry heart. Passing by a village in the territory of Milan, saith St. Austin, I saw a poor beggar that had got belike his belly full of meat, jesting and merry. I sighed, and said to some of my friends that were then with me, what a deal of trouble, madness, pain, and grief do we sustain and exaggerate unto ourselves, to get that secure happiness which this poor beggar hath prevented us of, and which we peradventure shall never have. For that which he hath now attained with the begging of some small pieces of silver, a temporal happiness and present heart's ease, I cannot compass with all my careful windings, and running in and out, and surely the beggar was very merry, but I was heavy. He was secure, but I timorous. And if any man should ask me now, whether I had rather be merry, or still so solicitous and sad, I should say merry. If he should ask me again, whether I had rather be as I am, or as this beggar was, I should sure choose to be as I am, tortured still with cares and fears, but out of peevishness and not out of truth. That which St. Austin said of himself here in this place, I may truly say to thee, thou discontented wretch, thou covetous niggard, thou churl, thou ambitious and swelling toad, 'tis not want but peevishness which is the cause of thy woes. Settle thine affection, thou hast enough. Denixit finis querendi, quoque habeas plus, pauperium metuas minus, et finire laborum incipias. Pardo, quada vebas, uter. Make an end of scraping, purchasing this manor, this field, that house for this and that child. Thou hast enough for thyself in them. Quod pedis hic est, est ulubris, animus ct non deficit equus. 'Tis at hand, at home already, which thou so earnestly seekest. But, O si angulus alle proximus excedet, qui nunc denormat agelum. O that I had but that one nook of ground, that field there, that pasture, O si venam argenti first quis mihi monstret. Oh, that I could but find a pot of money now to purchase and see, to build me a new house, to marry my daughter, place my son, and see, oh, if I might but live a while longer to see all things settled, some 2 or 3 years, I would pay my debts, make all my reckonings even. But they are come and past, and thou hast more business than before. O madness, to think to settle that in thine old age when thou hast more, which in thy youth thou canst not now compose having but a little. Pyrrhus would first conquer Africa, and then Asia, et tum suaviter ager, and then live merrily and take his ease. But when Cineas the orator told him he might do that already, id jam posse feri, rested satisfied, condemning his own folly. Si parva licet componer magnes, thou mayst do the like, and therefore be composed in thy fortune. Thou hast enough. He that is wet in a bath can be no more wet if he be flung into Tiber or into the ocean itself. And if thou hadst all the world, or a solid mass of gold as big as the world, thou canst not have more than enough. Enjoy thyself at length, and that which thou hast, the mind is all. Be content, thou art not poor but rich, and so much the richer as Censorinus well writ to Cerelius, quanto possera optes, non quo plura possides, in wishing less, not having more. I say then, non agisse opes, said Minu Cupiditates, 'tis Epicurus' advice, add no more wealth but diminish thy desires. And as Chrysostom well seconds him, si vis ditari, contemni divicias. That's true plenty not to have, but not to want riches, non haber sed non indiger, vera abundantia. 'Tis more glory to contemn than to possess, et nihil ager est diorum, and to want nothing is divine. How many deaf, dumb, halt, lame, blind, miserable persons could I reckon up that are poor, and withal distressed in imprisonment, banishment, galley slaves, condemned to the mines, quarries, to gyves, in dungeons, perpetual thraldom, than all which thou art richer, thou art more happy, to whom thou art able to give an alms, a lord in respect, a petty prince, be contented then I say, repine and mutter no more, for thou art not poor indeed but in opinion. Yea, but this is very good counsel, and rightly applied to such as have it, and will not use it that have a competency, that are able to work and get their living by the sweat of their brows, by their trade, that have something yet. He that hath birds may catch birds. But what shall we do that are slaves by nature, impotent, and unable to help ourselves, mere beggars, that languish and pine away, that have no means at all, no hope of means, no trust of delivery or of better success? As those old Britons complain to their lords, and masters the Romans oppressed by the Picts. Mare ad barbaros, barbari ad mare, the barbarians drove them to the sea drove them back to the barbarians. Our present misery compels us to cry out and howl, to make our moan to rich men. They turn us back with a scornful answer to our misfortune again, and will take no pity of us. They commonly overlook their poor friends in adversity. If they chance to meet them, they voluntarily forget and will take no notice of them. They will not, they cannot help us. Instead of comfort, they threaten us, miscall, scoff at us to aggravate our misery, give us bad language, or if they do give good words, what's that to relieve us? According to that of Thales, facile est alios moner, who cannot give good counsel. 'Tis cheap, it costs them nothing. It is an easy matter when one's belly is full to declaim against fasting, qui sater est pleno laudet jejunia ventur, doth the wild ass bray when he hath grass, or loweth the ox when he hath fodder. Job Romans 6. 5. Nec enim populo Romano quidquam potest est litius, no man living so jocund, so merry as the people of Rome when they had plenty, but when they came to want, to be hunger-starved, neither shame, nor laws, nor arms, nor magistrates could keep them in obedience. Seneca pleadeth hard for poverty, and so did those lazy philosophers. But in the meantime he was rich, they had wherewithal to maintain themselves, but doth any poor man extol it? There are those, saith Bernard, that approve of a mean estate, but on that condition they never want themselves, and some again are meek so long as they may say or do what they list. But if occasion be offered, how far are they from all patience? I would to God, as he said, no man should commend poverty, but he that is poor, or he that so much admires it, would relieve, help, or ease others. Nunc si nos audis, ac eis divinus Apollo dic mihi, qui nummos non habet undepedat. Now if thou hear'st to us, and art a good man, tell him that wants, to get means, if you can. But no man hears us, we are most miserably dejected, the scum of the world. Vix habet in nobis jam nova plaga locum. We can get no relief, no comfort, no succor, et nihil inveni quod mihi ferit opum. We have tried all means, yet find no remedy. No man living can express the anguish and bitterness of our souls, but we that endure it, we are distressed, forsaken, in torture of body and mind, in another hell, and what shall we do? When Crassus the Roman consul warred against the Parthians, after an unlucky battle fought, he fled away in the night, and left 4,000 men, sore, sick, and wounded in his tents, to the fury of the enemy, which, when the poor men perceived, clamoribus et ululatibus omnia complurent, they made lamentable moan, and roared downright, as loud as Homer's Mars when he was hurt, which the noise of 10,000 men could not drown, and all for fear of present death. But our estate is far more tragical and miserable, much more to be deplored, and far greater cause have we to lament. The devil and the world persecute us, all good fortune hath forsaken us. We are left to the rage of beggary, cold, hunger, thirst, nastiness, sickness, irksomeness, to continue all torment, labor and pain, to derision and contempt, bitter enemies all, and far worse than any death. Death alone we desire, death we seek, yet cannot have it, and what shall we do? Quod male furs assus, furs bene, accustom thyself to it, and it will be tolerable at last. Yea, but I may not, I cannot, in me consumpsit vires fortuna nocendo, I am in the extremity of human adversity, and as a shadow leaves the body when the sun is gone, I am now left and lost and quite forsaken of the world. Qui jacet in terra, non habet undecadet, comfort thyself with this yet, thou art at the worst, and before it be long it will either overcome thee or thou it. If it be violent, it cannot endure, outsolveter, outsolve it. Let the devil himself and all the plagues of Egypt come upon thee at once, ne 2 seed mollies, sed contra audentir Edo, be of good courage. Misery is virtue's whetstone. Serpens, citus, ardor, arani, dulcia virtudi. As Cato told his soldiers marching in the deserts of Libya, thirst, heat, sands, serpents were pleasant to a valiant man. Honorable enterprises are accompanied with dangers and damages, as experience evinceth. They will make the rest of thy life relish the better. But put case they continue, thou art not so poor as thou wast born, and as some hold, much better to be pitied than envied. But be it so thou hast lost all, poor thou art, dejected, in pain of body, grief of mind, thine enemies insult over thee, thou art as bad as Job. Yet tell me, saith Chrysostom, was Job or the devil the greater conqueror? Surely Job, the devil had his goods, he sat on the muck hill and kept his good name. He lost his children, health, friends, but he kept his innocency. He lost his money, but he kept his confidence in God, which was better than any treasure. Do thou then as Job did, triumph as Job did, and be not molested as every fool is. Sed qua ration patero, how shall this be done? Chrysostom answers, facile si coelum cogitaveris, with great facility, if thou shalt but meditate on heaven. Hannah wept sore, and troubled in mind could not eat. But why weepest thou, said Elkanah her husband, and why eatest thou not? Why is thine heart troubled? Am not I better to thee than 10 sons? And she was quiet. Thou art here vexed in this world, but say to thyself, why art thou troubled, O my soul? Is not God better to thee than all temporalities and momentary pleasures of the world? Be then pacified, and though thou beest now peradventure in extreme want, it may be tease for thy further good, to try thy patience, as it did Job's, and exercise thee in this life. Trust in God and rely upon him, and thou shalt be crowned in the end. What's this life to eternity? The world hath forsaken thee, thy friends and fortunes all are gone. Yet know this, that the very hairs of thine head are numbered, that God is a spectator of all thy miseries, he sees thy wrongs, woes, and wants. 'Tis his good will and pleasure it should be so, and he knows better what is for thy good than thou thyself. His providence is over all at all times. He hath set a guard of angels over us, and keeps us as the apple of his eye. P.S. Romans 17:8. Some he doth exalt, prefer, bless with worldly riches, honors, offices, and preferments, as so many glistering stars he makes to shine above the rest. Some he doth miraculously protect from thieves, incursions, sword, fire, and all violent mischances. And as the poet feigns of that Lycian Pandarus, Lycaon's son, when he shot at Menelaus the Grecian with a strong arm, and deadly arrow, Pallas, as a good mother keeps flies from her child's face asleep, turned by the shaft, and made it hit on the buckle of his girdle. So some he solicitously defends, others he exposeth to danger, poverty, sickness, want, misery. He chastiseth and corrects, as to him seems best in his deep, unsearchable and secret judgment, and all for our good. The tyrant took the city, saith Chrysostom. God did not hinder it, led them away captives, so God would have it. He bound them, God yielded to it. Flung them into the furnace, God permitted it. Heat the oven hotter, it was granted, and when the tyrant had done his worst, God showed his power and the children's patience. He freed them. So can he thee, and can help in an instant when it seems to him good. Rejoice not against me, O my enemy, for though I fall, I shall rise. When I sit in darkness, the Lord shall light me. Remember all those martyrs what they have endured, the utmost that human rage and fury could invent, with what patience they have borne, with what willingness embraced it. Though he kill me, saith Job, I will trust in him. Justice inexpugnabilis, as Chrysostom holds, a just man is impregnable, and not to be overcome. The gout may hurt his hands, lameness his feet, convulsions may torture his joints, but not rectam mentum his soul is free. Nemp pecus, rem, lectos, argentum tollis licit, in manicis et competibus sivo tenias custod. Perhaps you mean my cattle, money, movables or land, then take them all. But slave, if I command, a cruel jailer shall thy freedom seize. Take away his money, his treasure is in heaven. Banish him his country, he is an inhabitant of that heavenly Jerusalem. Cast him into bands, his conscience is free. Kill his body, it shall rise again. He fights with a shadow that contends with an upright man, he will not be moved. Si fractus elabatur orbis, impavidum ferient ruini. Though heaven itself should fall on his head, he will not be offended. He is impenetrable, as an anvil hard, as constant as Job. Ips deus simul ac volet me solvit opiner. A God shall set me free whene'er I please. Be thou such a one, let thy misery be what it will, what it can, with patience endure it, thou mayst be restored as he was. Terris prescriptus ad coelum propera, ob hominibus desertus ad diem fuge, the poor shall not always be forgotten, the patient abiding of the meek shall not perish forever, Sal. X 18. Ver. 9. The Lord will be a refuge of the oppressed, and a defense in the time of trouble. Servus Epictetus, multilati corporis urus pauper, et hic inter charis erat superis. Lame was Epictetus, and poor Urus, yet to them both God was propitious. Lodovicus Vertimanus, that famous traveler, endured much misery, yet surely, saith Scaliger, he was Dio charis, in that he did escape so many dangers, God especially protected him, he was dear unto him. Modo in adgestate, tribulation, convul deplorationis, and see thou art now in the vale of misery, in poverty, in agony, in temptation. Rest, eternity, happiness, immortality shall be thy reward, as Chrysostom pleads, if thou trust in God, and keep thine innocency. Non si male nunc, et olim sic erit semper. A good hour may come upon a sudden, expect a little. Yea, but this expectation is it which tortures me in the meantime. Futura expectans presentibus anger, whilst the grass grows the horse starves. Despair not, but hope well, spira bat, tibi melius lux crastina ducit, dum spiras spira. Cheer up, I say, be not dismayed, specialit agricolas. He that sows in tears shall reap in joy, Sal. CXXVI. 7. See fortune me torment, esperance me content. Hope refresheth as much as misery depresseth. Hard beginnings have many times prosperous events, and that may happen at last which never was yet. A desire accomplished delights the soul, Prov. Roman 13. 19. Grata superveniet qui non sperabiter hora. Which makes mng, my joys long wished at last. Welcome that hour shall come when hope is past. A lowering morning may turn to a fair afternoon, nub solit pulsa candidus ire dies. The hope that is deferred is the fainting of the heart, but when the desire cometh, it is a tree of life, Prov. Roman 13, 12, suavissimum est voti compose feri. Many men are both wretched and miserable at first, but afterwards most happy. And oftentimes it so falls out, as Machiavel relates of Cosmo de' Medici, that fortunate and renowned citizen of Europe, that all his youth was full of perplexity, danger, and misery, till 40 years were past. And then upon a sudden the sun of his honor broke out as through a cloud. Huniades was fetched out of prison, and Henry III of Portugal out of a poor monastery, to be crowned kings. Multa cadent, inter calasum supremec labra. Many things happen between the cup and the lip. Beyond all hope and expectation many things fall out, and who knows what may happen? Nondum omnium dirum soles occiderunt, as Philippus said, all the suns are not yet set, a day may come to make amends for all. Though my father and mother forsake me, yet the Lord will gather me up, Sal. Roman 27. 10. Wait patiently on the Lord and hope in him, Sal. Roman 37. 7. Be strong, hope and trust in the Lord, and he will comfort thee, and give thee thine heart's desire, Sal. Roman 27. 14. Sperate et vosmet rebus servate secundis. Hope and reserve yourself for prosperity. Fret not thyself because thou art poor, contemned, or not so well for the present as thou wouldst be, not respected as thou oughtest to be by birth, place, worth. Or that which is a double corrosive, thou hast been happy, honorable, and rich, art now distressed and poor, a scorn of men, a burden to the world, irksome to thyself and others, thou hast lost all. Miserum est fuis, felicem, and as Boethius calls it, infelicissimum genus infortunae. This made Timon half mad with melancholy, to think of his former fortunes and present misfortunes. This alone makes many miserable wretches discontent. I confess it is a great misery to have been happy, the quintessence of infelicity, to have been honorable and rich, but yet easily to be endured, security succeeds, and to a judicious man a far better estate. The loss of thy goods and money is no loss. Thou hast lost them, they would otherwise have lost thee. If thy money be gone, thou art so much the lighter, and as St. Hierome persuades Rusticus the monk, to forsake all and follow Christ. Gold and silver are too heavy metals for him to carry that seeks heaven. Vel nos in mare proximum, gemmas et lapides, aurum et inutile, summi materiam mali mitamus, cellarum si ponitet. Zeno the philosopher lost all his goods by shipwreck. He might like of it, fortune had done him a good turn. Ops a me, animum offera non potest. She can take away my means, but not my mind. He set her at defiance ever after, for she could not rob him that had naught to lose, for he was able to contemn more than they could possess or desire. Alexander sent 100 talents of gold to Phocion of Athens for a present, because he heard he was a good man. But Phocion returned his talents back again with a permit me in posterum verum bonum esse to be a good man still. Let me be as I am. Non me aurum posco, nec mi precium, that Theban Crates flung of his own accord his money into the sea, abite nummi, ego vos mergem, ni merger a vobis, I had rather drown you, than you should drown me. Can Stoics and Epicures thus contemn wealth, and shall not we that are Christians? It was mascula vox et preclara, a generous speech of Cotta in Sallust. Many miseries have happened unto me at home, and in the wars abroad, of which by the help of God some I have endured, some I have repelled, and by mine own valor overcome. Courage was never wanting to my designs, nor industry to my intents. Prosperity or adversity could never alter my disposition. A wise man's mind, as Seneca holds, is like the state of the world above the moon, ever serene. Come then what can come, befall what may befall, infractum invictum animum oppones, rebus angustis animasis ac fortis appara. Hor, odd 11, lib. 2. Hope and patience are two sovereign remedies for all, the surest reposals, the softest cushions to lean on in adversity. Durum sed levius fit patientia, quicquid corriger est nefas. What can't be cured must be endured. If it cannot be helped or amended, make the best of it. Necessitati qui si accommodat sapit, he is wise that suits himself to the time. As at a game at tables, so do by all such inevitable accidents. Ita vita est hominum quaes, cum ludas tesseris. Si illud quod est maxime opus jactu non cadit, illud quod cessidit forte, id art ut corrigas. If thou canst not fling what thou wouldst, play thy cast as well as thou canst. Everything, saith Epictetus, hath two handles, the one to be held by, the other not. 'Tis in our choice to take and leave whether we will, all which Simplicius's commentator hath illustrated by many examples, and 'tis in our power, as they say, to make or mar ourselves. Conform thyself then to thy present fortune, and cut thy coat according to thy cloth, ut quimis quod aiunt, quando quod volumus non licet, be contented with thy loss, state, and calling, whatsoever it is, and rest as well satisfied with thy present condition in this life. Est quod ease. Quod sunt alii, sine quam libet esse, quod non ease nolis, quod potus esse, velis. Be as thou art, And as they are, so let others be still. What is and may be covert. And as he that is invited to a feast eats what is set before him, and looks for no other, enjoy that thou hast, and ask no more of God than what he thinks fit to bestow upon thee. Non cuivis contingit adire Corinthum. We may not be all gentlemen, all catos or laelii, as Tully telleth us, all honorable, illustrious, and serene, all rich. But because mortal men want many things, therefore, saith Theodoret, hath God diversely distributed his gifts, wealth to one, skill to another, that rich men might encourage and set poor men at work, poor men might learn several trades to the common good. As a piece of arras is composed of several parcels, some wrought of silk, some of gold, silver, crewel of diverse colors, all to serve for the exornation of the whole. Music is made of diverse discords and keys, a total sum of many small numbers, so is a commonwealth of several unequal trades and callings. If all should be Croci and Darii, all idle, all in fortunes equal, who should till the land? As Menenius Agrippa well satisfied the tumultuous rout of Rome, in his elegant apologue of the belly and the rest of the members. Who should build houses, make our several stuffs for raiments? We should all be starved for company, as poverty declared at large in Aristophanes' Plutus, and sue at last to be as we were at first. And therefore God hath appointed this inequality of states, orders, and degrees, a subordination, as in all other things. The earth yields nourishment to vegetables, sensible creatures feed on vegetables, both are substitutes to reasonable souls, and men are subject amongst themselves, and all to higher powers, so God would have it. All things then being rightly examined and duly considered as they ought, there is no such cause of so general discontent, 'tis not in the matter itself, but in our mind, as we moderate our passions and esteem of things. Nihil aliud necessarium ut sis miser, saith Cardan, quam ut te miserum credas, let thy fortune be what it will. 'Tis thy mind alone that makes thee poor or rich, miserable or happy. Vidi ego, saith divine Seneca in Villa Hilari et Amina Maestos, et media solitudine occupados, non locus, sed animus facit ad tranquillitatem. I have seen men miserably dejected in a pleasant village, and some again well occupied and at good ease in a solitary desert. 'Tis the mind, not the place, causeth tranquillity, and that gives true content. I will yet add a word or two for a corollary. Many rich men, I dare boldly say it, that lie on down beds, with delicacies pampered every day in their well-furnished houses, live at less heart's ease, with more anguish, more bodily pain, and through their intemperance, more bitter hours than many a prisoner or galley slave. Maecenas in pluma ec vigilat ac regulus in dolio. Those poor starved Hollanders, whom Bartison their captain left in Nova Zembla, anno 1596, or those 8 miserable Englishmen that were lately left behind, to winter in a stove in Greenland in 77 Deg. Of Lat, 1630, so pitifully forsaken, and forced to shift for themselves in a vast, dark, and desert place, to strive and struggle with hunger, cold, desperation, and death itself. 'Tis a patient and quiet mind, I say it again and again, gives true peace and content. So for all other things, they are, as old creams told us as we use them. Parents, patrium, amicos, genus, cognates, divicias, hic parend sunt ac alias animus qui e possidit, qui iudi sit, I bona, qui iuditur non rect mala. Parents, friends, fortunes, country, birth, alliance, and sea, ebb and flow with our conceit, please or displease as we accept and construe them, or apply them to ourselves. Faber quisque fortunae sui, and in some sort I may truly say, prosperity and adversity are in our own hands, nemo leditur nisi asapso, and which Seneca confirms out of his judgment and experience. Every man's mind is stronger than fortune, and leads him to what side he will. A cause to himself each one is of his good or bad life. But will we, or nill we, make the worst of it, and suppose a man in the greatest extremity, 'tis a fortune which some indefinitely prefer before prosperity. Of 2 extremes it is the best. Luxuriant animi rebus plerumque secundis, men in prosperity forget God and themselves, they are besotted with their wealth, as birds with henbane. Miserable if fortune forsake them, but more miserable if she tarry and overwhelm them. For when they come to be in great place, rich, they that were most temperate, sober, and discreet in their private fortunes, as Nero Otho, Vitellius, Heliogabalus, optimi imperators nisi imperissent, degenerate on a sudden into brute beasts, so prodigious in lust, such tyrannical oppressors, and see, they cannot moderate themselves, they become monsters, odious, harpies, what not. Cum triumphos, opes honors adepti sunt, ad voluptatem et odium deinceps si convertunt. Twas Cato's note, they cannot contain. For that cause belike utripillis cuicunc nocer volbat, vestimenta dabet pretiosa. Beatus enim jam, cum pulchris tunicis sumit, nova concilia et spes, dormiet in lucem scordo, postponet honestum officium. Eutripillus, when he would hurt a knave, gave him gay clothes and wealth to make him brave. Because now rich he would quite change his mind, keep whores, fly out, set honesty behind. On the other side, in adversity many mutter and repine, despair, and see, both bad I confess. Ut calcius olim si pede major erit, subvertet, C minor urit. As a shoe too big or too little one pincheth, the other sets the foot awry, said E. Molly's minimum. If adversity hath killed his 1,000, prosperity hath killed his 10,000. Therefore adversity is to be preferred. Hic frono indigit, illa salatio. Illa fallit, hic instrut. The one deceives, the other instructs, the one miserably happy, the other happily miserable. And therefore many philosophers have voluntarily sought adversity, and so much commend it in their precepts. Demetrius in Seneca esteemed it a great infelicity, that in his lifetime he had no misfortune, miserum cui nihil unquam accidis et adversi. Adversity then is not so heavily to be taken, and we ought not in such cases so much to macerate ourselves. There is no such odds in poverty and riches. To conclude in Hierom's words, I will ask our magnificos that build with marble, and bestow a whole manor on a thread, what difference between them and Paul the Eremite, that bare old man? They drink in jewels, he in his hand. He is poor and goes to heaven, they are rich and go to hell. Mem. Roman 4. Against servitude, loss of liberty, imprisonment, banishment. Servitude, loss of liberty, imprisonment are no such miseries as they are held to be. We are slaves and servants the best of us all. As we do reverence our masters, so do our masters their superiors. Gentlemen serve nobles, and nobles subordinate to kings, omni sub regno gravir regnum, princes themselves are God's servants, reges in ipsos imperium est javis. They are subject to their own laws, and as the kings of China endure more than slavish imprisonment, to maintain their state and greatness, they never come abroad. Alexander was a slave to fear, Caesar of pride, Vespasian to his money, nihil enim refert, rerum sis servis and hominum, Heliogabalus to his gut, and so of the rest. Lovers are slaves to their mistresses, rich men to their gold, courtiers generally to lust and ambition, and all slaves to our affections, as Evangelus well discourseth in Macrobius, and Seneca the philosopher, assiduum servitudem extremum et ineluctabilum he calls it, a continual slavery to be so captivated by vices. And who is free? Why then dost thou repine? Satis est potens, hieram seth, qui servire non cogiter. Thou carriest no burdens, thou art no prisoner, no drudge, and thousands want that liberty, those pleasures which thou hast. Thou art not sick, and what wouldst thou have? But nitimer invetitum, we must all eat of the forbidden fruit. Were we enjoined to go to such and such places, we would not willingly go. But being barred of our liberty, this alone torments our wandering soul that we may not go. A citizen of ours, Seth Cardan, was 60 years of age, and had never been forth of the walls of the city of Milan. The prince, hearing of it, commanded him not to stir out. Being now forbidden that which all his life he had neglected, he earnestly desired, and being denied, dolor confectus mortem obiit, he died for grief. What I have said of servitude, I again say of imprisonment, we are all prisoners. What is our life but a prison? We are all imprisoned in an island. The world itself to some men is a prison, our narrow seas is so many ditches, and when they have compassed the globe of the earth, they would fain go see what is done in the moon. In Muscovy and many other northern parts, all over Scandia, they are imprisoned half the year in stoves, they dare not peep out for cold. At Aden in Arabia they are penned in all day long with that other extreme of heat, and keep their markets in the night. What is a ship but a prison? And so many cities are but as so many hives of bees' anthills, but that which thou abhorrest many seek. Women keep in all winter and most part of summer to preserve their beauties, some for love of study. Demosthenes shaved his beard because he would cut off all occasions from going abroad. How many monks and friars, anchorites, abandon the world? Monachus in herb, piscis in aredo, art in prison. Make right use of it, and mortify thyself. Where may a man contemplate better than in solitariness, or study more than in quietness? Many worthy men have been imprisoned all their lives, and it hath been occasion of great honor and glory to them, much public good by their excellent meditation. Ptolemaeus king of Egypt, cum viribus attenuatis infirma valetudine laboraret, miro descendi studio effectus, and see now being taken with a grievous infirmity of body that he could not stir abroad, became Strato's scholar, fell hard to his book, and gave himself wholly to contemplation. And upon that occasion, as mine author adds, pulcherrimum regii opulentiae monumentum, and see, to his great honor built that renowned library at Alexandria, wherein were 40,000 volumes. Severinus Boethius never writ so elegantly as in prison, Paul so devoutly, for most of his epistles were dictated in his bands. Joseph, saith Austin, got more credit in prison than when he distributed corn and was lord of Pharaoh's house. It brings many a lewd, riotous fellow home, many wandering rogues it settles, that would otherwise have been like raving tigers, ruined themselves and others. Banishment is no grievance at all. Omni solum 40 patria, and si et patria est ubicunc bene est, that's a man's country where he is well at ease. Many travel for pleasure to that city, saith Seneca, to which thou art banished, and what a part of the citizens are strangers born in other places. In colentibus patria, 'tis their country that are born in it, and they would think themselves banished to go to the place which thou leavest, and from which thou art so loath to depart. 'Tis no disparagement to be a stranger, or so irksome to be an exile. The rain is a stranger to the earth, rivers to the sea, Jupiter in Egypt, the sun to us all. The soul is an alien to the body, a nightingale to the air, a swallow in a house, and Ganymede in heaven, an elephant at Rome, a phoenix in India, and such things commonly please us best, which are most strange and come the farthest off. Those old Hebrews esteemed the whole world Gentiles. The Greeks held all barbarians but themselves. Our modern Italians account of us as dull Transalpines by way of reproach. They scorn thee and thy country which thou so much admirest. 'Tis a childish humor to hone after home, to be discontent at that which others seek, to prefer, as base islanders and Norwegians do, their own ragged island before Italy or Greece, the gardens of the world. There is a base nation in the north, saith Pliny, called Chauci, that live amongst rocks and sands by the seaside, feed on fish, drink water, and yet these base people account themselves slaves in respect when they come to Rome. Ida est profito, as he concludes, multis fortuna parsit in ponam, so it is, fortune favors some to live at home to their further punishment. 'Tis want of judgment. All places are distant from heaven alike, the sun shines happily as warm in one city as in another, and to a wise man there is no difference of climes. Friends are everywhere to him that behaves himself well, and a prophet is not esteemed in his own country. Alexander, Caesar, Trajan, Adrian, were as so many landleapers, now in the east, now in the west, little at home, and Polus Venetus laud. Vertimanus, Pinzonus, Catamustus, Columbus, Americus Vespucius, Vascus Gama, Drake, Candish, Oliver Anort, Scoutian got all their honor by voluntary expeditions. But you say such men's travel is voluntary. We are compelled, and as malefactors must depart. Yet know this of Plato to be true, ultori Dio summa cura peregrinus est, God hath an especial care of strangers, and when he wants friends and allies, he shall deserve better and find more favor with God and men. Besides the pleasure of peregrination, variety of objects will make amends, and so many nobles, Tully, Aristides, Themistocles, Theseus, Codrus, and C as have been banished, will give sufficient credit unto it. Read Pett. Alcinius his 2 books of this subject. Mem. V. Against sorrow for death of friends or otherwise, vain fear and C. Death and departure of friends are things generally grievous. Omnium qui in humana vita contingunt, luctus ac mors sunt acerbissima. The most austere and bitter accidents that can happen to a man in this life, in aeternum validicere, to part forever, to forsake the world and all our friends. 'Tis ultimum terribilium, the last and the greatest terror, most irksome and troublesome unto us, homo toties moritur, quatis amitit sues. And though we hope for a better life, eternal happiness, after these painful and miserable days, yet we cannot compose ourselves willingly to die. The remembrance of it is most grievous unto us, especially to such who are fortunate and rich. They start at the name of death as a horse at a rotten post. Say what you can of that other world, Montezuma that Indian prince, bonum est esse hic, they had rather be here. Nay, many generous spirits and grave staid men otherwise are so tender in this, that at the loss of a dear friend they will cry out, roar, and tear their hair, lamenting some months after, howling O hone, as those Irish women and Greeks at their graves, commit many indecent actions and almost go beside themselves. My dear father, my sweet husband, mine only brother's dead, to whom shall I make my moan? O me miserum! Quis dabit in lacrimas fontem, and see what shall I do? Sed totum hoc studium luctu fraterna, mihi mors obstulit, hi misero frater adempt mihi. My brother's death my study hath undone, woes me, alas my brother he is gone. Mezentius would not live after his son, nunc vivo, nec ad hoc homines lucemque relinquo, sed linquam. And Pompey's wife cried out at the news of her husband's death, terp mori post te solo non possi dolor, violenta luctu et necia tolerandi. As Tacitus of Agrippina, not able to moderate her passions. So when she heard her son was slain, she abruptly broke off her work, changed countenance and color, tore her hair, and fell a roaring downright. Subitus misery color ossa reliquit, excussi manibus radii, revolut ec pensa, evalet in felix et fomenio allulatu sissacomem. Another would needs run upon the sword's point after Euryalus' departure. Figite me, si qua est pietas, in me omnia tella congisate o rudely. O let me die, some good man or other make an end of me. How did Achilles take on for Patroclus' departure? A black cloud of sorrows overshadowed him, saith Homer. Jacob rent his clothes, put sackcloth about his loins, sorrowed for his son a long season, and could not be comforted, but would needs go down into the grave unto his son, Gen. Roman 37. 37. Many years after, the remembrance of such friends, of such accidents, is most grievous unto us, to see or hear of it, though it concern not ourselves but others. Scaliger saith of himself, that he never read Socrates' death in Plato's Phaedon, but he wept. Austin shed tears when he read the destruction of Troy. But howsoever this passion of sorrow be violent, bitter, and seizeth familiarly on wise, valiant, discreet men, yet it may surely be withstood, it may be diverted. For what is there in this life that it should be so dear unto us, or that we should so much deplore the departure of a friend? The greatest pleasures are common society, to enjoy one another's presence, feasting, hawking, hunting, brooks, woods, hills, music, dancing, and see all this is but vanity and loss of time, as I have sufficiently declared. Dum bibimus, dum surda, ungenta, pulis possumus, abrepit non intellectus senectus. Whilst we drink, prank ourselves, with wenches dally, old age upons at unawares doth sally. As alchemists spend that small modicum they have to get gold, and never find it, we lose and neglect eternity, for a little momentary pleasure which we cannot enjoy, nor shall ever attain to in this life. We abhor death, pain, and grief, all, yet we will do nothing of that which should vindicate us from, but rather voluntarily thrust ourselves upon it. The lascivious prefers his whore before his life or good estate, an angry man his revenge, a parasite his gut, ambitious honors, covetous wealth, a thief his booty, a soldier his spoil. We abhor diseases, and yet we pull them upon us. We are never better or freer from cares than when we sleep, and yet, which we so much avoid and lament, death is but a perpetual sleep. And why should it, as Epicurus argues, so much affright us? When we are, death is not, but when death is, then we are not. Our life is tedious and troublesome unto him that lives best. 'Tis a misery to be born, a pain to live, a trouble to die. Death makes an end of our miseries, and yet we cannot consider of it. A little before Socrates drank his portion of cicuta, he bid the citizens of Athens cheerfully farewell, and concluded his speech with this short sentence. My time is now come to be gone, I to my death, you to live on. But which of these is best, God alone knows. For there is no pleasure here, but sorrow is annexed to it, repentance follows it. If I feed liberally, I am likely sick or surfeit. If I live sparingly, my hunger and thirst is not allayed. I am well neither full nor fasting. If I live honest, I burn in lust. If I take my pleasure, I tire and starve myself, and do injury to my body and soul. Of so small a quantity of mirth, how much sorrow? After so little pleasure, how great misery? 'Tis both ways troublesome to me, to rise and go to bed, to eat and provide my meat. Cares and contentions attend me all day long, fears and suspicions all my life. I am discontented, and why should I desire so much to live? But a happy death will make an end of all our woes and miseries. Omnibus una mes surda medella malis. Why shouldst not thou then say with old Simon, since thou art so well affected, Lord, now let thy servant depart in peace? Or with Paul, I desire to be dissolved, and to be with Christ? Beta mors qui ad beatum vitam aditum aperit. 'Tis a blessed hour that leads us to a blessed life, and blessed are they that die in the Lord. But life is sweet, and death is not so terrible in itself as the concomitants of it. A loathsome disease, pain, horror, and and many times the manner of it, to be hanged, to be broken on the wheel, to be burned alive. Servetus the heretic that suffered in Geneva, when he was brought to the stake, and saw the executioner come with fire in his hand, homo viso in tam horrendum exclamavit, ut universum populum perdureficerit, roared so loud that he terrified the people. An old Stoic would have scorned this. It troubles some to be unburied, or so. Non te optima mater candet humi, patriove honorabit membra sepulchro, alitibus lingra feris, et gurgite mersum unda ferit, pissesc impasti vulnera lambent. Thy gentle parents shall not bury thee, amongst thine ancestors entombed to be, but feral fowl thy carcass shall devour, or drowned core hungry fish maws shall scour. As Socrates told Crito, it concerns me not what is done with me when I am dead. Facilis jactura sepulchri, I care not so long as I feel it not. Let them set mine head on the pike of Teneriffe, and my quarters in the four parts of the world. Pascem licet in crus corvos, let wolves or bears devour me. Calo tegitur qui non habet urnam, the canopy of heaven covers him that hath no tomb. So likewise for our friends, why should their departure so much trouble us? They are better as we hope, and for what then dost thou lament, as those do whom Paul taxed in his time won these? Roman 4:13, that have no hope? 'Tis fit there should be some solemnity, sed sepelire deset defunctum, pector 40 constantes, unnunc diem fledui indulgence. Job's friends said not a word to him the first 7 days, but let sorrow and discontent take their course, themselves sitting sad and silent by him. When Jupiter himself wept for Sarpedon, what else did the poet insinuate, but that some sorrow is good quis matrum nisi mentis inops in funer nati flirvedat? Who can blame a tender mother if she weep for her children? Beside, as Plutarch holds, 'tis not in our power not to lament, indolentia non cuivis contingit, it takes away mercy and pity, not to be sad. 'Tis a natural passion to weep for our friends, an irresistible passion to lament and grieve. I know not how, saith Seneca, but sometimes 'tis good to be miserable in misery, and for the most part all grief evacuates itself by tears. Est quidem flir voluptas, expletur lacrimis egeritur dolor. Yet after a day's mourning or two, comfort thyself for thy heaviness, Eccles, Roman 38:17. Non deset defunctum ignavo quistu prosqui, 'twas Germanicus' advice of old that we should not dwell too long upon our passions, to be desperately sad, immoderate grievers to let them tyrannize, there's indolentiae ars a medium to be kept. We do not, saith Austin, forbid men to grieve, but to grieve overmuch. I forbid not a man to be angry, but I ask for what cause he is so. Not to be sad, but why is he sad? Not to fear, but wherefore is he afraid? I require a moderation as well as a just reason. The Romans and most civil commonwealths have set a time to such solemnities. They must not mourn after a set day, or if in a family a child be born, a daughter or son married, some state or honor be conferred, a brother be redeemed from his bands, a friend from his enemies, or the like, they must lament no more. And 'tis fit it should be so. To what end is all their funeral pomp, complaints, and tears? When Socrates was dying, his friends Apollodorus and Crito, with some others, were weeping by him, which he perceiving, asked them what they meant. For that very cause he put all the women out of the room, upon which words of his they were abashed, and ceased from their tears. Lodovicus Cortesius, a rich lawyer of Padua, as Bernardinus Scardionius relates, commanded by his last will, and a great mulct if otherwise to his heir, that no funeral should be kept for him, no man should lament, but as at a wedding, music and minstrels to be provided. And instead of black mourners, he took order that 12 virgins clad in green should carry him to the church. His will and testament was accordingly performed, and he buried in St. Sophia's church. Tully was much grieved for his daughter Tulliola's death at first, until such time that he had confirmed his mind with some philosophical precepts. Then he began to triumph over fortune and grief, and for her reception into heaven to be much more joyed than before he was troubled for her loss. If a heathen man could so fortify himself from philosophy, what shall a Christian from divinity? Why dost thou so macerate thyself? 'Tis an inevitable chance, the first statute in Magna Charta, an everlasting act of Parliament, all must die. Constat aeterna pausatum legest, ut constet genitum nihil. It cannot be revoked, we are all mortal, and these all commanding gods and princes die like men. Involvit humul parator et celsum caput, aquac summis infima. O weak condition of human estate, Silvius exclaims. Ladislaus, king of Bohemia, 18 years of age in the flower of his youth, so potent, rich, fortunate, and happy, in the midst of all his friends, amongst so many physicians, now ready to be married, in 36 hours sickened and died. We must so be gone sooner or later all, and as Calliopius in the comedy took his leave of his spectators and auditors, vos valit et plaudite, Calliopius recensui, must we bid the world farewell, exit Calliopius, and having now played our parts forever be gone. Tombs and monuments have the like fate, data sunt ipsis quoque fata sepulchris, kingdoms, provinces, towns, and cities have their periods, and are consumed. In those flourishing times of Troy, Mycenae was the fairest city in Greece, Graecii cuncti imperatabit, but it, alas, and that Assyrian Nineveh are quite overthrown. The like fate hath that Egyptian and Boeotian Thebes, Delos, commune Graecii, conciliabulum, the common council house of Greece, and Babylon, the greatest city that ever the sun shone on, hath now nothing but walls and rubbish left. Quid Pandionii restat nisi nomen Athene? Thus Pausanias complained in his times. And where is Troy itself now, Persepolis, Carthage, Cyzicum, Sparta, Argos, and all those Grecian cities? Syracuse and Agrigentum, the fairest towns in Sicily, which had sometimes 700,000 inhabitants, are now decayed. The names of Hieron, Empedocles, and C, of those mighty numbers of people, only left. One Anacharsis is remembered amongst the Scythians, the world itself must have an end, and every part of it. Caeteri igitur urbs sunt mortals, as Peter Gillius concludes of Constantinople hic sane quam diu erunt homines, futura mihi videtur immortalis. But 'tis not so. Nor sight, nor strength, nor sea nor land, can vindicate a city, but it and all must vanish at last. And as to a traveller great mountains seem plains afar off, at last are not discerned at all. Cities, men, monuments decay, nec solidies prodest sua machina terris. The names are only left, those at length forgotten, and are involved in perpetual night. Returning out of Asia, when I sailed from Aegina toward Megara, I began, saith Servius Sulpicius, in a consolatory epistle of his to Tully, to view the country round about. Aegina was behind me, Megara before, Piraeus on the right hand, Corinth on the left, what flourishing towns heretofore, now prostrate and overwhelmed before mine eyes. I began to think with myself, alas, why are we men so much disquieted with the departure of a friend, whose life is much shorter, when so many goodly cities lie buried before us? Remember, O Servius, thou art a man, and with that I was much confirmed and corrected myself. Correct then likewise, and comfort thyself in this, that we must necessarily die, and all die, that we shall rise again. As Tully held, Jucendirque multo congressus noster futuris, quam insuavis et acerbis digressus, our second meeting shall be much more pleasant than our departure was grievous. Aye, but he was my most dear and loving friend, my sole friend, quis desiderio sit pudor aut modus tam chari capitis. And who can blame my woe? Thou mayst be ashamed, I say with Seneca, to confess it, in such a tempest as this to have but one anchor, go seek another. And for his part thou dost him great injury to desire his longer life. Wilt thou have him crazed and sickly still, like a tired traveller that comes weary to his inn, begin his journey afresh, or to be freed from his miseries? Thou hast more need rejoice that he is gone. Another complains of a most sweet wife, a young wife non dum sustulerat flavum proserpinacrinum, such a wife as no mortal man ever had, so good a wife. But she is now dead and gone, lethioque jacet candida sarcophago. I reply to him in Seneca's words, if such a woman at least ever was to be had, he did either so find or make her. If he found her, he may as happily find another. If he made her, as Critobulus in Xenophon did by his, he may as good cheap inform another. Et bona tam sequitur, quam bona prima fuit, he need not despair, so long as the same master is to be had. But was she good? Had she been so tired peradventure as that Ephesian widow in Petronius, by some swaggering soldier, she might not have held out. Many a man would have been willingly rid of his. Before thou wast bound, now thou art free, and 'tis but a folly to love thy fetters though they be of gold. Come into a third place, You shall have an aged father sighing for a son, a pretty child. Impube pectus quale vel impia moliert thracum pectora. He now lies asleep, would make an impious Thracian weep. Or some fine daughter that died young, nondum experta novi gaudia prematori, or a forlorn son for his deceased father. But why? Prior exeat, prior intravit, he came first, and he must go first. Tu frustra pius, hew, and see what wouldst thou have the laws of nature altered, and him to live always. Julius Caesar, Augustus, Alcibiades, Galen, Aristotle, lost their fathers young. And why on the other side shouldst thou so heavily take the death of thy little son? Num quia nec fato, merita nec mort parabat, said miser ante diem. He died before his time, perhaps, not yet come to the solstice of his age, yet was he not mortal. Hear that divine Epictetus, if thou covet thy wife, friends, children should live always, thou art a fool. He was a fine child indeed, dignus Apolloniis lacrimis, a sweet, a loving, a fair, a witty child of great hope, another Eteonius, whom Pindarus the poet and Aristides the rhetorician so much lament. But who can tell whether he would have been an honest man? He might have proved a thief, a rogue, a spendthrift, a disobedient son, vexed and galled thee more than all the world beside. He might have wrangled with thee and disagreed, or with his brothers as Ediocles and Polynices, and broke thy heart. He is now gone to eternity, as another Ganymede in the flower of his youth, as if he had risen, saith Plutarch, from the midst of a feast before he was drunk. The longer he had lived, the worse he would have been, et quo vita longior, Ambrose thinks. Culpa numerosior, more sinful, more to answer he would have had. If he was not, thou mayst be glad he is gone. If good, be glad thou hadst such a son, or art thou sure he was good? It may be he was an hypocrite, as many are, and howsoever he spake thee fair, peradventure he prayed, amongst the rest that Icaro Menipus heard at Jupiter's whispering place in Lucian. For his father's death, because he now kept him short, he was to inherit much goods and many fair manors after his decease. Or put case he was very good, suppose the best, may not thy dead son expostulate with thee, as he did in the same Lucian, why dost thou lament my death, or call me miserable that am much more happy than thyself? What misfortune has befallen me? Is it because I am not so bald, crooked, old, rotten as thou art? What have I lost? Some of your good cheer, gay clothes, music, singing, dancing, kissing, merry meetings, thalami lubentias, and see, is that it? Is it not much better not to hunger at all than to eat? Not to thirst than to drink to satisfy thirst? Not to be cold than to put on clothes to drive away cold? You had more need rejoice that I am freed from diseases, agues, cares, anxieties, livor, love, covetousness, hatred, envy, malice, that I fear no more thieves, tyrants, enemies, as you do. Ad cinerum et manes credis curari sepultos. Do they concern us at all, think you, when we are once dead? Condole not others then overmuch, wish not or fear thy death. Summum nec ops diem nec meduas, tease to no purpose, excessi e vidi eremnes facilis glubensk, ni perjura ipsum mort dehinc videm. I left this irksome life with all mine heart, lest worse than death should happen to my part. Cardinal Brunjusinus caused this epitaph in Rome to be inscribed on his tomb, to show his willingness to die, and tax those that were so both to depart. Weep and howl no more then, tease to small purpose, and as Tully adviseth us in the like case, non quos amissimus, sed quantum luger par sit cogitmus, think what we do, not whom we have lost. So David did to Sam, Roman 22, while the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept, but being now dead, why should I fast? Can I bring him again? I shall go to him, but he cannot return to me. He that doth otherwise is an intemperate, a weak, a silly and indiscreet man. Though Aristotle deny any part of intemperance to be conversant about sorrow, I am of Seneca's mind, he that is wise is temperate, and he that is temperate is constant, free from passion, and he that is such a one is without sorrow, as all wise men should be. The Thracians wept still when a child was born, feasted, and made mirth when any man was buried. And so should we rather be glad for such as die well, that they are so happily freed from the miseries of this life. When Eteonius, that noble young Greek, was so generally lamented by his friends, Pindarus the poet feigns some god saying, Silete homines, non enim miser est, and see be quiet good folks. This young man is not so miserable as you think. He is neither gone to Styx nor Acheron, said gloriosus et Sinai expers heroes, he lives for ever in the Elysian fields. He now enjoys that happiness which your great kings so earnestly seek, and wears that garland for which ye contend. If our present weakness is such, we cannot moderate our passions in this behalf, We must divert them by all means, by doing something else, thinking of another subject. The Italians most part sleep away care and grief, if it unseasonably seize upon them. Danes, Dutchmen, Pollanders, and Bohemians drink it down, our countrymen go to plays. Do something or other, let it not transpose thee, or by premeditation make such accidents familiar, as Ulysses that wept for his dog, but not for his wife, quod paradis esset animo obformato? Plut. De anim. Trank. Accustom thyself, and harden beforehand by seeing other men's calamities, and applying them to thy present estate. Previsum est levius quod fuit ante malum. I will conclude with Epictetus, if thou lovest a pot, remember 'tis but a pot thou lovest, and thou wilt not be troubled when 'tis broken. If thou lovest a son or wife, remember they were mortal, and thou wilt not be so impatient. And for false fears and all other fortuitous inconveniences, mischances, calamities, to resist and prepare ourselves, not to faint is best. Stultum est timor quod vitari non potest. 'Tis a folly to fear that which cannot be avoided, or to be discouraged at all. Nam quisquis trepidus pavit vel optat, obgessit clypium, lococ modus nectit qua velat trahi catenam. For he that so faints or fears, and yields to his passion, flings away his own weapons, makes a cord to bind himself, and pulls a beam upon his own head. Mem. Romans 6. Against envy, livor, emulation, hatred, ambition, self-love, and all other affections. Against those other passions and affections, there is no better remedy than as mariners when they go to sea, provide all things necessary to resist a tempest. To furnish ourselves with philosophical and divine precepts, other men's examples, periculum ex aliis facere, sibi quod ex usu siet. To balance our hearts with love, charity, meekness, patience, and counterpoise those irregular motions of envy, livor, spleen, hatred, with their opposite virtues, as we bend a crooked staff another way, to oppose sufferance to labor, patience to reproach, bounty to covetousness, fortitude to pusillanimity, meekness to anger, humility to pride, to examine ourselves for what cause we are so much disquieted, on what ground, what occasion, is it just or feigned. And then either to pacify ourselves by reason, to divert by some other object contrary passion, or premeditation. Meditari secum oportet quo pacto adversum eram nam feret, pericla, damna, exilia periger redians semper cogitet, aut filiae peccatum, aut uxoris mortem, aut morbum filii communia es hic, firi passi, ut ni quid animo sit novum. To make them familiar, even all kind of calamities, that when they happen they may be less troublesome unto us. In secundis meditare, quo pacto fieras adversa, or out of mature judgment to avoid the effect, or disannul the cause, as they do that are troubled with toothache, pull them quite out. Ut vivat castor, sibi testes amputat ips, tu quoque sequin nocent obgesse, tutus eris. The beaver bites off stones to save the rest to do, thou the like with that thou art oppressed. Or as they that play at wasters, exercise themselves by a few cudgels how to avoid an enemy's blows. Let us arm ourselves against all such violent incursions, which may invade our minds. A little experience and practice will inure us to it. Vetula vulps, as the proverb saith, laqueo hod capiter, an old fox is not so easily taken in a snare. An old soldier in the world, methinks, should not be disquieted, but ready to receive all fortunes, encounters, and with that resolute captain, come what may come, to make answer. Non ulla laborum o virgo novami facies inopinac surgit omnia percepi ac, animo mecum antiperigi. No labor comes at unawares to me, for I have long before cast what may be. Non hoc primum me pectora vulnus censurent, gravuriculi. The Commonwealth of Venice in their armory have this inscription: Happy is that city which in time of peace thinks of war, a fit motto for every man's private house. Happy is the man that provides for a future assault. But many times we complain, repine, and mutter without a cause. We give way to passions we may resist, and will not. Socrates was bad by nature, envious, as he confessed to Zophius the physiognomer, accusing him of it, froward and lascivious. But as he was Socrates, he did correct and amend himself. Thou art malicious, envious, covetous, impatient, no doubt, and lascivious, yet as thou art a Christian, correct and moderate thyself. 'Tis something, I confess, and able to move any man to see himself contemned, obscure, neglected, disgraced, undervalued, left behind. Some cannot endure it, no, not Constant Lipsius, a man discreet otherwise, yet too weak and passionate in this, as his words express, collegas olim, quos ego sine fremitu non intuer, nuper terri filios, nunc me senates et Agrippa's habeo. Summo jam monte potitos. But he was much to blame for it. To a wise staid man this is nothing. We cannot all be honored and rich, all Caesars. If we will be content, our present state is good, and in some men's opinion to be preferred. Let them go on, get wealth, offices, titles, honors, preferments, and what they will themselves, by chance, fraud, imposture, simony, and indirect means, as too many do, by bribery, flattery, and parasitical insinuation, by impudence and time-serving. Let them climb up to advancement in despite of virtue. Let them go before, cross me on every side, me non offendant modo non in, oculos incurrent, as he said, correcting his former error. They do not offend me. So long as they run not into mine eyes. I am inglorious and poor, composita paupertate, but I live secure and quiet. They are dignified, have great means, pomp, and state, they are glorious. But what have they with it? Envy, trouble, anxiety, as much labor to maintain their place with credit as to get it at first. I am contented with my fortunes, spectator e longinquo, and love Neptunum procul a terra specter furentum. He is ambitious and not satisfied with his, but what gets he by it? To have all his life laid open, his reproaches seen. Not one of 1,000, but he hath done more worthy of dispraise and animadversion than commendation. No better means to help this than to be private. Let them run, ride, strive as so many fishes for a crumb, scrape, climb, catch, snatch, cozen, collogue, temporize, and fleer, take all amongst them wealth, honor, and get what they can. It offends me not. Mimi tellus ler secreto tudoc teget. I am well pleased with my fortunes, vivo et rigno simul ister relinquens. I have learned in what state soever I am, therewith to be contented. Philip, Roman 4:11. Come what can come, I am prepared. Ne ferar magna and parva, ferar unius et idem. I am the same. I was once so mad to bustle abroad, and seek about for preferment, tire myself, and trouble all my friends, sed nihil labor tantus proficit nam dum alios amacorum mors avocat, aliis ignatus sum, his invisus, alii large promittunt, intercedent illi mecum soliciti, hae vana spe lactant, dum alios ambio hos capto illis in notesco, edis perit, anni defluent, amici fatiganter, ego deferrer, et jam, mundi thesis, humanic sater infidelitatis acquiesce. And so I say still, although I may not deny, but that I have had some bountiful patrons and noble benefactors, nisim interim ingratus, and I do thankfully acknowledge it, I have received some kindness, quod Deus illis beneficium rependat. Si non pro votis, fortes pro meritus, more peradventure than I deserve, though not to my desire, more of them than I did expect, yet not of others to my desert. Neither am I ambitious or covetous for this while, or a suffinus to myself. What I have said, without prejudice or alteration shall stand. And now as a mired horse that struggles at first with all his might and main to get out, but when he sees no remedy, that his beating will not serve, lies still, I have labored in vain, rest satisfied, and if I may usurp that of Prudentius inveni portum, spes et fortuna valit, nil mihi vobiscum, ludite nunc alios. Mine havens found, fortune and hope ado, mock others now, for I have done with you. Mem. Romans 7. Against repulse, abuses, injuries, contempts, disgraces, contumelies, slanders, scoffs, and see. I may not yet conclude, think to appease passions or quiet the mind, till such time as I have likewise removed some other of their more eminent and ordinary causes, which produce so grievous tortures and discontents. To divert all, I cannot hope. To point alone at some few of the chiefest, is that which I aim at, repulse. Repulse and disgrace are two main causes of discontent, but to an understanding man not so hardly to be taken. Caesar himself hath been denied, and when two stand equal in fortune, birth, and all other qualities alike, one of necessity must lose. Why shouldst thou take it so grievously? It hath a familiar thing for thee thyself to deny others. If every man might have what he would, we should all be deified, emperors, kings, princes. If whatsoever vain hope suggests, insatiable appetite affects, our preposterous judgment thinks fit were granted, we should have another chaos in an instant, a mere confusion. It is some satisfaction to him that is repelled, that dignities, honors, offices are not always given by desert or worth, but for love, affinity, friendship, affection, great men's letters, or as commonly they are bought and sold. Honors in court are bestowed not according to men's virtues and good conditions, as an old courtier observes. But as every man hath means, or more potent friends, so he is preferred. With us in France, for so their own countryman relates, most part the matter is carried by favor and grace. He that can get a great man to be his mediator runs away with all the preferment. Indignissimus plerumque prefertor, Vatinius Catoni, Laudatus laudatissimo, servi dominanter, acelli ornanter falloris, defalloranter equi. An illiterate fool sits in a man's seat, and the common people hold him learned, grave, and wise. One professeth, Cardan well notes, for 1,000 crowns, but he deserves not 10, whenas he that deserves 1,000 cannot get 10. Salarium non dat multis salem. As good horses draw in carts as coaches. And oftentimes, which Machiavel seconds, principes non sunt qui ab insignum virtutum principatu digni sunt, he that is most worthy wants employment. He that hath skill to be a pilot wants a ship, and he that could govern a commonwealth, a world itself, a king in conceit, wants means to exercise his worth, hath not a poor office to manage, and yet all this while he is a better man that is fit to reign, etsi carriet regno, though he want a kingdom, than he that hath one, and knows not how to rule it. A lion serves not always his keeper, but oftentimes the keeper the lion, and as Polydore Virgil hath it, multi reges ut pupilli ob insitium non regunt sed regunter. Hieron of Syracuse was a brave king, but wanted a kingdom. Perseus of Macedon had nothing of a king, but the bare name and title, for he could not govern it. So great places are often ill bestowed, worthy persons unrespected. Many times, too, the servants have more means than the masters whom they serve, which Epictetus counts an eyesore and inconvenient. But who can help it? It is an ordinary thing in these days to see a base impudent ass, illiterate, unworthy, insufficient to be preferred before his betters, because he can put himself forward, because he looks big, can bustle in the world, hath a fair outside, can temporize, collogue, insinuate, or hath good store of friends and money, whereas a more discreet, modest, and better deserving man shall lie hid or have a repulse. 'Twas so of old, and ever will be, and which Tiresias advised Ulysses in the poet, Accipe qua ration quis ditesir, and see, is still in use. Lie, flatter, and dissemble. If not, as he concludes, ergo pauper eris, then go like a beggar as thou art. Erasmus, Melancthon, Lipsius, Beauteous, Cardan lived and died poor. Gessner was a silly old man, baculo in nixis, amongst all those huffing cardinals, swelling bishops that flourished in his time and rode on foot clothes. It is not honesty, learning, worth, wisdom that prefers men. The race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, but as the wise man said, chance, and sometimes a ridiculous chance. Casus plerumque ridiculus multos elevavit. T's fortune's doings, as they say, which made Brutus now dying exclaim, O misera virtus, ergo nihil quam verba eras, atqui ego te tanquam rem exercebam, sed tu serviebas fortunae. Believe it hereafter, O my friends, virtue serves fortune. Yet be not discouraged, O my well-deserving spirits. With this which I have said, it may be otherwise, though seldom I confess, yet sometimes it is. But to your farther content I'll tell you a tale. In Maronia Pia or Maronia Felix, I know not whether, nor how long since, nor in what cathedral church, a fat prebend fell void. The carcass scarce cold, many suitors were up in an instant. The first had rich friends, a good purse, and he was resolved to outbid any man before he would lose it. Every man supposed he should carry it. The second was my Lord Bishop's chaplain, in whose gift it was, and he thought it his due to have it. The third was nobly born, and he meant to get it by his great parents, patrons, and allies. The fourth stood upon his worth. He had newly found out strange mysteries in chemistry and other rare inventions, which he would detect to the public good. The fifth was a painful preacher, and he was commended by the whole parish where he dwelt. He had all their hands to his certificate. The sixth was the prebendary's son lately deceased. His father died in debt for it, as they say, left a wife and many poor children. The seventh stood upon fair promises, which to him and his noble friends had been formerly made for the next place in his lordship's gift. The eighth pretended great losses, and what he had suffered for the church, what pains he had taken at home and abroad, and besides he brought noblemen's letters. The ninth had married a kinswoman, and he sent his wife to sue for him. The 10th was a foreign doctor, a late convert, and wanted means. The 11th would exchange for another. He did not like the former's sight, could not agree with his neighbors and fellows upon any terms. He would be gone. The 12th and last was a suitor in conceit, a right honest, civil, sober man, an excellent scholar, and such a one as lived private in the university. But he had neither means nor money to compass it. Besides, he hated all such courses, he could not speak for himself, neither had he any friends to solicit his cause, and therefore made no suit, could not expect, neither did he hope for or look after it. The good bishop amongst a jury of competitors thus perplexed, and not yet resolved what to do, or on whom to bestow it, at the last, of his own accord, mere motion and bountiful nature, gave it freely to the university student, altogether unknown to him but by fame. And to be brief, the academical scholar had the prebends sent him for a present. The news was no sooner published abroad, but all good students rejoiced and were much cheered up with it, though some would not believe it. Others, as men amazed, said it was a miracle. But one amongst the rest thanked God for it, and said, Nunc juvet tandem studiosum esse, et Dio integro cord servere. You have heard my tale, but alas, it is but a tale, a mere fiction. 'Twas never so, never like to be, and so let it rest. Well, be it so then, they have wealth and honor, fortune and preferment. Every man, there's no remedy, must scramble as he may, and shift as he can. Yet Cardan comforted himself with this, the star Famahint would make him immortal, and that after his decease his books should be found in ladies' studies. Dignum laud verum musa vedat mori. But why shouldst thou take thy neglect, thy canvas so to heart? It may be thou art not fit, but a child that puts on his father's shoes, hat, headpiece, breastplate, breeches, or holds his spear, but is neither able to wield the one or wear the other. So wouldst thou do by such an office, place, or magistracy? Thou art unfit. And what is dignity to an unworthy man but, as Salvianus holds, a gold ring in a swine's snout? Thou art a brute. Like a bad actor, so Plutarch compares such men in a tragedy diadem effert et vox non auditor. Thou wouldst play a king's part, but actest a clown, speakest like an ass. Magna petis featin et qui non viribus istis, and see, as James and John, the sons of Zebedee, did ask they knew not what. Nescis temerari nescis. Thou dost, as another Sophanus, overween thyself. Thou art wise in thine own conceit, but in other more mature judgment altogether unfit to manage such a business. Or be it thou art more deserving than any of thy rank, God in his providence hath reserved thee for some other fortunes, sic superis visum. Thou art humble as thou art, it may be. Hadst thou been preferred, thou wouldst have forgotten God and thyself, insulted over others, contemned thy friends, been a block, a tyrant, or a demigod sequiturque superbia formam. Therefore, saith Chrysostom, good men do not always find grace and favor, lest they should be puffed up with turgent titles, grow insolent and proud. Injuries, abuses are very offensive, and so much the more in that they think veterum ferendo invitant novum, by taking one they provoke another. But it is an erroneous opinion, for if that were true, there would be no end of abusing each other. Lis litem generat. 'Tis much better with patience to bear, or quietly to put it up. If an ass kick me, saith Socrates, shall I strike him again? And when his wife Xanthippe struck and misused him, to some friends that would have had him strike her again, he replied that he would not make them sport, or that they should stand by and say, Ia Socrates, Ia Xanthippe, as we do when dogs fight, animate them the more by clapping of hands. Many men spend themselves, their goods, friends, fortunes, upon small quarrels, and sometimes at other men's procurements, with much vexation of spirit and anguish of mind, all which with good advice or mediation of friends might have been happily composed, or if patience had taken place. Patience in such cases is a most sovereign remedy, to put up, conceal, or dissemble it, to forget and forgive, not 7, but 77 times, as often as he repents forgive him. Luke Romans 17:3. As our Savior enjoins us, stricken, to turn the other side, as our apostle persuades us to recompense no man evil for evil, but as much as is possible to have peace with all men, not to avenge ourselves, and we shall heap burning coals upon our adversary's head. For if you put up wrong, as Chrysostom comments, you get the victory. He that loseth his money loseth not the conquest in this our philosophy. If he contend with thee, submit thyself unto him first, yield to him. Durum et durum non faciant murum, as the diverb is, two refractory spirits will never agree, the only means to overcome is to relent, obsequio vinces. Euclid in Plutarch, when his brother had angered him, swore he would be revenged, but he gently replied, Let me not live if I do not make thee to love me again, upon which meek answer he was pacified. Flectiter obsequio curvatus ob arbor ramus, frangis si vires experier tuas. A branch if easily bended yields to thee, pull hard it breaks. The difference you see. The noble family of the colony in Rome, when they were expelled the city by that furious Alexander VI, gave the bending branch therefore as an impress, with this motto, flecti potest, frangi non potest, to signify that he might break them by force. But so never make them stoop, for they fled in the midst of their hard usage to the kingdom of Naples, and were honorably entertained by Frederick the king, according to their callings. Gentleness in this case might have done much more, and let thine adversary be never so perverse, it may be by that means thou mayst win him. Favor et benevolentia etiam immanis animus mansusit, soft words pacify wrath, and the fiercest spirits are so soonest overcome. A generous lion will not hurt a beast that lies prostrate, nor an elephant an innocuous creature, but is infestus infestes, a terror and scourge alone to such as are stubborn, and make resistance. It was the symbol of Emmanuel Philibert, Duke of Savoy, and he was not mistaken in it, for quo quisque est major, magis est placabilis iri, et faciles modus mens generosa capit. A greater man is soonest pacified, a noble spirit quickly satisfied. It is reported by Gualter Maps, an old historiographer of ours, who lived 400 years since, that King Edward Senior and Llewellyn Prince of Wales, being at an interview near Aust upon Severn, in Gloucestershire, and the prince sent for, refused to come to the king, he would needs go over to him. Which Llewellyn perceiving, went up to the arms in water, and embracing his boat, would have carried him out upon his shoulders, adding that his humility and wisdom had triumphed over his pride and folly, and thereupon he was reconciled unto him, and did his homage. If thou canst not so win him, put it up, if thou beest a true Christian, a good divine, and imitator of Christ, for he was reviled and put it up, whipped and sought no revenge. Thou wilt pray for thine enemies, and bless them that persecute thee. Be patient, meek, humble, and see an honest man will not offer the injury, probus non vult. If he were a brangling knave, 'tis his fashion so to do, whereas least heart is most tongue. Quo quisque stultier, eo magis insulsit, the more sottish he is, still the more insolent. Do not answer a fool according to his folly. If he be thy superior, bear it by all means, grieve not at it, let him take his course. Anytus and Melitus may kill me, they cannot hurt me, as that generous Socrates made answer in like case. Mens immota manet, though the body be torn in pieces with wild horses, broken on the wheel, pinched with fiery tongs, the soul cannot be distracted. 'Tis an ordinary thing for great men to vilify and insult, oppress, injure, tyrannize, to take what liberty they list, and who dare speak against? Miserum est ob eo liti, a quo non possus query, a miserable thing, 'tis to be injured of him, from whom is no appeal, and not safe to write against him that can proscribe and punish a man at his pleasure, which Asinius Pollio was aware of, when Octavianus provoked him. 'Tis hard I confess to be so injured. One of Chilo's 3 difficult things, to keep counsel, spend his time well, put up injuries. But be thou patient, and leave revenge unto the Lord. Vengeance is mine, and I will repay, saith the Lord. I know the Lord, saith David, will avenge the afflicted and judge the poor. No man, as Plato farther adds, can so severely punish his adversary, as God will such as oppress miserable men. Itrum ille rem judicatum judicat, majorque mulcta mulctat. If there be any religion, any God, and that God be just, it shall be so. If thou believest the one, believe the other. Erit, it shall be so. Nemesis comes after. Ciro said Sirio, stay but a little, and thou shalt see God's just judgment overtake him. Raro antecedentem celestum deserut pede pona claudo. Yet with sure steps, though lame and slow, vengeance ordakes the trembling villain's speed. Thou shalt perceive that verified of Samuel to Agag, 1 Sam, Roman 15:33. Thy sword hath made many women childless, so shall thy mother be childless amongst other women. It shall be done to them as they have done to others. Conradinus, that brave Suevian prince, came with a well-prepared army into the kingdom of Naples, was taken prisoner by King Charles, and put to death in the flower of his youth, a little after Ulcianum Conradini mortis, Pandulphus Colinudius hist. Neep, lib. 5 calls it, King Charles's own son, with 200 nobles, was so taken prisoner, and beheaded in like sort. Not in this only, but in all other offences, quo quisque peccat in eo punitor, they shall be punished in the same kind, in the same part, like nature, eye with or in the eye, head with or in the head, persecution with persecution, lust with effects of lust. Let them march on with ensigns displayed. Let drums beat on, trumpets sound teratantara, let them sack cities, take the spoil of countries, murder infants, deflower virgins, destroy, burn, persecute, and tyrannize. They shall be fully rewarded at last in the same measure, they and theirs, and that to their desert. Ad generum seraris sine quid et sanguine possae descendunt reges et sicca mort tyranny. Few tyrants in their beds do die, but stabbed or maimed to hell they hie. Oftentimes, too, a base contemptible fellow is the instrument of God's justice to punish, to torture, and vex them, as an ichneumon doth a crocodile. They shall be recompensed according to the works of their hands, as Haman was hanged on the gallows he provided for Mordecai. They shall have sorrow of heart, and be destroyed from under the heaven. 3. Roman 3. 64, 65, 66. Only be thou patient, vincit qui patitor, and in the end thou shalt be crowned. Yea, but 'tis a hard matter to do this, flesh and blood may not abide it. 'Tis grave, grave no, Chrysostom replies, non est grave, o homo. 'Tis not so grievous, neither had God commanded it if it had been so difficult. But how shall it be done? Easily, as he follows it, if thou shalt look to heaven, behold the beauty of it, and what God hath promised to such as put up injuries. But if thou resist and go about vim Romans 6 repeller, as the custom of the world is, to right thyself, or hast given just cause of offense, 'tis no injury then but a condign punishment. Thou hast deserved as much. A te principium, in te recredit crimen quod a te fuit. Peccasti quies, as Ambrose expostulates with Cain, lib 3. Do Abel et Cain. Dionysius of Syracuse, in his exile, was made to stand without door, patienter ferendum, fortis nos tail quid fecimus, quam in honor essimus. He wisely put it up, and laid the fault where it was on his own pride and scorn, which in his prosperity he had formerly showed others. 'Tis Tully's axiom, fair e molestisime homines non debent, qui ipsorum culpa contracta sunt, self-do, self-have, as the saying is, they may thank themselves. For he that doth wrong must look to be wronged again, habet et musca splenum, et formici sua bills anest. The least fly hath a spleen, and a little bee a sting. An ass overwhelmed a thistlewarp's nest, the little bird pecked his galled back in revenge, and the humblebee in the fable flung down the eagle's eggs out of Jupiter's lap. Brassides in Plutarch put his hand into a mouse's nest and hurt her young ones. She bit him by the finger. I see now, saith he, there is no creature so contemptible, that will not be revenged. 'Tis lex talionis, and the nature of all things so to do. If thou wilt live quietly thyself, do no wrong to others. If any be done thee, put it up with patience, endure it, for this is thankworthy, saith our apostle. If any man for conscience towards God endure grief, and suffer wrong undeserved. For what praise is it, if when ye be buffeted for you faults, ye take it patiently? But if when you do well, ye suffer wrong, and take it patiently, there is thanks with God, for hereunto verily we are called. Qui mala non fert, ips sibi testis est per impatientiam quod bonus non est. He that cannot bear injuries, witnesseth against himself that he is no good man, as Gregory holds. 'Tis the nature of wicked men to do injuries, as it is the property of all honest men patiently to bear them. Improbitas nullo flectitur obsequio. The wolf in the emblem sucked the goat, so the shepherd would have it, but he kept nevertheless a wolf's nature. A knave will be a knave. Injury is on the other side a good man's footboy, his fitus a cleates, and as a lackey follows him wheresoever he goes. Besides, misera est fortuna qui caret inimico, he is in a miserable estate that wants enemies. It is a thing not to be avoided, and therefore with more patience to be endured. Cato censorius, that upright Cato of whom Paterculus gives that honorable eulogium, bene fecit quod aliter facere non potuit, was 50 times indicted and accused by his fellow citizens, and as Ammianus well hath it, quis erit innocens si clam vel palum accusa sufficit. If it be sufficient to accuse a man openly or in private, who shall be free? If there were no other respect than that of Christianity, religion, and the like, to induce men to be long-suffering and patient, yet methinks the nature of injury itself is sufficient to keep them quiet. The tumults, uproars, miseries, discontents, anguish, loss, dangers that attend upon it might restrain the calamities of contention. For as it is with ordinary gamesters, the gains go to the box, so falls it out to such as contend. The lawyers get all. And therefore, if they would consider of it, aliena pericula cantos, other men's misfortunes in this kind, and common experience might detain them. The more they contend, the more they are involved in a labyrinth of woes, and the catastrophe is to consume one another, like the elephant and dragon's conflict in Pliny. The dragon got under the elephant's belly and sucked his blood so long, till he fell down dead upon the dragon and killed him with the fall, so both were ruined. Tease a hydra's head, contention, the more they strive, the more they may, and as Praxiteles did by his glass when he saw a scurvy face in it, break it in pieces. But for that one he saw many more as bad in a moment. For one injury done they provoke another comphonor, and 20 enemies for one. Noli irritere crabrones, oppose not thyself to a multitude. But if thou hast received a wrong, wisely consider of it, and if thou canst possibly, compose thyself with patience to bear it. This is the safest course, and thou shalt find greatest ease to be quiet. I say the same of scoffs, slanders, contumelies, obloquies, defamations, detractions, pasquilling libels, and the like, which may tend any way to our disgrace. Tease but opinion. If we could neglect, contemn, or with patience digest them, they would reflect on them that offered them at first. A wise citizen, I know not whence, had a scold to his wife. When she brawled, he played on his drum, and by that means madded her more, because she saw that he would not be moved. Diogenes in a crowd when one called him back, and told him how the boys laughed him to scorn, ego, inquit, non-ridier, took no notice of it. Socrates was brought upon the stage by Aristophanes, and misused to his face, but he laughed as if it concerned him not. And as Aelian relates of him, whatsoever good or bad accident or fortune befell him going in or coming out, Socrates still kept the same countenance. Even so should a Christian do, as Hierom describes him, per infamiam et bonum famam grassari ad immortalitatem, march on through good and bad reports to immortality, not to be moved. For honesty is a sufficient reward, probitas sibi, premium, and in our times the sole recompense to do well is to do well, but naughtiness will punish itself at last, improbus ipsa nequitia supplicium. As the diverb is, qui bene fecerunt, illi sua facta sequenter, qui male fecerunt, facta sequenter iis. They that do well shall have reward at last, but they that ill shall suffer for that's past. Yea, but I am ashamed, disgraced, dishonored, degraded, exploded. My notorious crimes and villainies are come to light, deprendi miserum est, my filthy lust, abominable oppression, and avarice lies open, my good name's lost, my fortune's gone, I have been stigmatized, whipped at post, arraigned and condemned, I am a common obloquy, I have lost my ears, odious, execrable, abhorred of God and men. Be content, tease but a 9 days' wonder, and as one sorrow drives out another, one passion another, one cloud another, one rumor is expelled by another. Every day almost, come new news unto our ears, as how the sun was eclipsed, meteors seen in the air, monsters born, prodigies, how the Turks were overthrown in Persia, an earthquake in Helvetia, Calabria, Japan, or China, an inundation in Holland, a great plague in Constantinople, a fire at Prague, a dearth in Germany. Such a man is made a lord, a bishop, another hanged, deposed, pressed to death, for some murder, treason, rape, theft, oppression. All which we do hear at first with a kind of admiration, detestation, consternation, but by and by they are buried in silence. Thy father's dead, thy brother robbed, wife runs mad, neighbor hath killed himself. Tease heavy, ghastly, fearful news at first, in every man's mouth, table talk, but after a while who speaks or thinks of it? It will be so with thee and thine offense, it will be forgotten in an instant, be it theft, rape, sodomy, murder, incest, treason, and see, thou art not the first offender, nor shalt not be the last. 'Tis no wonder, every hour such malefactors are called in question. Nothing so common, quacunc in populo, quacunc sub ax, comfort thyself, thou art not the sole man. If he that were guiltless himself should fling the first stone at thee, and he alone should accuse thee that were faultless, how many executioners, how many accusers wouldst thou have? If every man's sins were written in his forehead, and secret faults known, how many thousands would parallel, if not exceed thine offense? It may be the judge that gave sentence, the jury that condemned thee, the spectators that gazed on thee, deserved much more, and were far more guilty than thou thyself. But it is thine infelicity to be taken, to be made a public example of justice, to be a terror to the rest. Yet should every man have his desert, thou wouldst peradventure be a saint in comparison. Vexat centura Columbas, poor souls are punished. The great ones do 20,000 times worse, and are not so much as spoken of. Non redia capitri tenditur nec milvio, qui male faciant nobis. Illis qui nil faciant tenditur. The net's not laid for kites or birds of prey, but for the harmless still our gins we lay. Be not dismayed then, humanum est error, we are all sinners, daily and hourly subject to temptations. The best of us is a hypocrite, a grievous offender in God's sight. Noah, Lot, David, Peter, and see, how many mortal sins do we commit? Shall I say, be penitent, ask forgiveness, and make amends by the sequel of thy life, for that foul offense thou hast committed? Recover thy credit by some noble exploit, as Themistocles did, for he was a most debauched and vicious youth, sed juventi maculas proclaris factis delevit, but made the world amends by brave exploits. At last become a new man, and seek to be reformed. He that runs away in a battle, as Demosthenes said, may fight again, and he that hath a fall may stand as upright as ever he did before. Nemo disperit meliora lapsus, a wicked liver may be reclaimed, and prove an honest man. He that is odious in present, hissed out, in exile, may be received again with all men's favors and singular applause. So Tully was in Rome, Alcibiades in Athens. Let thy disgrace then be what it will, quod fit, infectum non potest esse, that which is past cannot be recalled. Trouble not thyself, vex and grieve thyself no more, be it obloquy, disgrace, and see no better way than to neglect, contemn, or seem not to regard it, to make no reckoning of it, dies robber arguit dicicitas. If thou be guiltless it concerns thee not. Irrita vanillaqui quid curas spicula lingui, latrantum curatni alta Diana canum. Doth the moon care for the barking of a dog? They detract, scoff and rail, saith one, and bark at me on every side. But I, like that Albanian dog sometimes given to Alexander for a present, vindico me ab illis solo contemptu, I lie still and sleep, vindicate myself by contempt alone. Expers terroris Achilles armatus. As a tortoise in his shell, virtut me involvo, or an urchin round, nil more ictus a lizard in chamomile, I decline their fury and am safe. Integritas virtusque, suo munimine tuta, non petat adversi morsibus invidiae. Virtue and integrity are their own fence, care not for envy, or what comes from thence. Let them rail then, scoff and slander, sapiens contumelia non efficiter. A wise man, Seneca thinks, is not moved, because he knows, contra sycophanti morsum non est remedium, there is no remedy for it. Kings and princes, wise, grave, prudent, holy, good men, divine, are all so served alike. O Jane a tergo quem nulla Siconia pincit, antevorta and postvorta, Jupiter's guardians, may not help in this case, they cannot protect. Moses had a Dathan, a Korath, David a Shimei, God himself is blasphemed. Nondum felix eis ct nondum turba deridit. It is an ordinary thing so to be misused. Regium est cum bene faceris male audaer, the chiefest men and most understanding are so vilified. Let him take his course. And as that lusty courser in Aesop, that contemned the poor ass, came by and by after with his bowels burst, a pack on his back, and was derided of the same ass, contemnenter ob iis quos ipsi prius contempsor, et iridebunter ob iis quos ipsi prius irisor, they shall be contemned and laughed to scorn of those whom they have formerly derided. Let them contemn, defame, or undervalue, insult, oppress, scoff, slander, abuse, wrong, curse, and swear, feign and lie. Do thou comfort thyself with a good conscience. In sinu gaudias, when they have all done, a good conscience is a continual feast. Innocency will vindicate itself. And which the poet gave out of Hercules, dies fruiter iratis, enjoy thyself, though all the world be set against thee, contemn and say with him, elogium mihi pre, foribus, my posy is not to be moved, that my palladium, my breastplate, my buckler, with which I ward all injuries, offenses, lies, slanders. I lean upon that stake of modesty, so receive and break asunder all that foolish force of liver and spleen. And whosoever he is that shall observe these short instructions, without all question he shall much ease and benefit himself. In fine, if princes would do justice, judges be upright, clergymen truly devout, and so live as they teach, if great men would not be so insolent, if soldiers would quietly defend us, the poor would be patient, rich men would be liberal and humble, citizens honest, magistrates meek, superiors would give good example, subjects peaceable, young men would stand in awe. If parents would be kind to their children, and they again obedient to their parents, brethren agree amongst themselves, enemies be reconciled, servants trusty to their masters, virgins chaste, wives modest, husbands would be loving and less jealous. If we could imitate Christ and his apostles, live after God's laws, these mischiefs would not so frequently happen amongst us. but being most part so irreconcilable as we are, perverse, proud, insolent, factious, and malicious, prone to contention, anger, and revenge, of such fiery spirits, so captious, impious, irreligious, so opposite to virtue, void of grace, how should it otherwise be? Many men are very testy by nature, apt to mistake, apt to quarrel, apt to provoke and misinterpret to the worst everything that is said or done, and thereupon heap unto themselves a great deal of trouble and disquietness to others, smatterers in other men's matters, tale-bearers, whisperers, liars, they cannot speak in season, or hold their tongues when they should, et suam partem iditum tessere cum aliena est oratio. They will speak more than comes to their shares in all companies, and by those bad courses accumulate much evil to their own souls, qui contendit. Sibi convicium facit, their life is a perpetual brawl. They snarl like so many dogs, with their wives, children, servants, neighbors, and all the rest of their friends, they can agree with nobody. But to such as are judicious, meek, submissive, and quiet, these matters are easily remedied. They will forbear upon all such occasions, neglect, contemn, or take no notice of them, dissemble, or wisely turn it off. If it be a natural impediment, as a red nose, squint eyes, crooked legs, or any such imperfection, infirmity, disgrace, reproach, the best way is to speak of it first thyself. And so thou shalt surely take away all occasions from others to jest at or contemn, that they may perceive thee to be careless of it. Vatinius was wont to scoff at his own deformed feet, to prevent his enemies' obloquies and sarcasms in that kind. Or else by prevention, as Codes, king of Thrace, that brake a company of fine glasses presented to him, with his own hands, lest he should be overmuch moved when they were broken by chance. And sometimes again, so that it be discreetly and moderately done, it shall not be amiss to make resistance, to take down such a saucy companion, no better means to vindicate himself to purchase final peace. For he that suffers himself to be ridden, or through pusillanimity or sottishness will let every man baffle him, shall be a common laughing stock to flout at. As a cur that goes through a village, if he clap his tail between his legs and run away, every cur will insult over him. But if he bristle up himself and stand to it, give but a counter-snarl, there's not a dog dares meddle with him. Much is in a man's courage and discreet carriage of himself. Many other grievances there are, which happen to mortals in this life from friends, wives, children, servants, masters, companions, neighbors, our own defaults, ignorance, errors, intemperance, indiscretion, infirmities, and many good remedies to mitigate and oppose them, many divine precepts to counterpoise our hearts, special antidotes both in scriptures and human authors, which whoso will observe shall purchase much ease and quietness unto himself. I will point out a few. Those prophetical, apostolical admonitions are well known to all. What Solomon, Suricides, our Saviour Christ himself hath said tending to this purpose, as fear God. Obey the prince, be sober and watch, pray continually, be angry but sin not. Remember thy last, fashion not yourselves to this world, and see, apply yourselves to the times. Strive not with a mighty man. Recompense good for evil, let nothing be done through contention or vainglory, but with meekness of mind, every man esteeming of others better than himself. Love one another. Or that epitome of the law and the prophets, which our Saviour inculcates, love God above all, thy neighbor as thyself. And whatsoever you would that men should do unto you, so do unto them, which Alexander Severus writ in letters of gold, and used as a motto hieram commends to Selentia as an excellent way, amongst so many enticements and worldly provocations, to rectify her life. Out of human authors take these few cautions, know thyself. Be contented with thy lot. Trust not wealth, beauty, nor parasites, they will bring thee to destruction. Have peace with all men, war with vice. Be not idle. Look before you leap, beware of had I wist. Honor thy parents, speak well of friends. Be temperate in four things, lingua, locis, oculis, et poculis. Watch thine eye, moderate thine expenses. Hear much, speak little, sustain et abstain. If thou seest aught amiss in another, mend it in thyself. Keep thine own counsel, reveal not thy secrets, be silent in thine intentions. Give not ear to tale-tellers, babblers, be not scurrilous in conversation, just without bitterness. Give no man cause of offense, set thine house in order, take heed of suretyship. Fidet diffide as a fox on the ice, take heed whom you trust. Live not beyond thy means, give cheerfully, pay thy dues willingly. Be not a slave to thy money, omit not occasion, embrace opportunity, lose no time. Be humble to thy superiors, respective to thine equals, affable to all, but not familiar. Flatter no man. Lie not, dissemble not. Keep thy word and promise, be constant in a good resolution. Speak truth, be not opinionative, maintain no factions. Lay no wagers, make no comparisons, find no faults, meddle not with other men's matters. Admire not thyself, be not proud or popular. Insult not, fortunam reverenter habe. Fear not that which cannot be avoided. Grieve not for that which cannot be recalled. Undervalue not thyself, accuse no man, commend no man rashly. Go not to law without great cause, strive not with a greater man. Cast not off an old friend, take heed of a reconciled enemy. If thou come as a guest, stay not too long. Be not unthankful, be meek, merciful, and patient. Do good to all, be not fond of fair words. Be not a neuter in a faction, moderate thy passions. Think no place without a witness. Admonish thy friend in secret, commend him in public. Keep good company. Love others to be beloved thyself. Ama tanquem auguris. Amicus tardo fias. Provide for a tempest. Noli irriter crabrons. Do not prostitute thy soul for gain. Make not a fool of thyself to make others merry. Marry not an old crony or a fool for money. Be not over-solicitous or curious. Seek that which may be found. Seem not greater than thou art. Take thy pleasure soberly. Ossimum ni terrido. Live merrily as thou canst. Take heed by other men's examples. Go as thou wouldst be met, sit as thou wouldst be found, yield to the time, follow the stream. Wilt thou live free from fears and cares? Live innocently, keep thyself upright. Thou needest no other keeper, and look for more in Isocrates, Seneca, Plutarch, Epictetus, and c. And for defect, consult with cheese trenchers and painted cloths. Mem. Roman 8. Against melancholy itself. Every man, saith Seneca, thinks his own burthen the heaviest, and a melancholy man above all others complains most. Weariness of life, abhorring all company and light, fear, sorrow, suspicion, anguish of mind, bashfulness, and those other dread symptoms of body and mind, must needs aggravate this misery. Yet compared to other maladies, they are not so heinous as they be taken. For first, this disease is either in habit or disposition, curable or incurable. If new and in disposition, 'tis commonly pleasant, and it may be helped. If inveterate or a habit, yet they have lucida intervalla, sometimes well and sometimes ill, or if more continuate, as the vengeance were to the Romans, 'tis hostis magis assidus quam gravis, a more durable enemy than dangerous. And amongst many inconveniences, some comforts are annexed to it. First, it is not catching, and as Erasmus comforted himself when he was grievously sick of the stone, though it was most troublesome and an intolerable pain to him, yet it was no whit offensive to others. Not loathsome to the spectators, ghastly, fulsome, terrible, as plagues, apoplexies, leprosies, wounds, sores, tetters, pox, pestilent agues are, which either admit of no company, terrify or offend those that are present. In this malady, that which is wholly to themselves, and those symptoms not so dreadful if they be compared to the opposite extremes. They are most part bashful, suspicious, solitary, and therefore no such ambitious, impudent intruders as some are, no sharkers, no canaille-catchers, no prowlers, no smell-feasts, praters, panders, parasites, bawds, drunkards, whoremasters. Necessity and defect compel them to be honest. As Midio told Demi in the comedy, hic si nec ego nec tu fessimus, non sinit egestas facere nos. If we be honest, 'twas poverty made us so. If we melancholy men be not as bad as he that is worst, 'tis our dame melancholy kept us so. Non diret voluntas sed facultas. Besides, they are freed in this from many other infirmities. Solitariness makes them more apt to contemplate, suspicion wary, which is a necessary humor in these times. Non palque maxime cavit, is seep cauter captus est. He that takes most heed is often circumvented and overtaken. Fear and sorrow keep them temperate and sober, and free them from any dissolute acts, which jollity and boldness thrust men upon. They are therefore no sicere, roaring boys, thieves, or assassins. As they are soon dejected, so they are as soon, by soft words and good persuasions, reared. Wearisomeness of life makes them they are not so besotted on the transitory vain pleasures of the world. If they dote in one thing, they are wise and well understanding in most other. If it be inveterate, they are insensati, most part doting or quite mad, insensible of any wrongs, ridiculous to others, but most happy and secure to themselves. Dotage is a state which many much magnify and commend. So is simplicity, and folly, as he said, sic hic furor o superi, sit mihi perpetuus. Some think fools and dizzards live the merriest lives, as Ajax in Sophocles, Nihil sire vita jucundissima, tease the pleasantest life to know nothing. In Nurs malorum remedium ignorantia, ignorance is a downright remedy of evils. These curious arts and laborious sciences, Galen's, Tully's Aristotle's, Justinian's, do but trouble the world some think. We might live better with that illiterate Virginian simplicity and gross ignorance. Entire idiots do best. They are not macerated with cares, tormented with fears, and anxiety as other wise men are. For as he said, if folly were a pain, you should hear them howl, roar, and cry out in every house as you go by in the street. But they are most free, jocund, and merry, and in some countries, as amongst the Turks, honored for saints and abundantly maintained out of the common stock. They are no dissemblers, liars, hypocrites, for fools and madmen tell commonly truth. In a word, as they are distressed, so are they pitied, which some hold better than to be envied, better to be sad than merry, better to be foolish and quiet, quam sapere et ringi, to be wise and still vexed. Better to be miserable than happy. Of two extremes it is the best. Sect Roman 4, Mem. I. Subsect I. Of physic which cureth with medicines. After a long and tedious discourse of these 6 non-natural things and their several rectifications, all which are comprehended in diet, I am come now at last to pharmaceutis, or that kind of physic which cureth by medicines, which apothecaries most part make, mingle, or sell in their shops. Many cavil at this kind of physic and hold it unnecessary, unprofitable to this or any other disease, because those countries which use it least, live longest and are best in health, as Hector Boethius relates of the Isles of Orcades, the people are still sound of body and mind, without any use of physic, they live commonly 120 years, and Ortelius in his itinerary of the inhabitants of the forest of Arden, they are very painful, long-lived, sound, and see. Martianus Capella. Speaking of the Indians of his time, saith, they were much like our western Indians now, bigger than ordinary men, bred coarsely, very long-lived, insomuch that he that died at 100 years of age, went before his time, and see Damianus Agos, Saxo Grammaticus Aubenus Bohemus, say the like of them that live in Norway, Lapland, Finnmark, Byermia, Corelia, all over Scandia. And those northern countries they are most healthful, and very long-lived, in which places there is no use at all of physic. The name of it is not once heard. Dithmarus Bleskenius in his accurate description of Iceland, 1607, makes mention, amongst other matters, of the inhabitants and their manner of living, which is dried fish instead of bread, butter, cheese, and salt meats. Most part they drink water and whey, and yet without physic or physician, they live many of them 250 years. I find the same relation by Lyrius and some other writers of Indians in America. Paulus Jovius in his description of Britain, and Levinus Lemnius, observe as much of this our island, that there was of old no use of physic amongst us, and but little at this day, except it be for a few nice idle citizens, surfeiting courtiers, and stall-fed gentlemen lubbers. The country people use kitchen physic, and common experience tells vis that they live freest from all manner of infirmities that make least use of apothecaries' physic. Many are overthrown by preposterous use of it, and thereby get their bane that might otherwise have escaped. Some think physicians kill as many as they save, and who can tell, quot Themison egros autumno occiderit uno? How many murders they make in a year, quibus impune licet hominum occidere, that may freely kill folks, and have a reward for it, and according to the Dutch proverb, a new physician must have a new churchyard, and who daily observes it not. Many that did ill under physicians' hands have happily escaped when they have been given over by them, left to God and nature and themselves. 'Twas Pliny's dilemma of old, every disease is either curable or incurable, a man recovers of it or is killed by it. Both ways physic is to be rejected. If it be deadly, it cannot be cured. If it may be helped, it requires no physician, nature will expel it of itself. Plato made it a great sign of an intemperate and corrupt commonwealth, where lawyers and physicians did abound. And the Romans distasted them so much that they were often banished out of their city, as Pliny and Celsus relate, for 600 years not admitted. It is no art at all, as some hold, no not worthy the name of a liberal science, nor law neither, as pet. And Canon Herius, a patrician of Rome and a great doctor himself, one of their own tribe, proves by 16 arguments, because it is mercenary as now used, base, and as fiddlers play for a reward. Juridicis Medicis Fisco Fas Viva Rapto, T's a corrupt trade, no science, art, no profession. The beginning, practice, and progress of it all is naught, full of imposture, uncertainty, and doth generally more harm than good. The devil himself was the first inventor of it. Inventum est medicina meum, said Apollo, and what was Apollo but the devil? The Greeks first made an art of it, and they were all deluded by Apollo's sons, priests, oracles. If we may believe Varro, Pliny, Columella, most of their best medicines were derived from his oracles. Aesculapius his son had his temples erected to his deity, and did many famous cures, but, as Lactantius holds, he was a magician, a mere impostor, and as his successors, Phaon, Podalirius, Melampius, Menecrates, another god, by charms, spells, and ministry of bad spirits, performed most of their cures. The first that ever wrote in physic to any purpose was Hippocrates, and his disciple and commentator Galen, whom Scaliger calls Fimbrium Hippocrates. But as Cardan censures them, both immethodical and obscure, as all those old ones are, their precepts confused, their medicines obsolete, and now most part rejected. Those cures which they did, Paracelsus holds, were rather done out of their patients' confidence, and good opinion they had of them, than out of any skill of theirs, which was very small. He saith, they themselves idiots and infants, as are all their academical followers. The Arabians received it from the Greeks, and so the Latins, adding new precepts and medicines of their own, but so imperfect still, that through ignorance of professors, impostors, mountebanks, empirics disagreeing of sectaries, which are as many almost as there be diseases, envy, covetousness, and the like, they do much harm amongst us. They are so different in their consultations, prescriptions, mistaking many times the party's constitution, disease, and causes of it, they give quite contrary physic. One saith this, another that, out of singularity or opposition, as he said of Adrian, multitudo medicorum principum interfecit, a multitude of physicians hath killed the emperor. Plus a medico quam a morbo periculi, more danger there is from the physician than from the disease. Besides, there is much imposture and malice amongst them. All arts, saith Cardan, admit of cozening physic, amongst the rest, doth appropriate it to herself, and tells a story of one Curtius, a physician in Venice. Because he was a stranger and practiced amongst them, the rest of the physicians did still cross him in all his precepts. If he prescribed hot medicines, they would prescribe cold, miscens pro calides frigida, pro frigides humida, pro purgantibus astringentia, binders for purgatives, omnia perturbabant. If the party miscarried, Curtium damnabant, Curtius killed him that disagreed from them. If he recovered, then they cured him themselves. Much emulation, imposture, malice there is amongst them. If they be honest and mean well, yet a knave apothecary that administers the physic and makes the medicine may do infinite harm by his old obsolete doses, adulterine drugs, bad mixtures, quid pro quo, and C. Fuccius lib 1 sect. 1 cap. 8. Cordis, dispensatory, and Brassivolas examen simple. And c. But it is their ignorance that doth more harm than rashness, their art is wholly conjectural. If it be an art, uncertain, imperfect, and got by killing of men, they are a kind of butchers, leeches, menslayers, chirurgeons, and apothecaries especially, that are indeed the physicians' hangmen, carnifices, and common executioners. Though to say truth, physicians themselves come not far behind. For according to that faced epigram of Maximilianus Urentius, what's the difference? Chirurgicus medico quo differt, silicet isto, enicat hic success, enicat alem manu. Carnifis hoc ambo tantum differa videnter tardius hae faciunt, quod facit illescido. But I return to their skill. Many diseases they cannot cure at all, as apoplexy, epilepsy, stone, strangury, gout, toller nodosum nescit medicina podogram. Quartan agues, a common ague sometimes stumbles them all, they cannot so much as ease, they know not how to judge of it. If by pulses, that doctrine, some hold, is wholly superstitious, and I dare boldly say with Andrew Dudeth, that variety of pulses described by Galen, is neither observed nor understood of any. And for urine, that is meretrix medicorum, the most deceitful thing of all, as Forestus and some other physicians have proved at large. I say nothing of critic days, errors in indications, and c. The most rational of them and skillful are so often deceived that, as Thalasanus infers, I had rather believe and commit myself to a mere empiric than to a mere doctor, and I cannot sufficiently commend that custom of the Babylonians that have no professed physicians, but bring all their patients to the market to be cured, which Herodotus relates of the Egyptians. Strabo, Sardis, and Aubanus Bohemus of many other nations. And those that prescribed physic amongst them did not so arrogantly take upon them to cure all diseases as our professors do, but some one, some another as their skill and experience did serve. One cured the eyes, a second the teeth, a third the head, another the lower parts, and not for gain, but in charity to do good. They made neither art, profession, nor trade of it, which in other places was accustomed. And therefore Cambyses in Xenophon told Cyrus that to his thinking, physicians were like tailors and cobblers. The one mended our sick bodies, as the other did our clothes. But I will urge these cavilling and contumelious arguments no farther, lest some physician should mistake me, and deny me physic when I am sick. For my part, I am well persuaded of physic. I can distinguish the abuse from the use, in this and many other arts and sciences. Aliud vinum, aliud ebrietas, wine and drunkenness are two distinct things. I acknowledge it a most noble and divine science, in so much that Apollo, Aesculapius, and the first founders of it, merito pro deas habiti, were worthily counted gods by succeeding ages, for the excellency of their invention. And whereas Apollo at Delos, Venus at Cyprus, Diana at Ephesus, and those other gods were confined and adored alone in some peculiar places, Aesculapius and his temple and altars everywhere, in Corinth, Lacedaemon, Athens, Thebes, Epidaurus, and see Pausanias records, for the latitude of his art, deity, worth, and necessity. With all virtuous and wise men, therefore, I honor the name and calling, as I am enjoined to honor the physician for necessity's sake. The knowledge of the physician lifteth up his head, and in the sight of great men he shall be admired. The Lord hath created medicines of the earth, and he that is wise will not abhor them, Eccles, LVI 1. But of this noble subject, how many panegyrics are worthily written? For my part, as Sallust said of Carthage, prestat Siler, quam pauca dicer, I have said, yet one thing I will add, that this kind of physic is very moderately and advisedly to be used, upon good occasion, when the former of diet will not take place. And 'tis no other which I say, than that which Arnoldus prescribes in his 8. Aphorus. A discreet and goodly physician doth first endeavor to expel a disease by medicinal diet, than by pure medicine, and in his 9th, he that may be cured by diet must not meddle with physic. So in 11. Aphorus. A modest and wise physician will never hasten to use medicines, but upon urgent necessity, and that sparingly too, because, as he adds in his 13. Aphorus. Whosoever takes much physic in his youth, shall soon bewail it in his old age, purgative physic especially, which doth much debilitate nature. For which causes some physicians refrain from the use of purgatives, or else sparingly use them. Henricus Aerarus in a consultation for a melancholy person, would have him take as few purges as he could, because there be no such medicines, which do not steal away some of our strength, and rob the parts of our body weak in nature, and cause that cachechemia, which Celsus and others observe, or ill digestion, and bad juice through all the parts of it. Galen himself confesseth, that purgative physic is contrary to nature, takes away some of our best spirits, and consumes the very substance of our bodies. But this, without question, is to be understood of such purges as are unseasonably or immoderately taken. They have their excellent use in this, as well as most other infirmities. Of alteratives and cordials no man doubts, be they simples or compounds. I will amongst that infinite variety of medicines, which I find in every pharmacopoeia, every physician, herbalist, and single out some of the chiefest. Subsect Roman 2. Simples proper to melancholy against exotic simples. Medicines properly applied to melancholy are either simple or compound. Simples are alterative or purgative. Alteratives are such as correct, strengthen nature, alter, any way hinder or resist the disease, and they be herbs, stones, minerals, and all proper to this humor. For as there be diverse distinct infirmities continually vexing us. Nu omicron letter 1 F6, sigma omicron iota delta letter 1 F00, nu theta rho letter 1 F7C, pi omicron iota sigma iota letter 1 F10 phi letter 1 F20, mu letter 1 F73, rho eta letter 1 F20 delta epsilon pi iota, nu upsilon kappa tau letter 1 F76, alpha upsilon tau letter 1 F79, mu a tau omicron iota phi omicron iota tau letter 1 FF6 sigma iota. Kappa alpha kappa letter 1 F70, theta nu eta tau, Omicron letter 1 FD6, sigma iota phi letter 1 F72, rho Omicron upsilon sigma alpha iota sigma iota gamma letter 1 FC6, letter 1 F10 pi epsilon iota, phi omega nu letter 1 F74 nu letter 1 F20, psi epsilon letter 1 F77, lambda epsilon tau, Omicron mu eta tau letter 1 F77, epsilon tau alpha zeta epsilon letter 1 F7a sigma. Diseases steal both day and night on men, for Jupiter hath taken voice from them. So there be several remedies, as he saith, each disease a medicine for every humour. And as some hold, every clime, every country, and more than that, every private place hath his proper remedies growing in it, peculiar almost to the domineering and most frequent maladies of it. As one discourseth, wormhood grows sparingly in Italy, because most part there they be misaffected with hot diseases. But henbane, poppy, and such cold herbs. With us in Germany and Poland, great store of it in every waste. Bacillus horto geniali, and Baptista porta physiognomici, lib 6. Cap. 23, give many instances and examples of it, and bring many other proofs. For that cause belike that learned Fuchsius of Nuremberg, when he came into a village, considered always what herbs did grow most frequently about it, and those he distilled in a silver alembic, making use of others amongst them as occasion served. I know that many are of opinion, our northern simples are weak, imperfect, not so well concocted, of such force, as those in the southern parts, not so fit to be used in physic, and will therefore fetch their drugs afar off. Senna, cassia out of Egypt, rhubarb from Barbary, aloes from Socotra. Turbith, agaric, myrobalines, hermidactyls from the East Indies, tobacco from the West, and some as far as China, hellebore from the Antisiri, or that of Austria which bears the purple flower, which Matthiolus so much approves, and so of the rest. In the kingdom of Valencia in Spain, Maginus commends two mountains, Mariola and Renagalosa, famous for simples. Leander Albertus, Baldus a mountain near the lake Benacus in the territory of Verona, to which all the herbalists in the country continually flock. Ortelius one in Apulia, Munster Mons Major in Istria, others Montpellier in France. Prosper Altinus prefers Egyptian simples, Garcia's ob Horto Indian before the rest, another those of Italy, Crete, and see many times they are overcurious in this kind, whom Fuchsius taxeth instit. L1. Sec 1. Cap. 1. That think they do nothing, except they rake all over India, Arabia, Ethiopia for remedies, and fetch their physic from the 3/4 of the world, and from beyond the Garamantes. Many an old wife or country woman doth often more good with a few known and common garden herbs, than our bombast physicians, with all their prodigious, sumptuous, far-fetched, rare, conjectural medicines. Without all question, if we have not these rare exotic simples, we hold that at home, which is in virtue equivalent unto them, ours will serve as well as theirs, if they be taken in proportionable quantity, fitted and qualified aright, if not much better, and more proper to our constitutions. But so 'tis for the most part, as Pliny writes to Gallus, we are careless of that which is near us, and follow that which is afar off, to know which we will travel and sail beyond the seas, wholly neglecting that which is under our eyes. Opium in Turkey doth scarce offend, with us in a small quantity it stupefies. Cicuta or hemlock is a strong poison in Greece, but with us it hath no such violent effects. I conclude with Ivoscius, who as he much inveighs against those exotic medicines, so he promiseth by our European, a full cure and absolute of all diseases. A capite ad calcem, nostri regionis herbi nostris corporibus magis conducant, our own simples agree best with us. It was a thing that Fernelius much labored in his French practice, to reduce all his cure to our proper and domestic physic. So did Janus Cornerius and Martin Rulandus in Germany. T.B. with us, as appeareth by a treatise of his divulged in our tongue 1615, to prove the sufficiency of English medicines to the cure of all manner of diseases. If our simples be not altogether of such force, or so apposite, it may be, if like industry were used, those far-fetched drugs would prosper as well with us, as in those countries whence now we have them, as well as cherries, artichokes, tobacco, and many such. There have been diverse worthy physicians, which have tried excellent conclusions in this kind, and many diligent, painful apothecaries, as Gessner, Bisler, Gerard, and C. But amongst the rest those famous public gardens of Padua in Italy, Nuremberg in Germany, Leyden in Holland, Montpellier in France, and ours in Oxford now in Fury, at the cost and charges for the Right Honourable the Lord Danvers Earl of Danby, are much to be commended, wherein all exotic plants almost are to be seen, and liberal allowance yearly made for their better maintenance, that young students may be the sooner informed in the knowledge of them, which, as Fuchsius holds, is most necessary for that exquisite manner of curing, and as great a shame for a physician not to observe them, as for a workman not to know his axe, saw, square, or any other tool which he must of necessity use. Subsect Roman 3. Alteratives, herbs, other vegetables, and c. Amongst these 800 simples, which Galatus reckons up, lib 3. De promis Dr. cap. 3, and many exquisite herbalists have written of, these few following alone I find appropriated to this humour, of which some be alteratives, which by a secret force, saith Renodius, and special quality expel future diseases, perfectly cure those which are, and many such incurable effects. This is as well observed in other plants, stones, minerals, and creatures, as in herbs in other maladies as in this. How many things are related of a man's skull? What several virtues of corns in a horse leg, of a wolf's liver, and c of diverse excrements of beasts, all good against several diseases, what extraordinary virtues are ascribed unto plants. Satyrium et eruca penem erigunt, vitex et nymphea semen extingunt, some herbs provoke lust, some again, as Agnus castus, water lily, quite extinguisheth seed. Poppy causeth sleep, cabbage resisteth drunkenness, and c. And that which is more to be admired, that such and such plants should have a peculiar virtue to such particular parts. As to the head aniseeds, fullfoot, betony, calamint, eyebright, lavender, bays, roses, rue, sage, marjoram, peony, and c for the lungs calamint, licorice, anula campana, hyssop, horehound, water germander, and c for the heart, borage, bugloss, saffron, balm, basil, rosemary, violet, roses, and c for the stomach, wormwood, mints, betony, balm, centaury, sorrel, parslin. For the liver, darthspine or chemipitis, germander, agrimony, fennel, endive, succory, liverwort, barberries. For the spleen, maidenhair, finger fern, daughter of thyme, hop, the rind of ash, batani. For the kidneys, grumel, parsley, saxifrage, plantain, mallow. For the womb, mugwort, pennyroyal, featherfew, savine, and c for the joints, chamomile, St. John's wort, organ, rue, cowslips, centaury the less, and c and so to peculiar diseases. To this of melancholy you shall find a catalogue of herbs proper, and that in every part. See more in Wecker, Renodius, Huenius lib 2 cap. 19. And see I will briefly speak of them. As first of alteratives, which Galen in his 3rd book of diseased parts prefers before diminutives and Trallianus brags, that he hath done more cures on melancholy men by moistening, than by purging of them borage. In this catalogue borage and bugloss may challenge the chiefest place, whether in substance, juice, roots, seeds, flowers, leaves, decoctions, distilled waters, extracts, oils, and c, for such kind of herbs be diversely varied. Bugloss is hot and moist, and therefore worthily reckoned up amongst those herbs which expel melancholy and exhilarate the heart. Galen lib 6. Cap. 80, de simple, med. Dioscorides lib 4 cap. 123. Pliny much magnifies this plant. It may be diversely used, as in broth, in wine, in conserves, syrups, and see it is an excellent cordial, and against this malady most frequently prescribed. A herb indeed of such sovereignty, that is Diodorus, lib 7 bibble. Plinius, lib 25. Cap. 2 et lib 21, cap. 22. Plutarch Sympos, lib 1 cap. 1 Dioscorides, lib 5 cap. 40. Caelius, lib 19. c3. Suppose it was that famous Nepenthes of Homer, which Polydina, Thonis's wife, then king of Thebes in Egypt, sent Helena for a token, of such rare virtue, that if taken steeped in wine, if wife and children, father and mother, brother and sister, and all thy dearest friends should die before thy face, thou couldst not grieve or shed a tear for them. Qui semel id patera mistum Nepenthes eaco hosserit, hic lacrimam, non si suavissima proles, si germenis icharis, materc paterc oppitat, anti oculosphero confossus atroci. Helena's commended bowl to exhilarate the heart had no other ingredient, as most of our critics conjecture, than this of borage balm. Melissa balm hath an admirable virtue to alter melancholy, be it steeped in our ordinary drink, extracted, or otherwise taken. Cardan lib 8. Much admires this herb. It heats and dries, saith Huenius in the 2nd degree, with a wonderful virtue comforts the heart, and purgeth all melancholy vapors from the spirits Mathiol. In lib 3 cap. 10. In Dioscoridum. Besides, they ascribe other virtues to it, as to help concoction, to cleanse the brain, expel all careful thoughts, and anxious imaginations. The same words in effect are in Avicenna, Pliny, Simon Sethi, Fuchsius, Leopold de Lycampius, and every herbalist. Nothing better for him that is melancholy than to steep this and borage in his ordinary drink. Matthiolus, in his 5th book of medicinal epistles, reckons up scorzonera, not against poison only, falling sickness, and such as are vertiginous, but to this malady. The root of it taken by itself expels sorrow, causeth mirth and lightness of heart. Antonius Musa, that renowned physician to Caesar Augustus, in his book which he writ of the virtues of Betony, cap. 6. Wonderfully commends that herb, animas hominum et corpora custodit, securas de medu reddit. It preserves both body and mind from fears, cares, griefs, cures falling sickness, this and many other diseases, to whom Galen subscribes lib 7. Simp. Med. Dioscorides lib 4. Cap. 1, and c. Marigold is much approved against melancholy, and often used therefore in our ordinary broth as good against this and many other diseases. Hop. Lupulus hop is a sovereign remedy, Fuchsius cap. 58. Plant hist, much extols it, it purgeth all choler and purifies the blood. Matthiol. Cap. 140 in 4. Dioscor. Wonders the physicians of his time made no more use of it, because it rarefies and cleanseth. We use it to this purpose in our ordinary beer, which before was thick and fulsome. Wormwood, centaury, pennyroyal, are likewise magnified and much prescribed, as I shall after show, especially in hypochondriac melancholy, daily to be used, sod and whey. And as Rufus Ephesias, Arrhetius relate, by breaking wind, helping concoction, many melancholy men have been cured with the frequent use of them alone. And because the spleen and blood are often misaffected in melancholy, I may not omit endive, succory, dandelion, fumitory, and sea, which cleanse the blood, scolopendria, cuscuta, setter-rake, mugwort, liverwort, ash tamarisk, genist, maidenhair, and sea, which must help and ease the spleen. To these I may add roses, violets, capers, featherfew, scordium stechas, rosemary, rose soles, saffron, ochime, sweet apples, wine tobacco, sanders, and C. that Peruvian chamico, monstrosa facultate, and C. lynch costius datura. And to such as are cold, the decoction of guiacum, China sarsaparilla, sassafras, the flowers of Cardus benedictus, which I find much used by Montanus in his consultations, Julius Alexandrinus, Lelius, Egubinus, and others. Bernardus Pennatus prefers his herbisoles, or Dutchsinda, before all the rest in this disease, and will admit of no herb upon the earth to be comparable to it. It excels Homer's moly, cures this, falling sickness, and almost all other infirmities. The same Pennatus speaks of an excellent balm out of Aponensis, which, taken to the quantity of 3 drops in a cup of wine, will cause a sudden alteration, drive away dumps, and cheer up the heart. Ant. Guianerius, in his Antidotary, hath many such. Jacobus de Dondes the aggregator repeats ambergris, nutmegs, and allspice amongst the rest. But that cannot be general. Amber and spice will make a hot brain mad, good for cold and moist. Garcia's Ob Horto hath many Indian plants, whose virtues he much magnifies in this disease. Lemnius instit, cap. 58. Admires rue and commends it to have excellent virtue, to expel vain imaginations, devils, and to ease afflicted souls. Other things are much magnified by writers, as an old cock, a ram's head, a wolf's heart born or eaten, which Mercurialis approves. Prosper Altinus the water of Nilus, Gomesius all seawater, and at seasonable times to be seasick. Goat's milk, whey, and sea. Subsect Roman 4. Precious stones, metals, minerals, alteratives. Precious stones are diversely censured. Many explode the use of them or any minerals in physic, of whom Thomas Erastus is the chief, in his tract against Paracelsus, and in an epistle of his to Peter Menavius. That stones can work any wonders, let them believe that list, no man shall persuade me. For my part, I have found by experience there is no virtue in them. But Matthiolus, in his comment upon Dioscorides, is as profuse on the other side in their commendation. So is Cardan, Renodius, Alardus, Ruus, and Celius Marbodius, and C. Matthiolus specifies in coral. And Oswaldus Crolius, Basil, Chim, prefers the salt of coral. Christoph and Celius, lib 3 cap. 131. Will have them to be as so many several medicines against melancholy, sorrow, fear, dullness, and the like. Renodius admires them. Besides, they adorn kings' crowns, grace the fingers, enrich our household stuff, defend us from enchantments, preserve health, cure diseases, they drive away grief, cares, and exhilarate the mind. The particulars be these. Granatus, a precious stone so called, because it is like the kernels of a pomegranate, an imperfect kind of ruby, it comes from Calicut. If hung about the neck, or taken in drink, it much resisteth sorrow, and recreates the heart. The same properties I find ascribed to the hyacinth and topaz. They allay anger, grief, diminish madness, much delight, and exhilarate the mind. If it be either carried about, or taken in a potion, it will increase wisdom, saith Cardan, expel fear. He brags that he hath cured many madmen with it, which, when they laid by the stone, were as mad again as ever they were at first. Petrus Baerus lib 2 cap. 13. Veni mecum Fran ruus cap. 19. De Geminis say as much of the chrysolite, a friend of wisdom, an enemy to folly. Pliny lib 37. Solinus cap. 52. Albertus de Lapid. Cardan, Encelius lib 3 cap. 66. Highly magnifies the virtue of the beryl, it much avails to a good understanding, represseth vain conceits, evil thoughts, causeth mirth, and see in the belly of a swallow there is a stone found called chelidonius, which if it be lapped in a fair cloth, and tied to the right arm, will cure lunatics, madmen, make them amiable and merry. There is a kind of onyx called a chalcedony, which hath the same qualities, avails much against fantastic illusions which proceed from melancholy, preserves the vigor and good estate of the whole body. The ebon stone, which goldsmiths use to sleeken their gold with, borne about or given to drink, hath the same properties or not much unlike. Levinus Lemnius Institui. Advit. Cap. 58. Amongst other jewels makes mention of two more notable. Carbuncle and coral, which drive away childish fears, devils, overcome sorrow, and hung about the neck repress troublesome dreams, which properties almost Cardan gives to that green-colored emetress if it be carried about, or worn in a ring. Ruus to the diamond. Nicholas Cabius, a Jesuit of Ferrara, in the first book of his Magnetical Philosophy, cap. 3, speaking of the virtues of a lodestone, recites many several opinions. Some say that if it be taken in parcels inward, si quis per frustra voret, juventudem restitut, it will, like viper's wine, restore one to his youth, and yet if carried about them, others will have it to cause melancholy. Let experience determine. Mercurialis admires the emerald for its virtues, in pacifying all affections of the mind. Others the sapphire, which is the fairest of all precious stones, of sky color, and a great enemy to black choler, frees the mind, men's manners, and see Jacobus de Dondis. In his catalogue of simples hath ambergris, os in cord cervi, the bone in a stag's heart, a monocerot's horn, bezoar's stone, of which elsewhere. It is found in the belly of a little beast in the East Indies, brought into Europe by Hollanders and our countrymen merchants. Renodius cap. 22. Lib 3 dement. Med. Saith he saw 2 of these beasts alive, in the castle of the Lord of Vitry at Caubert. Lapis lazuli and armenius, because they purge, shall be mentioned in their place. Of the rest in brief, thus much I will add out of Cardan, Renodius, cap. 23. Lib 3 Rendoltius, lib 1 detestat. C. 15. And see that almost all jewels and precious stones have excellent virtues to pacify the affections of the mind, for which cause rich men so much covet to have them, and those smaller unions which are found in shells amongst the Persians and Indians, by the consent of all writers, are very cordial, and most part avail to the exhilaration of the heart, minerals. Most men say as much of gold and some other minerals, as these have done of precious stones. Erastus still maintains the opposite part. Disput. In Paracelsum, cap. 4 Fall, 196. He confesseth of gold, that it makes the heart merry, but in no other sense but as it is in a miser's chest. Et mihi plaudo simul ac nummos contemplor in arca, as he said in the poet, it so revives the spirits, and is an excellent recipe against melancholy, for gold in physic is a cordial, therefore he loved gold in special. Aurum potabile, he discommends and inveighs against it, by reason of the corrosive waters which are used in it, which argument our doctor gin urgeth against D. Antonius. Erastus concludes their philosophical stones and potable gold, and see to be no better than poison, a mere imposture, a non-ens, dug out of that broody hill belike this golden stone is, ubi nascetur ridiculous muse. Paracelsus and his chemistical followers, as so many Promethei, will fetch fire from heaven, will cure all manner of diseases with minerals, accounting them the only physic on the other side. Paracelsus calls Galen Hippocrates, and all their adherents, infants, idiots, sophisters, and c. Apages istos qui vulcanias istas metamorphoses sugalant, insitui sabals, supini pertinaceae alumnos, and c. not worthy the name of physicians, for want of these remedies. And brags that by them he can make a man live 160 years, or to the world's end, with their alexipharmacums, panaceas, mummias, unguentum armarium, and such magnetical cures. Lampus vidi et mortis, balneum diani, balsamum, electrum magico-physicum, amuleta martialia, and see what will not he and his followers effect. He brags, moreover, that he was primus medicorum, and did more famous cures than all the physicians in Europe besides. A drop of his preparations should go farther than a dram or ounce of theirs, those loathsome and fulsome filthy potions, heteroclitical pills, so he calls them, horse medicines, ad quorum aspectum cyclops polyphemus exorcerit. And though some condemn their skill and magnetical cures as tending to magical superstition, witchery, charms, and see, yet they admire, stiffly vindicate nevertheless, and infinitely prefer them. But these are both in extremes, the middle sort approve of minerals, though not in so high a degree. Lemnius lib 3. Cap. 6 to occult. Nat. Mir. Commends gold inwardly and outwardly used, as in rings, excellent good in medicines, and such mixtures as are made for melancholy men, Seth Wecker, Antide. Spec. Lib 1 to whom Renodeus subscribes, lib 2 cap. 2 Ficinus, lib 2 cap. 19. Fernal meth, med, lib 5 cap. 21. Decardiasis, Daniel Senertus, lib 1 part. 2 cap. 9 Auternacus, Libavius, Quercitanus, Oswaldus Crollius, Juvenimus, Rubius, and Matthiolus in the 4th book of his epistles, Andreas Ablon Epist. Ad Matthiolum, as commended and formerly used by Avicenna, Arnoldus, and many others. Matthiolus in the same place approves of potable gold, mercury, with many such chemical confections, and goes so far in approbation of them, that he holds no man can be an excellent physician that hath not some skill in chemistical distillations, and that chronic diseases can hardly be cured without mineral medicines. Look for antimony among purgers. Subsect v. Compound alteratives, censure of compounds and mixed physic. Pliny, lib 24. C1, bitterly taxeth all compound medicines, men's knavery, imposture, and captious wits, have invented those shops in which every man's life is set to sale. And by came in those compositions and inexplicable mixtures, far-fetched out of India and Arabia. A medicine for a botch must be had as far as the Red Sea. And 'tis not without cause which he saith, for out of question they are much to blame in their compositions, whilst they make infinite variety of mixtures, as Fuchsius notes. They think they get themselves great credit, excel others, and to be more learned than the rest, because they make many variations, but he accounts them fools, and whilst they brag of their skill and think to get themselves a name, they become ridiculous, betray their ignorance and error. A few simples well prepared and understood are better than such a heap of nonsense confused compounds, which are in apothecaries' shops ordinarily sold, in which many vain, superfluous, corrupt, exolete, things out of date are to be had, saith Cornerius. A company of barbarous names given to syrups, juleps, an unnecessary company of mixed medicines, rudes indigestac moles. Many times, as Agrippa taxeth, there is by this means more danger from the medicine than from the disease, when they put together they know not what, or leave it to an illiterate apothecary to be made, they cause death and horror for health. Those old physicians had no such mixtures. A simple potion of hellebore in Hippocrates' time was the ordinary purge, and at this day, saith Matt. Rixius, in that flourishing commonwealth of China, their physicians give precepts quite opposite to ours, not unhappy in their physic. They use altogether roots, herbs, and simples in their medicines, and all their physic in a manner is comprehended in a herbal. No science, no school, no art, no degree, but like a trade, every man in private is instructed of his master. Cardan cracks that he can cure all diseases with water alone, as Hippocrates of old did most infirmities with one medicine. Let the best of our rational physicians demonstrate and give a sufficient reason for those intricate mixtures. Why just so many simples in mithridate or treacle, why such and such quantity? May they not be reduced to half or a quarter, frustra fit per plura, as the saying is? Quod feri potest per possira. 300 simples in a julep, potion, or a little pill, to what end or purpose? I know not what Alcindus, Capivaccius, Montagna, and Simon Eitover, the best of them all and most rational, have said in this kind. But neither he, they, nor any one of them gives his reader, to my judgment, that satisfaction which he ought. Why such so many simples? Rog. Bacon hath taxed many errors in his tract De Graduationibus, explained some things, but not cleared. Mercurialis in his book De Composite. Medicine. Gives instance in Hamich, and Phelonium Romanum, which Hamich an Arabian and Phelonius a Roman, long since composed, but crass as the rest. If they be so exact, as by him it seems they were, and those mixtures so perfect, why doth Fernelius alter the one, and why is the other obsolete? Cardan taxeth Galen for presuming out of his ambition to correct the Riachum Andromachi, and we as justly may carp at all the rest. Galen's medicines are now exploded and rejected. What Nicholas Meripsa, Messu, Celsus, Scribanius, Actuarius, and C. Writ of old are most part contemned. Melicius, Cordus, Wecker, Quercetin, Renodius, the Venetian Florentine states have their several receipts and magistrals. They of Nuremberg have theirs, and Augustana Pharmacopoeia, peculiar medicines to the meridian of the city. London hers, every city town, almost every private man hath his own mixtures, compositions, receipts, magistrals, precepts, as if he scorned antiquity and all others in respect of himself. But each man must correct and alter to show his skill. Every opinionative fellow must maintain his own paradox, be it what it will. Delerent reges, plectunter achivi. They dote, and in the meantime the poor patients pay for their new experiments, the commonalty rue it. Thus others object, thus I may conceive out of the weakness of my apprehension. But to say truth, there is no such fault, no such ambition, no novelty or ostentation as some suppose. But as one answers, this of compound medicines is a most noble and profitable invention found out, and brought into physic with great judgment, wisdom, counsel, and discretion. Mixed diseases must have mixed remedies, and such simples are commonly mixed as have reference to the part affected, some to qualify, the rest to comfort, some one part, some another. Cardan and Bracevola both hold that nullum simplex medicamentum sine noxa, no simple medicine is without hurt or offense. And although Hippocrates, Erasistratus, Diocles of old, in the infancy of this art, were content with ordinary simples, yet now, saith Aetius, necessity compelleth to seek for new remedies, and to make compounds of simples, as well to correct their harms if cold, dry, hot, thick, thin, insipid, noisome to smell, to make them savory to the palate, pleasant to taste and take, and to preserve them for continuance by admixture of sugar, honey, to make them last months and years for several uses. In such cases, compound medicines may be approved, and Arnoldus in his 18 aphorism doth allow of it. If simples cannot, necessity compels us to use compounds. So for receipts and magistrals, dies deem docet, one day teacheth another, and they are as so many words or phrases, que nunc sunt in honor vocabula si volet usus, ebb and flow with the season, and as wits vary, so they may be infinitely varied. Quisque suum placidum quo capiator habet. Every man as he likes, so many men, so many minds, and yet all tending to good purpose, though not the same way. As arts and sciences, so physic is still perfected amongst the rest. Hori musarum nutrices, and experience teacheth us every day many things which our predecessors knew not of. Nature is not a feat, as he saith, or so lavish, to bestow all her gifts upon an age, but hath reserved some for posterity, to show her power, that she is still the same, and not old or consumed. Birds and beasts can cure themselves by nature, naturi usu e plerum cognoscunt qui homines vix longo labor et doctrina assequenter, but men must use much labor and industry to find it out. But I digress. Compound medicines are inwardly taken or outwardly applied. Inwardly taken, be either liquid or solid. Liquid are fluid or consisting, fluid as wines and syrups. The wines ordinarily used to this disease are wormwood wine, tamarisk, and buglossatum, wine made of borage and bugloss, the composition of which is specified in Arnoldus Villanovenus, lib. Divinis of borage, balm, bugloss, cinnamon, and sea, and highly commended for its virtues. It drives away leprosy, scabs, clears the blood, recreates the spirits, exhilarates the mind, purgeth the brain of those anxious black melancholy fumes, and cleanseth the whole body of that black humor by urine. To which I add, saith Villanovenus, that it will bring madmen, and such raging bedlamites as are tied in chains, to the use of their reason again. My conscience bears me witness that I do not lie. I saw a grave matron helped by this means. She was so choleric and so furious sometimes that she was almost mad and beside herself. She said, and did she knew not what, scolded, beat her maids, and was now ready to be bound till she drank of this borage wine, and by this excellent remedy was cured, which a poor foreigner, a silly beggar, taught her by chance, that came to crave an alms from door to door. The juice of borage, if it be clarified and drunk in wine, will do as much, the roots sliced and steeped, and see saith Ant. Ms. Aldous Art, Med., who cities this story verbatim out of Villanovenus, and so doth Magninus a physician of Milan in his regimen of health. Such another excellent compound water I find in Rubius to distill. Sect. 3, which he highly magnifies out of Savonarola, for such as are solitary, dull, heavy or sad without a cause, or be troubled with trembling of heart. Other excellent compound waters for melancholy he cites in the same place. If their melancholy be not inflamed, or their temperature overhot, Evonimus hath a precious aquavity to this purpose, for such as are cold. But he and most commend aurum potabile, and every writer prescribes clarified whey, with borage, bugloss, endive, succory, and sea, of goat's milk especially, some indefinitely at all times, some 30 days together in the spring, every morning fasting, a good draught. Syrups are very good, and often used to digest this humor in the heart, spleen, liver, and sea as syrup of borage. There is a famous syrup of borage highly commended by Laurentius to this purpose in his tract of melancholy. Depomes of King Saber, now obsolete, of thyme and epithyme, hops, scolopendria, fumitory, maidenhair, byzantine, and sea. These are most used for preparatives to other physic, mixed with distilled waters of like nature, or in juleps otherwise. Consisting are conserves or confections. Conserves of borage, bugloss, balm, fumitory, succory, maidenhair, violets, roses, wormhood, and sea. Confections, treacle, mithridate, eclems, or linctures, and sea solid as aromatical confections. Hot diambra, diamargaritum calidum, dianthus, diamotium dulce, electuarium digemis lidificans galni et races diagalanga, diaciminum dianasum, diatrian piperian, diazinzyber, diacapers, diacinnamonum. Cold as diamargaritum frigidum, diacarali, diarhodin abades, diacodian, and sea as every pharmacopoeia will show you, with their tables or losings that are made out of them. With condites and the like. Outwardly used as occasion serves, as amulets, oils hot and cold, as of chamomile, stichados, violets, roses, almonds, poppy, nymphea, mandrake, and sea to be used after bathing, or to procure sleep. Ointments composed of the said species, oils and wax, and sea, as a lablustritum populeum, some hot, some cold, to moisten, procure sleep, and correct other accidents liniments are made of the same matter to the like purpose. Emplasters of herbs, flowers, roots, and sea, with oils, and other liquors mixed and boiled together. Cataplasms, salves, or poultices made of green herbs, pounded or sod in water till they be soft, which are applied to the hypochondries and other parts when the body is empty. Cerots are applied to several parts and frontals, to take away pain, grief, heat, procure sleep. Fomentations or sponges, wet in some decoctions, and sea epithemata or those moist medicines, laid on linen to bathe and cool several parts misaffected. Saculi, or little bags of herbs, flowers, seeds, roots, and the like applied to the head, heart, stomach, and sea. Odoraments, balls, perfumes, posies to smell to. All which have their several uses in melancholy, as shall be shown, when I treat of the cure of the distinct species by themselves. Mem. Roman 2. Subsect I. Purging simples upward. Melanagoga, or melancholy purging medicines, are either simple or compound, and that gently or violently purging upward or downward. These following purge upward. Asarum or asrabka, which as mesuseth is hot in the 2nd degree, and dry in the 3rd, it is commonly taken in wine, whey, or as with us, the juice of 2 or 3 leaves or more sometimes. Pounded in posset drink qualified with a little licorice or aniseed to avoid the fulsomeness of the taste, or as diaserum fernae. Brassivola in catart. Reckons it up amongst those simples that only purge melancholy, and Rulius confirms as much out of his experience, that it purgeth black choler like hellebore itself. Galen, Lib. G. Simplic, and Matthiolus ascribe other virtues to it, and will have it purge other humors as well as this. Laurel by Hunius's method ad prax, Lib. 2 cap. 24, is put amongst the strong purgers of melancholy. It is hot and dry in the 4th degree. Dioscorides, Lib. 11, cap. 114, adds other effects to it. Pliny sets down 15 berries in drink for a sufficient potion. It is commonly corrected with his opposites, cold and moist, as juice of endive, purslane, and is taken in a potion to 7 grains and a half. But this and a srabka, every gentlewoman in the country knows how to give. They are 2 common vomits. Scylla, or sea onion, is hot and dry in the 3rd degree. Brassivola in catart. Out of Messu, others, and his own experience, will have this simple to purge melancholy alone. It is an ordinary vomit, vinum siliticum mixed with rubel in a little white wine, white hellebore, which some call sneezing powder, a strong purger upward, which many reject as being too violent. Messu and Averroes will not admit of it by reason of danger of suffocation, great pain, and trouble it puts the poor patient to, saith Dodonius. Yet Galen lib 6. Simple. Med, and Dioscorides cap. 145. Allow of it. It was indeed terrible in former times, as Pliny notes, but now familiar, insomuch that many took it in those days that were students to quicken their wits, which Persius sat. 1. Objects to Achaeus the poet, elas aci ebria veratro. It helps melancholy, the falling sickness, madness, gout, and sea, but not to be taken of old men, youths, such as are weaklings, nice, or effeminate, troubled with headache, high-colored, or fear strangling, saith Dioscorides. Oribasius, an old physician, hath written very copiously, and approves of it, in such affections which can otherwise hardly be cured. Hernius, lib 2 prax. Med. De vomitories will not have it used but with great caution by reason of its strength, and then when antimony will do no good, which caused Hermophilus to compare it to a stout captain, as Codronius observes cap. 7 comment, de Heleb. That will see all his soldiers go before him and come post principia, like the bragging soldier, last himself. When other helps fail in inveterate melancholy, in a desperate case, this vomit is to be taken. And yet for all this, if it be well prepared, it may be securely given at first. Matthiolus brags that he hath often, to the good of many, made use of it, and Hunius that he hath happily used it, prepared after his own prescript, and with good success. Christophorus of Vega, lib 3c 41, is of the same opinion, that it may be lawfully given, and our country gentlewomen find it by their common practice, that there is no such great danger in it. Dr. Turner, speaking of this plant and his herbal, telleth us that in his time it was an ordinary receipt among good wives to give hellebore in powder to aid weight, and he is not much against it. But they do commonly exceed, for who so bold as blind Bayard, and prescribe it by pennyworths and such irrational ways, as I have heard myself market folks ask for it in an apothecary's shop. But with what success God knows, they smart often for their rash boldness and folly, break a vein, make their eyes ready to start out of their heads, or kill themselves. So that the fault is not in the physic, but in the rude and indiscreet handling of it. He that will know, therefore, when to use, how to prepare it aright, and in what dose, let him read Hunius lib 2. Prax. Med. Brassivola de catart. Godefridus Stygius the Emperor Rudolphus Physician cap. 16. Matthiolus in Dioscor, and that excellent commentary of Baptista Codroncus, which is Instar Omnium de Heleb. Alb, where we shall find great diversity of examples and receipts. Antimony or stibium, which our chemists so much magnify, is either taken in substance or infusion, and and frequently prescribed in this disease. It helps all infirmities, saith Matthiolus, which proceed from black choler, falling sickness, and hypochondriacal passions, and for farther proof of his assertion, he gives several instances of such as have been freed with it. One of Andrew Gallus, a physician of Trent, that after many other essays imputes the recovery of his health, next after God, to this remedy alone. Another of George Hantius, that in like sort, when other medicines failed, was by this restored to his former health, and which of his knowledge others have likewise tried, and by the help of this admirable medicine been recovered. A third of a parish priest at Prague in Bohemia, that was so far gone with melancholy that he doted and spake he knew not what. But after he had taken 12 grains of stibium, as I myself saw and can witness, for I was called to see this miraculous accident, he was purged of a deal of black choler, like little gobbets of flesh, and all his excrements were as black blood, a medicine fitter for a horse than a man, yet it did him so much good, that the next day he was perfectly cured. This very story of the Bohemian priest, S.C. Kenkius relates verbatim, exoter, experiment, advar, morb, sent, 6 observe, 6 with great approbation of it. Hercules de Saxonia calls it a profitable medicine if it be taken after meat to 6 or 8 grains of such as are apt to vomit. Rodricus of Fonseca the Spaniard and late professor of Padua in Italy extols it to this disease, Tom 2 Consul. 85. So doth laud. Mercatus de inter morb. Cur lib. 1 cap. 17. With many others. Jacobus Gervinus, a French physician, on the other side, lib 2 de venemis confut, explodes all this, and saith he took 3 grains only upon Matthiolus and some others' commendation, but it almost killed him, whereupon he concludes antimony is rather poison than a medicine. Th. Erastus concurs with him in his opinion, and so doth Alien Montaltus cap. 30 de Melan, but what do I talk? 'Tis the subject of whole books. I might cite a century of authors pro and con. I will conclude with Zuinger. Antimony is like Skanderbeg's sword, which is either good or bad, strong or weak, as the party is that prescribes or useth it. A worthy medicine if it be rightly applied to a strong man, otherwise poison. For the preparing of it, look in Evonomy Thesaurus, Quercetin, Oswaldus Crollius, Basil, Chim, Basil. Valentius and C. Tobacco, divine, rare, super-excellent tobacco, which goes far beyond all the panaceas, potable gold, and philosopher's stones, a sovereign remedy to all diseases. A good vomit, I confess, a virtuous herb, if it be well qualified, opportunely taken, and medicinally used. But as it is commonly abused by most men, which take it as tinkers do ale, 'tis a plague, a mischief, a violent purger of goods, lands, health, hellish, devilish, and damned tobacco, the ruin and overthrow of body and soul. Subsect Roman 2. Simples purging melancholy downward. Polypody and epithyme are, without all exceptions, gentle purgers of melancholy. Dioscorides will have them void phlegm, but Brassivola out of his experience averreth that they purge this humor. They are used in decoction, infusion, and C. simple, mixed, and C. Myrobalines, all 5 kinds, are happily prescribed against melancholy and quartan agues. Brassivola speaks out of 1,000 experiences. He gave them in pills, decoctions, and C. Look for peculiar receipts in him. Stoaches, fumitory, dodder, herb mercury, roots of capers, genista or broom, pennyroyal, and half-boiled cabbage, I find in this catalogue of purgers of black collar, Oregon, featherfew, ammoniac salt, saltpeter. But these are very gentle. Alipus, dragon root, centauri dittany, colutea, which Fuchsius cap. 168 and others take for senna, but most distinguish. Senna is in the middle of violent and gentle purgers downward, hot in the 2nd degree, dry in the 1st. Brassivola calls it a wonderful herb against melancholy. It scours the blood, lightens the spirits, shakes off sorrow, a most profitable medicine, as Dodonius terms it, invented by the Arabians and not heard of before. It is taken diverse ways in powder infusion, but most commonly in the infusion, with ginger or some cordial flowers added to correct it. Actuarius commends it sodden in broth, with an old cock, or in whey, which is the common conveyor of all such things as purge black choler, or steeped in wine, which Hunius accounts sufficient without any farther correction. Aloes by most is said to purge choler, but Aurelianus lib. 2c6. De morb, Cron, Arculanus cap. 6 in 9. Rhases Julius Alexandrinus consul. 185. Scolts. Crotto consul 189. Scolts. Prescribe it to this disease, as good for the stomach and to open the hemorrhoids out of Messu, Rhases, Serapio, Avicenna, Menardus ep. Lib 1. Epist. 1 opposithit aloes doth not open the veins or move the hemorrhoids, which Leonhardus Fuchsius paradox. Lib 1 likewise affirms, but Brassivola and Dodonius defend Messu out of their experience. Let Valesius end the controversy. Lapis Arminius and Lazuli are much magnified by Alexander lib 1. Cap. 16. Avicenna, Aetius, and Actuarius, if they be well washed, that the water be no more colored, 50 times some say. That good Alexander, saith Guianarus, put such confidence in this one medicine, that he thought all melancholy passions might be cured by it, and I for my part have oftentimes happily used it, and was never deceived in the operation of it. The like may be said of Lapis lazuli, though it be somewhat weaker than the other. Garcia's Ob Horto hist. Lib 1 cap. 65. Relates that the physicians of the Moors familiarly prescribe it to all melancholy passions, and Matthiolus ep. Lib 3 brags of that happy success which he still had in the administration of it. Nicholas Meripsa puts it amongst the best remedies, sect. 1 cap. 12 in antidotes, and if this will not serve saith Rhases, then there remains nothing but Lapis Arminius and Hellebore itself. Valescus and Jason Pratensis much commend pulvis holly, which is made of it. James Damison. 2 cap. 12. Hercules de Saxonia and C. speaks well of it. Crotto will not approve this. It and both hellebores, he saith, are no better than poison. Victor Trincavelius, lib 2 cap. 14, found it in his experience to be very noisome, to trouble the stomach, and hurt their bodies that take it overmuch. Black hellebore, that most renowned plant and famous purger of melancholy, which all antiquity so much used and admired, was first found out by Melanpodius a shepherd, as Pliny records, lib 25. Cap. 5, who, seeing it to purge his goats when they raved, practiced it upon Elijah and Calline, King Pretus' daughters that ruled in Arcadia, near the fountain Clitorius, and restored them to their former health. In Hippocrates' time it was an only request, insomuch that he writ a book of it, a fragment of which remains yet. Theophrastus, Galen, Pliny, Caelius Aurelianus, as ancient as Galen, lib 1 cap, 6 Aratus lib 1 cap, 5 Oribasius lib 7 collect, a famous Greek Ediacer 3 cap, 112 and 113 P. Egeneta, Galen's ape lib 7 cap, 4 Actuarius Trallianus lib 5 cap. 15. Cornelius Celsus, only remaining of the old Latins, lib 3 cap. 23. Extol and admire this excellent plant. And it was generally so much esteemed of the ancients for this disease amongst the rest, that they sent all such as were crazed, or that doted, to the Antisiri, or to Phocis in Achaia, to be purged, where this plant was in abundance to be had. In Strabo's time it was an ordinary voyage, navigate Antisiras, a common proverb among the Greeks and Latins, to bid a dizzard or a madman go take hellebore. As in Lucian, Menipus to Tantalus, Tantal de Zippes, Helleboro apodo tibi opus est, eoc sane Morocco. Thou art out of thy little wit, O Tantalus, and must needs drink hellebore, and that without mixture. Aristophanes in Vespes, drink hellebore, and C. and Harpax in the Commodian, told Simo and Ballio, 2 doting fellows, that they had need to be purged with this plant. When that proud Menocrates letter 1F40 zeta epsilon letter 1F7a sigma had written arrogant letter to Philip of Macedon, he sent back no other answer but this: Consulo tibi ut ad antiserum te conferas, noting thereby that he was crazed, ac elibor indiger, had much need of a good purge. Lilius Geraldus saith that Hercules, after all his mad pranks upon his wife and children, was perfectly cured by a purge of hellebore, which an Antiserian administered unto him. They that were sound commonly took it to quicken their wits, as Ennies of old, qui non nisi potus ad arma, prosoluit dicenda, and as our poets drink sack to improve their inventions, I find it so registered by Agellius lib 17. Cap. 15. Caemades the academic, when he was to write against Zeno the Stoic, purged himself with hellebore first, which Petronius puts upon Chrysippus. In such esteem it continued for many ages, till at length Messu and some other Arabians began to reject and reprehend it, upon whose authority for many following lustres, it was much debased and quite out of request, held to be poison and no medicine, and is still opponed to this day by Crotto and some junior physicians. Their reasons are because Aristotle L1, de Plant, C3 said henbane and hellebore were poison, and Alexander Aphrodisius in the preface of his Problems gave out that speaking of hellebore quails fed on that which was poison to men. Galen, L6, Epid, Com. 5 text, 35. Confirms as much. Constantine the Emperor in his Geoponics attributes no other virtue to it than to kill mice and rats, flies and moldwarps, and so Mizaldus, Nicander of old, Gervinus, SC Kenkius, and some other neoterics that have written of poisons, speak of hellebore in a chief place. Nicholas Leonicus hath a story of Solon, that besieging I know not what city steeped hellebore in a spring of water, which by pipes was conveyed into the middle of the town, and so either poisoned or else made them so feeble and weak by purging, that they were not able to bear arms. Notwithstanding all these cavils and objections, most of our late writers do much approve of it. Gariopontus lib 1 cap. 13. Quadrantius com. De Heleb, Fallopius lib de med. Perg. Simple. Cap. 69. Et consul. 15. Trincavle Montanus 239, Frice Melica consul. 14. Hercules de Saxonia, so that it be opportunely given. Jacobus de Dondis ag amatus lucit cent. 66. Godif, Stygius cap. 13. Hilarius and all our herbalists subscribe. Fernelius meth med. Lib 5 cap. 16. Confesseth it to be a terrible purge and hard to take, yet well given to strong men and such as have able bodies. P. forestus and Capivaccius forbid it to be taken in substance, but allow it in decoction or infusion, both which ways P. Menavius approves above all others. Epist. 231. Scoltzii Jacanus in 9, Rhases commends a receipt of his own preparing, Pennatus another of his chemically prepared, Evonimus another. Hildesheim Spissel, 2 de Mel, hath many examples how it should be used with diversity of receipts. Huenius lib 7. Prax. Med. Cap. 14. Calls it an innocent medicine howsoever, if it be well prepared. The root of it is only in use, which may be kept many years, and by some given in substance, as by Fallopius and Brassivola amongst the rest, who brags that he was the first that restored it again to its use, and tells a story how he cured one Melatesta, a madman, that was thought to be possessed, in the Duke of Ferrara's court, with one purge of black hellebore in substance. The receipt is there to be seen. His excrements were like ink, he perfectly healed at once. Vitus Vitius, a Dutch physician, will not admit of it in substance, to whom most subscribe, but as before in the decoction, infusion, or which is all in all in the extract, which he prefers before the rest, and calls suave medicamentum, a sweet medicine and easy that may be securely given to women, children, and weaklings. Baracillus Horto Geniali terms it maximi prestantia medicamentum, a medicine of great worth and note. Quercetin in his Spagyr far. And many others tell wonders of the extract. Paracelsus, above all the rest, is the greatest admirer of this plant, and especially the extract. He calls it the Rhyacium, terrestre balsamum, another treacle, a terrestrial balm, instar omnium. All in all, the sole and last refuge to cure this malady, the gout, epilepsy, leprosy, and see if this will not help. No physic in the world can but mineral, it is the upshot of all. Matthiolus laughs at those that accept against it, and though some abhor it out of the authority of Messu, and dare not adventure to prescribe it, yet I, saith he, have happily used it 600 times without offense, and communicated it to divers worthy physicians, who have given me great thanks for it. Look for receipts, dose, preparation, and other cautions concerning this simple, in him, Brassivola, Paracelsus, Codronchus, and the rest. Subsect Roman 3, Compound Purgers. Compound medicines which purge melancholy are either taken in the superior or inferior parts, superior at mouth or nostrils. At the mouth swallowed or not swallowed, if swallowed liquid or solid. Liquid as compound wine of hellebore, scilla or cionion, senna, vinum siliticum helleboratum, which Quercetin so much applauds for melancholy and madness, either inwardly taken or outwardly applied to the head, with little pieces of linen dipped warm in it. Oxymel. Siliticum, Syrupus helleboratus major and minor in Quercetin, and Syrupus genesti for hypochondriacal melancholy in the same author. Compound syrup of succory, of fumitory, polypody, and see Huenius his purging cock broth. Some except against these syrups, as appears by Eudalrinus Leonora's his epistle to Matthiolus, as most pernicious, and that out of Hippocrates, cocta mover, et medicari non cruda, no raw things to be used in physic, but this in the following epistle is exploded and soundly confuted by Matthiolus. Many juleps, potions, receipts are composed of these, as you shall find in Hildesheim Spissel. 2. Huenius lib 2 cap. 14. George S. C. Kenkius Idle. Med. Prax. And c. Solid purges are confections, electuaries, pills by themselves, or compound with others, as de lapide lazulo armino pill. In d. A fumitory, and c. Confection of Hamich, which though most approve Solnander sec 5. Consul. 22. Bitterly inveighs against, so doth Rindoltius Pharmacup. Officina for Nelius and others. Diacina, Diapolypodium, Diacacia, Diacatholicon, Wecker's Electuary de Epithemo, Ptolemy's Hierolegatium, of which divers receipts are daily made. Edius 22, 23, commends Hieram Ruffi, Trincavelius Consul. 12. Lib 4 approves of Hiera, non inquit invenio melius medicamentum, I find no better medicine, he saith. Huenius adds pill, aggregate, pills de epithemo, pill, ind. Messu describes in the Florentine Antidotary, pilluli sine quibus esse nolo, pilluli, coccyx, cum helleboro, pill arabici fetida de quinque generibus murabalinorum, and see more proper to melancholy, not excluding in the meantime turbith, manna, rhubarb agaric, alescaphy, and see which are not so proper to this humor. For, as Montaltus holds cap. 30. And Montanus cholera etiam purganda, quad atri, sit pabulum, choler is to be purged because it feeds the other. And some are of an opinion, as Erasistratus and Asclepiades maintained of old, against whom Galen disputes, that no physic doth purge one humour alone, but all alike or what is next. Most therefore in their receipts and magistrals which are coined here, make a mixture of several simples and compounds to purge all humours in general as well as this. Some rather use potions than pills to purge this humour, because that is Huenius and Crotto observe, hic succus a sicco remedio ager trahiter, this juice is not so easily drawn by dry remedies, and as Montanus adviseth 25 cons. All drying medicines are to be repelled, as aloe, hiera, and all pills whatsoever, because the disease is dry of itself. I might here insert many receipts of prescribed potions, bowls, and see the doses of these, but that they are common in every good physician, and that I am loath to incur the censure of Forestus, lib 3 cap. 6. Diurines, against those that divulge and publish medicines in their mother tongue, and lest I should give occasion thereby to some ignorant reader to practice on himself, without the consent of a good physician. Such as are not swallowed, but only kept in the mouth, are gargarisms used commonly after a purge, when the body is soluble and loose. Or apophlegmatisms, masticatories to be held and chewed in the mouth, which are gentle, as hyssop, oregon, pennyroyal, thyme, mustard. Strong as pellitory, pepper, ginger, and sea. Such as are taken into the nostrils, urina are liquid or dry. Juice of pimpernel, onions, and sea, castor, pepper, white hellebore, and see to these you may add odoraments, perfumes, and suffumigations, and sea. Taken into the inferior parts are clysters strong or weak, suppositories of Castilian soap, honey boiled to a consistence, or stronger of scammony, hellebore, and sea. These are all used, and prescribed to this malady upon several occasions, as shall be shown in its place. Mem. Roman 3. Chirurgical remedies. In letting of blood 3 main circumstances are to be considered, who, how much, when. That is, that it be done to such a one as may endure it, or to whom it may belong, that he be of a competent age, not too young, nor too old, overweak, fat, or lean, sore laboured, but to such as have need, are full of bad blood, noxious humours, and may be eased by it. The quantity depends upon the party's habit of body, as he is strong or weak, full or empty, may spare more or less. In the morning is the fittest time. Some doubt whether it be best fasting, or full, whether the moon's motion or aspect of planets be to be observed. Some affirm, some deny, some grant in acute, but not in chronic diseases, whether before or after physic. Tis Huenius aphorism of phlebotomia auspicandum esse curationum, non a pharmacia, you must begin with bloodletting and not physic. Some accept this peculiar malady. But what do I? Horatius Augenius, a physician of Padua, hath lately writ 17 books of this subject, Jobertus and C. Particular kinds of bloodletting in use are 3. First is that opening a vein in the arm with a sharp knife, or in the head, knees, or any other parts, as shall be thought fit. Cupping glasses with or without scarification, ossicime compescunt, saith Fernelius they work presently, and are applied to several parts to divert humours, aches, winds, and see. Horseleeches are much used in melancholy, applied especially to the hemorrhoids. Horatius Augenius, lib 10. Cap. 10. Platerus Dementes alienat. Cap. 3 Altimaris, Piso, and many others prefer them before any evacuations in this kind. Cauteries, or searing with hot irons, combustions, borings, lancings, which because they are terrible, drawpacks and sinipismus are invented by plasters to raise blisters, and eating medicines of pitch, mustard seed, and the like. Issues still to be kept open, made as the former, and applied in and to several parts, have their use here on divers occasions, as shall be shown. Sect v. Mem. I. Subsect I. Particular cure of the 3 several kinds of head melancholy. The general cures thus briefly examined and discussed, it remains now to apply these medicines to the 3 particular species or kinds, that according to the several parts affected, each man may tell in some sort how to help or ease himself. I will treat of head melancholy first, in which, as in all other good cures, we must begin with diet, as a matter of most moment, able oftentimes of itself to work this effect. I have read, saith Laurentius cap. 8. De Melanch. That in old diseases which have gotten the upper hand or a habit, the manner of living is to more purpose than whatsoever can be drawn out of the most precious boxes of the apothecaries. This diet, as I have said, is not only in choice of meat and drink, but of all those other non-natural things. Let air be clear and moist most part. Diet moistening, of good juice, easy of digestion and not windy. Drink clear and well brewed, not too strong nor too small. Make a melancholy man fat, as Races saith, and thou hast finished the cure. Exercise not too remiss nor too violent. Sleep a little more than ordinary, excrements daily to be voided by art or nature, and which Fernelius enjoins his patient, Consul. 44, above the rest, to avoid all passions and perturbations of the mind. Let him not be alone or idle, in any kind of melancholy, but still accompanied with such friends and familiars he most affects, neatly dressed, washed, and combed, according to his ability at least, in clean sweet linen, spruce, handsome, decent, and good apparel. For nothing sooner dejects a man than want, squalor, and nastiness, foul, or old clothes out of fashion. Concerning the medicinal part, he that will satisfy himself at large in this precedent of diet, and see all at once the whole cure and manner of it in every distinct species, let him consult with Gordonius Valescus, with Prosper Calenius, lib. Datrabile ad card. Cesium Laurentius cap. 8 at 9, de mela alien Montaltus de mel, cap. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 donat. Ob Altimeri cap. 7 artes med, Hercules de Saxonia in panth. Cap. 7 et tract, ejus peculiar de melon per balsatam edit, Venetiae 1620. Cap. 17, 18, 19. Savonarola rub 82 tract 8, cap. 1 Cancius in prax, curat, idle med, Hunius cap. 12, de morb, Victorius Faventius pract man et impier Hildesheim spissel, 2 de man et mel, fell, Plater Stockerus Bruel, P. Bavarus, Forestus Fuccius Capavaxius Rindoltius Jason Pratensis Sullust, Salvian. De remd, lib 2 cap. 1 Jacanus in 9, Races laud Mercetus de intermorb, cur, lib 1 cap. 17, Alexand Messeria pract, med, lib 1 cap. 21 de mel, Piso, Hilarius, and see that have culled out of those old Greeks, Arabians, and Latins whatsoever is observable or fit to be used, or let him read those counsels and consultations of Hugo Senensis, Consul. 13, et 14, Reunirus Solnander Consul. 6, sec 1 et Consul. 3. Sec 3 Crato Consul. 16, lib 1 Montanus 20, 22, and his following counsels Laelius a Font Egubinus consult. 44, 69, 77, 125, 129, 142, Fernelius Consul. 44, 45, 46, Jull. Caesar Claudinus, Mercurialis, Frambesarius, Sennertus, and see wherein he shall find particular receipts. The whole method, preparatives, purgers, correctors, averters, cordials in great variety and abundance. Out of which, because every man cannot attend to read or peruse them, I will collect for the benefit of the reader some few more notable medicines. Subsect Roman 2, Bloodletting. Phlebotomy is promiscuously used before and after physic, commonly before, and upon occasion is often reiterated, if there be any need at least of it. For Galen and many others make a doubt of bleeding at all in this kind of head melancholy. If the malady, saith Piso, cap. 23, and Altimaris, cap. 7 Fuccius, cap. 33. Shall proceed primarily from the misaffected brain, the patient in such case shall not need at all to bleed, except the blood otherwise abound, the veins be full, inflamed blood, and the party ready to run mad. In immaterial melancholy, which especially comes from a cold distemperature of spirits, Hercules de Saxonia, cap. 17, will not admit of phlebotomy, Laurentius, cap. 9 approves it out of the authority of the Arabians, but as Messu, Races, Alexander appoint, especially in the head, to open the veins of the forehead, nose, and ears is good. They commonly set cupping glasses on the party's shoulders. Having first scarified the place, they apply horseleeches on the head, and in all melancholy diseases, whether essential or accidental, they cause the hemorrhoids to be opened, having the 11th aphorism of the 6th book of Hippocrates for their ground and warrant, which saith, that in melancholy and mad men, the varicose tumor or hemorrhoids appearing doth heal the same. Valescus prescribes bloodletting in all 3 kinds, whom Sallust. Salvian follows. If the blood abound, which is discerned by the fullness of the veins, his precedent diet, the party's laughter, age, and see, begin with the median or middle vein of the arm. If the blood be ruddy and clear, stop it, but if black in the spring time, or a good season, or thick, let it run, according to the party's strength. And some 8 or 12 days after, open the head vein, and the veins in the forehead, or provoke it out of the nostrils or cupping glasses, and see Trallianus allows of this, if there have been any suppression or stopping of blood at nose, or hemorrhoids or women's months, then to open a vein in the head or about the ankles. Yet he doth hardly approve of this course, if melancholy be situated in the head alone, or in any other dotage, except it primarily proceed from blood, or that the malady be increased by it. For bloodletting refrigerates and dries up, except the body be very full of blood, and a kind of ruddiness in the face. Therefore I conclude with Aurelius, before you let blood, deliberate of it, and well consider all circumstances belonging to it. Subsect Roman 3, Preparatives and Purgers. After bloodletting, we must proceed to other medicines. First prepare, and then purge, augi stabulum purgere, make the body clean before we hope to do any good. Walter Bruhl would have a practitioner begin first with a clyster of his, which he prescribes before bloodletting. The common sort, as Mercurialis Montaltus cap. 30. And C proceed from lenitives to preparatives, and so to purgers. Lenitives are well known, electuarium lenitivum, diaphenicum diacatholicon, and C preparatives are usually syrups of borage, bugloss, apples, fumitory, thyme, and epithyme, with double as much of the same decoction or distilled water, or of the waters of bugloss, balm, hops, endive, scolopendry, fumitory, and C. Or these sodden in whey, which must be reiterated and used for many days together. Purges come last, which must not be used at all if the malady may be otherwise helped, because they weaken nature and dry so much, and in giving of them, we must begin with the gentlest first. Some forbid all hot medicines, as Alexander and Salvianus and C. Knee and Saniers in defiant, hot medicines increase the disease by drying too much. Purge downward rather than upward, use potions rather than pills, and when you begin physic, persevere and continue in a course. For as one observes, mover et non educere in omnibus malum est. To stir up the humor, as one purge commonly doth, and not to prosecute, doth more harm than good. They must continue in a course of physic, yet not so that they tire and oppress nature, danda quis naturi, they must now and then remit, and let nature have some rest. The most gentle purges to begin with are senna, cassia, epithyme, myrobalania, catholicon. If these prevail not, we may proceed to stronger, as the confection of Hamich, pill. Indi, fumitorii, duacearit, of lapis arminius and lazuli diacina. Or if pills be too dry, some prescribe both hellebores in the last place, amongst the rest aridus, because this disease will resist a gentle medicine. Laurentius and Hercules de Saxonia would have antimony tried last, if the party be strong, and it warily given. Trincavius prefers hierologodium, to whom Francis Alexander in his Apol. Rad 5. Subscribes a very good medicine they account it. But Crotto in a counsel of his, for the Duke of Bavaria's chancellor, wholly rejects it. I find a vast chaos of medicines, a confusion of receipts and magistrals, amongst writers, appropriated to this disease. Some of the chiefest I will rehearse. To be seasick first is very good at seasonable times. Helliborismus Matthioli, with which he vaunts and boasts he did so many several cures, I never gave it, saith he. But after once or twice, by the help of God, they were happily cured. The manner of making it he sets down at large in his 3rd book of Epist. To George Hankshius, a physician. Walter Bruhl and Huenius make mention of it with great approbation, so doth S.C. Kenkius in his memorable cures and experimental medicines sen. 6. Observe, 37, that famous Helliborisme of Montanus, which he so often repeats in his consultations and counsels, as 28. Pro Melan. Sacerdote et Consul, 148. Pro hypochondriaco and cracks, to be a most sovereign remedy for all melancholy persons, which he hath often given without offense, and found by long experience and observations to be such. Quercetin prefers a syrup of hellebore in his Spagirica pharmac, and hellebor's extract cap. 5 of his invention likewise, a most safe medicine and not unfit to be given children, before all remedies whatsoever. Paracelsus in his book of black hellebore admits this medicine, but as it is prepared by him, it is most certain, saith he, that the virtue of this herb is great and admirable in effect, and little differing from balm itself. And he that knows well how to make use of it, hath more art than all their books contain, or all the doctors in Germany can show, Alienus Montaltus in his exquisite work De Morb. Capitis cap. 31. Demel, sets a special receipt of his own, which, in his practice he fortunately used, because it is but short I will set it down. Prescription. Sirup de pomes ig, equiborag. Ig. Elibori nigri per noctem infusi in ligatura 6 velate gr. Main facta collatera exhibe, other receipts of the same to this purpose you shall find in him. Valescus admires pulvis holly, and Jason pratensis after him, the confection of which our New London Pharmacopoeia hath lately revived. Put case, saith he, all other medicines fail, by the help of God this alone shall do it, and 'tis a crowned medicine which must be kept in secret. Prescription. Epithemi semunc, lapides lazuli agarus iana ig. Scamnone. Letter to 128J, Chariophyllorem pneumo, 20 pulvericenter omnia, et ipsius pulveris scrup. 4 singulis septimanis assumet. To these I may add Arnoldi vinum buglosalum, or borage wine before mentioned, which Mizaldus calls vinum mirabile, a wonderful wine, and Stockerus vouchsafes to repeat verbatim amongst other receipts. Rubius his compound water out of Savonarola, Pintus his balm, Cardens pulvis hyacinthi, with which in his book De Curis Admirandis, he boasts that he had cured many melancholy persons in 8 days, which S.C. Kenkius puts amongst his observable medicines. Altamaris his syrup, with which he calls God so solemnly to witness, he hath in his kind done many excellent cures, and which S.C. Kenkius sent. 7. Observe. 80. Mentioneth Daniel Sennertus lib 1 part. 2 cap. 12. So much commends Rulandus admirable water for melancholy, which sent. 2 cap. 96. He names spiritum vidi aureum panesam what not, and his absolute medicine of 50 eggs curet. Impere. Sent. 1. Cur 5 to be taken 3 in a morning with a powder of his. Faventinus prac emper. Doubles this number of eggs, and will have 101 to be taken by 3 and 3 in like sort, which Salus Salvian approves de red. Med. Lib 2 C1. With some of the same powder till all be spent, a most excellent remedy for all melancholy and madmen. Prescription. Epithemi thymi anadrachmas duas sacari albi uncium unum, croci grana tria, cinnamomi drachmem unum, mise fiat pulvis. All these yet are nothing to those chemical preparatives of aqua chalidonia, quintessence of hellebore, salts, extracts, distillations, oils, aurum potabile, and see Dr. Anthony in his book De Oro Potab. Edit. 1600. Is all in all for it. And though all the schools of Galenists, with a wicked and unthankful pride and scorn, detest it in their practice, yet in more grievous diseases, when their vegetals will do no good, they are compelled to seek the help of minerals, though they use them rashly, unprofitably, slackly, and to no purpose. Renanus, a Dutch chemist, in his book De Sale e Putio Emergent, takes upon him to apologize for Anthony, and sets light by all that speak against him. But what do I meddle with this great controversy, which is the subject of many volumes? Let Paracelsus, Quercetin, Crolius, and the brethren of the Rosy Cross defend themselves as they may. Crotto, Erastus, and the Galenists oppugn Paracelsus. He brags on the other side. He did more famous cures by this means than all the Galenists in Europe, and calls himself a monarch. Galen, Hippocrates, infants illiterate, and see as Thessalus of old railed against those ancient Asclepiadian writers. He condemns others, insults, triumphs, overcomes all antiquity, saith Galen as if he spake to him, declares himself a conqueror, and crowns his own doings. 1 drop of their chemical preparatives shall do more good than all their fulsome potions. Erastus and the rest of the Galenists vilify them on the other side, as heretics in physic. Paracelsus did that in physic, which Luther in divinity. A drunken rogue he was, a base fellow, a magician, he had the devil for his master, devils his familiar companions, and what he did was done by the help of the devil. Thus they contend and rail, and every mart write books pro and con, edit huc sub judice lees est. Let them agree as they will, I proceed. Subsect Roman 4. Averters. Averters and purgers must go together, as tending all to the same purpose, to divert this rebellious humor, and turn it another way. In this range, clysters and suppositories challenge a chief place to draw this humor from the brain and heart to the more ignoble parts. Some would have them still used a few days between, and those to be made with the boiled seeds of anise, fennel, and bastard saffron, hops, thyme, epithyme, mallows, fumitory, bugloss, polypody, senna, diacine, hamich, cassia, diacatholicon, hierologodium, oil of violets, sweet almonds, and camphor without question. A clyster opportunely used cannot choose in this as most other maladies, but to do very much good. Clyster's nutrient, sometimes clysters nourish, as they may be prepared, as I was informed not long since by a learned lecture of our natural philosophy reader, which he handled by way of discourse out of some other noted physicians. Such things as provoke urine most commend, but not sweat. Trincavius Consul. 16. Cap. 1 in head melancholy forbids it. P. Byaris and others approve frictions of the outward parts, and to bathe them with warm water. Instead of ordinary frictions, Cardan prescribes rubbing with nettles till they blister the skin, which likewise Basardus Visontinus so much magnifies. Sneezing, masticatories, and nasals are generally received. Montaltus C. 34. Hildesheim Spissel. 3. Fall, 136 and 238. Give several receipts of all three. Hercules de Saxonia relates of an empiric in Venice that had a strong water to purge by the mouth and nostrils, which he still used in head melancholy, and would sell for no gold. To open months and hemorrhoids is very good physic, if they have been formerly stopped. Faventinus would have them opened with horseleeches, so would Hercule. De Sax. Julius Alexandrinus Consul. 185. Scholzii thinks aloes fitter. Most approve horseleeches in this case to be applied to the forehead, nostrils, and other places. Montaltus Cap. 29. Out of Alexander and others prescribes cupping glasses and issues in the left thigh. Aretus Lib 7 Cap. 5. Paulus Regalinus, Silvius will have them without scarification applied to the shoulders and back, thighs and feet. Montaltus Cap. 34. Bids open an issue in the arm or hinder part of the head. Piezo enjoins ligatures, frictions, suppositories, and cupping glasses, still without scarification, and the rest. Cauteries and hot irons are to be used in the suture of the crown, and the seared or ulcerated place suffered to run a good while. 'Tis not amiss to bore the skull with an instrument, to let out the fuliginous vapors. Salus. Salvianus de Re Medic. Lib 2 Cap. 1. Because this humor hardly yields to other physic, would have the leg cauterized or the left leg below the knee, and the head bored in 2 or 3 places, for that it much avails to the exhalation of the vapors. I saw saith he a melancholy man at Rome, that by no remedies could be healed, but when by chance he was wounded in the head, and the skull broken, he was excellently cured. Another, to the admiration of the beholders, breaking his head with a fall from on high, was instantly recovered of his dotage. Gordonius Cap. 13, Part. 2 would have these cauteries tried last when no other physic will serve. The head to be shaved and bored to let out fumes, which without doubt will do much good. I saw a melancholy man wounded in the head with a sword, his brainpan broken. So long as the wound was open he was well, but when his wound was healed his dotage returned again. But Alexander Messeria, a professor in Padua, Lib 1 Pract. Med. Cap. 21. De Melancholy. Will allow no cauteries at all, 'tis too stiff a humor and too thick as he holds, to be so evaporated. Guianerius C8. Tract. 15. Cured a nobleman in Savoy by boring alone, leaving the hole open a month together, by means of which, after 2 years' melancholy and madness, he was delivered. All approve of this remedy in the suture of the crown, but Arculanus would have the cautery to be made with gold. In many other parts, these cauteries are prescribed for melancholy men, as in the thighs. Mercurialis Consul 86. Arms, legs, idem Consul. 6 and 19 and 25. Montanus 86. Rodricus of Fonseca Tom, 2 Causalt, 84, pro hypochond, coxodextra and C, but most in the head if other physic will do no good. Subsect V. Alteratives and cordials, corroborating, resolving the reliques, and mending the temperament. Because this humor is so malign of itself, and so hard to be removed, the reliques are to be cleansed by alteratives, cordials, and such means. The temper is to be altered and amended, with such things as fortify and strengthen the heart and brain, which are commonly both affected in this malady, and do mutually misaffect one another. Which are still to be given every other day, or some few days inserted after a purge, or like physic, as occasion serves, and are of such force, that many times they help alone, and as Arnoldus holds in his aphorisms, are to be preferred before all other medicines, in what kind soever. Amongst this number of cordials and alteratives, I do not find a more present remedy than a cup of wine or strong drink, if it be soberly and opportunely used. It makes a man bold, hardy, courageous, whetteth the wit if moderately taken, and as Plutarch saith simp. 7. Queest. 12. It makes those which are otherwise dull, to exhale and evaporate like frankincense, or quicken, Xenophon adds, as oil doth fire. A famous cordial Matthiolus in Dioscoritum calls it an excellent nutriment to refresh the body. It makes a good color, a flourishing age, helps concoction, fortifies the stomach, takes away obstructions, provokes urine, drives out excrements, procures sleep, clears the blood, expels wind and cold poisons, attenuates, concocts, dissipates all thick vapors and fuliginous humors. And that which is all in all to my purpose, it takes away fear and sorrow. Curas edaces dissipat evius. It glads the heart of man, Sal. Civ. 15. Hilaritatis dulce seminarium. Helena's bowl, the sole nectar of the gods, or that true Nepenthes in Homer, which puts away care and grief, as Oribasius 5. Collect cap. 7 and some others will, was not else but a cup of good wine. It makes the mind of the king and of the fatherless both one, of the bond and freeman, poor and rich. It turneth all his thoughts to joy and mirth, makes him remember no sorrow or debt, but enricheth his heart, and makes him speak by talents, Esdras Roman 3. 19, 20, 21. It gives life itself, spirits, wit, and sea, for which cause the ancients called Bacchus, liber pater a liberando, and sacrifice to Bacchus and Pallas still upon an altar. Wine measurably drunk, and in time, brings gladness and cheerfulness of mind. It cheereth God and men, Judges Roman 9. 13. Laetitii Bacchus dater, it makes an old wife dance, and such as are in misery to forget evil and be merry. Bacchus et afflictis requiem mortalibus affert, crura licet duro compede vincta fort. Wine makes a troubled soul to rest, though feet with fetters be oppressed. Demetrius in Plutarch, when he fell into Seleucus's hands and was prisoner in Syria, spent his time with dice and drink that he might so ease his discontented mind, and avoid those continual cogitations of his present condition wherewith he was tormented. Therefore Solomon, Prov. Roman 31. 6. Bids wine be given to him that is ready to perish, and to him that hath grief of heart, let him drink that he forget his poverty, and remember his misery no more. Solicitus animus onus eximit, it easeth a burdened soul, nothing speedier, nothing better. Which the prophet Zechariah perceived, when he said, that in the time of Meshes, they of Ephraim should be glad, and their heart should rejoice as through wine. All which makes me very well approve of that pretty description of a feast in Bartholomeus Anglicus, when grace was said, their hands washed, and the guests sufficiently exhilarated, with good discourse, sweet music, dainty fare, exhilarationis gratia, pocula itrum ac itrum offerenter, as a corollary to conclude the feast, and continue their mirth, a grace cup came in to cheer their hearts, and they drank healths to one another again and again. Which as I Fredericus Matenesius crit. Christ. Lib 2 cap. 5, 6, and 7 was an old custom in all ages in every commonwealth, so as they be not enforced by burr per violentium, but as in that royal feast of Ahasuerus, which lasted 180 days, without compulsion they drank by order in golden vessels, when and what they would themselves. This of drink is a most easy and parable remedy, a common, a cheap, still ready against fear, sorrow, and such troublesome thoughts that molest the mind. As brimstone with fire, the spirits on a sudden are enlightened by it. No better physic saith Rhases for a melancholy man, and he that can keep company and carouse needs no other medicines, tease enough. His countryman Avicenna 31. Doc 2 cap. 8. Proceeds farther yet, and will have him that is troubled in mind, or melancholy, not to drink only, but now and then to be drunk. Excellent good physic it is for this and many other diseases. Magninus Reg. San part. 3c 31. Will have them to be so once a month at least, and gives his reasons for it, because it scours the body by vomit, urine, sweat, of all manner of superfluities, and keeps it clean. Of the same mind is Seneca the philosopher, in his book De Tranquil. Lib 1, c 15. Non nunquam ut in aliis morbis ad ebrietatem usque veniendum. Curas deprimit, tristitii mediter, it is good sometimes to be drunk, it helps sorrow, depresseth cares, and so concludes this tract with a cup of wine. Habes, serene carissime, qui ad, tranquilitatem animi, pertinent. But these are epicureal tenets, tending to looseness of life, luxury, and atheism, maintained alone by some heathens, dissolute Arabians, profane Christians, and are exploded by Rabbi Moses tract. 4. Guliel Placentius lib 1 cap. 8 Valescus de Taranta and most accurately ventilated by Jo. Silvaticus, a late writer and physician of Milan med. Kant, cap. 14. Where you shall find this tenet copiously confuted. Howsoever you say, if this be true, that wine and strong drink have such virtue to expel fear and sorrow, and to exhilarate the mind, ever hereafter let's drink and be merry. Prom reconditum, lid strenua, cecubum, capaciers pure huc aphersyphos, et chia vina aut lesbia. Come, lusty Lydda, fills a cup of sack, and sirrah drawer, bigger pots we lack, and sia wines that have so good a smack. I say with him in A. Gellius, let us maintain the vigor of our souls with a moderate cup of wine, natties in usum laetitii syphis, and drink to refresh our mind. If there be any cold sorrow in it, or torpid bashfulness, let's wash it all away. Nunc vino pellet curas. So saith Horace, so saith Anacreon, mu epsilon theta letter 1 f7b omicron nu tau alpha gamma alpha rho, mu epsilon kappa epsilon letter 1 fd6, sigma theta alpha iota pi omicron lambda letter 1 f7a, kappa rho epsilon iota sigma sigma omicron nu, letter 1 f24 theta alpha nu letter 1 f79, nu tau alpha. Let's drive down care with a cup of wine. And so say I too, though I drink none myself, for all this may be done, so that it be modestly, soberly, opportunely used, so that they be not drunk with wine wherein is excess, which our apostle forewarns. For as Chrysostom well comments on that place, ad lidicium datum est vinum, non ad ebrietatem, tease for mirth wine, but not for madness. And will you know where, when, and how that is to be understood? Vis dicere ubi bonum sit vinum. Audi quid dicat scriptura, hear the scriptures, give wine to them that are in sorrow, or as Paul bid Timothy drink wine for his stomach's sake, for concoction, health, or some such honest occasion, otherwise, as Pliny telleth us, if singular moderation be not had, nothing so pernicious, tease mere vinegar, blandest demon, poison itself. But here a more fearful doom, Habac, Roman 2, 15 and 16. Woe be to him that makes his neighbor drunk, shameful spewing shall be upon his glory. Let not good fellows triumph therefore, saith Matthiolus, that I have so much commended wine, if it be immoderately taken, instead of making glad, it confounds both body and soul, it makes a giddy head, a sorrowful heart. And 'twas well said of the poet of old, vine causeth mirth and grief. Nothing so good for some, so bad for others, especially as one observes, quia causa callida male habent, that are hot or inflamed. And so if spices, they alone, as I have showed, cause head melancholy themselves, they must not use wine as an ordinary drink or in their diet. But to determine with Laurentius, c8. De Melan. Wine is bad for madmen, and such as are troubled with heat in their inner parts or brains, but to melancholy, which is cold, as most is, wine, soberly used, may be very good. I may say the same of the decoction of China roots, sassafras, sarsaparilla, guaiacum. China, saith Manardus, makes a good color in the face, takes away melancholy and all infirmities proceeding from cold. Even so sarsaparilla provokes sweat mightily, guaiacum dries, Claudinus consult. 89 and 46. Montanus Capivaccius consult. 188. Scoltzii make frequent and good use of guaiacum and China, so that the liver be not incensed, good for such as are cold, as most melancholy men are, but by no means to be mentioned in hot. The Turks have a drink called coffee, for they use no wine, so named of a berry as black as soot, and as bitter, like that black drink which was in use amongst the Lacedaemonians, and perhaps the same, which they sip still of, and sup as warm as they can suffer. They spend much time in those coffee houses, which are somewhat like our alehouses or taverns, and there they sit chatting and drinking to drive away the time, and to be merry together, because they find by experience that kind of drink, so used, helpeth digestion and procureth alacrity. Some of them take opium to this purpose. Borage, balm, saffron, gold, I have spoken of. Montaltus, C23, commends scorzonera roots condite. Garcius ob horto plant, hist. Lib. 2. Cap. 25. Makes mention of an herb called datura, which, if it be eaten for 24 hours following, takes away all sense of grief, makes them inclined to laughter and mirth. And another called bodge, like an effect to opium, which puts them for a time into a kind of ecstasy, and makes them gently to laugh. One of the Roman emperors had a seed, which he did ordinarily eat to exhilarate himself. Christophorus Erarus prefers bezoar stone, and the confection of alkermes, before other cordials, and amber in some cases. Alkermes comforts the inner parts, and bezoar stone hath an especial virtue against all melancholy affections, it refresheth the heart, and corroborates the whole body. Amber provokes urine, helps the body, breaks wind and sea after a purge, 3 or 4 grains of bezoar stone and 3 grains of ambergris, drunk or taken in borage or bugloss water in which gold hot hath been quenched will do much good, and the purge shall diminish less. The heart so refreshed of the strength and substance of the body. Prescription. Confect. Alkermes sharpes lap. Bezoar J. Ciccini albi subtilis pulverizat. J. Cum syrup de court. Citri, fiat electuarium. To bezoar stone most subscribe Manardus and many others. It takes away sadness, and makes him merry that useth it. I have seen some that have been much diseased with faintness, swooning, and melancholy, that taking the weight of 3 grains of this stone, in the water of ox-dung, have been cured. Garcia's Ob Horto brags how many desperate cures he hath done upon melancholy men by this alone, when all physicians had forsaken them. But Alkermes many except against. In some cases it may help, if it be good and of the best, such as that of Montpellier in France, which Iodocus Sincerus, Itinerario Gallii, so much magnifies, and would have no traveller omit to see it made. But it is not so general a medicine as the other. Fernelius, Consul. 49. Suspects Alkermes, by reason of its heat, nothing, saith he, sooner exasperates this disease than the use of hot working meats and medicines, and would have them for that cause warily taken. I conclude therefore of this and all other medicines, as Thucydides of the plague at Athens, no remedy could be prescribed for it, nam quod uni perfuit, hoc aliis erratic zitio. There is no Catholic medicine to be had. That which helps one is pernicious to another. Diamargaritum frigidum, diambra diaborginatum, electuarium ledificans galni et races, digemis, dianthos, diamoscum dulce et amarum, electuarium conciliatoris syrup. Pseudonym de pomes, conserves of roses, violets, fumitory, inula campana, satyrion, lemons, orange pills, condite and C, have their good use. Prescription. Diamosci dulcis et amari ana letter to 128 JJ. Diabuglossati, diaboriginati, sacchari violaci ana J mise cum sirupo de pomes. Every physician is full of such receipts. One only I will add for the rareness of it, which I find recorded by many learned authors, as an approved medicine against dotage, head melancholy, and such diseases of the brain. Take a ram's head that never meddled with an ewe, cut off at a blow, and the horns only take away, boil it well, skin and wool together. After it is well sawed, take out the brains and put these spices to it: cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, mace, cloves, ana sharpes. Mingle the powder of these spices with it, and heat them in a platter upon a chafing dish of coals together, stirring them well, that they do not burn. Take heed it be not overmuch dried, or drier than a calf's brains ready to be eat. Keep it so prepared, and for 3 days give it the patient fasting, so that he fast 2 hours after it. It may be eaten with bread in an egg or broth, or any way so it be taken. For 14 days let him use this diet, drink no wine, and see Gessner Hist. Animal Lib. 1 Pag 917. Characterius Pract. 13. In Nish, Demetri. Pag. 129. Atro, Wittenberg edit. Tubing. Pag. 62 mention this medicine, though with some variation. He that list may try it, and many such. Odoraments to smell to of rosewater, violet flowers, balm, rose cakes, vinegar, and C, do much recreate the brains and spirits, according to Solomon. Prov. Roman 27. 9. They rejoice the heart, and as some say, nourish. 'Tis a question commonly controverted in our schools, and odor is nutrient. Let Ficinus, lib 2 cap. 18. Decide it, many arguments he brings to prove it. As of Democritus, that lived by the smell of bread alone, applied to his nostrils, for some few days, when for old age he could eat no meat. Ferrerius, lib 2 meth. Speaks of an excellent confection of his making, of wine, saffron, and C, which he prescribed to dull, weak, feeble, and dying men to smell to, and by it to have done very much good, ec fear perfuis olfactu, et patu, as if he had given them drink. Our noble and learned Lord Verulam, in his book De Vita et Mort, commends, therefore, all such cold smells as any way serve to refrigerate the spirits. Montanus, Consul. 31, prescribes a form which he would have his melancholy patient never to have out of his hands. If you will have them spagyrically prepared, look in Oswaldus Crollius, Basil, Chymica. Irrigations of the head shaven, of the flowers of water lilies, lettuce, violets, chamomile, wild mallows, wether's head, and C, must be used many mornings together. Montan, Consul. 31, would have the head so washed once a week. Laelius a font Eugubinus consult. 44, for an Italian count, troubled with head melancholy, repeats many medicines which he tried. but 2 alone which did the cure. Use of whey made of goat's milk with the extract of hellebore, and irrigations of the head with water lilies, lettuce, violets, chamomile, and C, upon the suture of the crown. Piso commends a ram's lungs applied hot to the forepart of the head, or a young lamb divided in the back, exenterated, and C. All acknowledge the chief cure in moistening throughout. Some, saith Laurentius, use powders and caps to the brain, but forasmuch as such aromatical things are hot and dry, they must be sparingly administered. Unto the heart we may do well to apply bags, epithams, ointments, of which Laurentius, c. 9. De Melan gives examples. Bruel prescribes an epitham for the heart, of bugloss, borage, water lily, violet waters, sweet wine, balm leaves, nutmegs, cloves, and C. For the belly, make a fomentation of oil, in which the seeds of cumin, rue, carrots, dill have been boiled. Baths are of wonderful great force in this malady, much admired by Galen, Aetius, Rhases, and C. of sweet water, in which is boiled the leaves of mallows, roses, violets, water lilies, wether's head, flowers of bugloss, chamomile, melilot, and sea gainer, cap 8. Tract. 15 would have them used twice a day, and when they came forth of the baths, their backbones to be anointed with oil of almonds, violets, nymphea, fresh capon grease, and C. Amulets and things to be borne about, I find prescribed, taxed by some, approved by Renodius Platerus, amuleta inquit non negligenda, and others. Look for them in Mizaldus, Porta, Albertus, and C. Bassardus Viscontinuus, Ant. Philos. Commends Hypericon, or St. John's wort gathered on a Friday in the hour of Jupiter, when it comes to his effectual operation. That is about the full moon in July. So gathered and borne, or hung about the neck, it mightily helps this affection, and drives away all fantastical spirits. Phils, a Greek author that flourished in the time of Michael Paleologus, writes that a sheep or kid's skin, whom a wolf worried, hedus inhumani raptus ob or lupi, ought not at all to be worn about a man, because it causeth palpitation of the heart, not for any fear, but a secret virtue which amulets have. A ring made of the hoof of an ass's right forefoot carried about, and see I say with Renodius, they are not altogether to be rejected. Peony doth cure epilepsy. Precious stones most diseases. A wolf's dung borne with one helps the colic, a spider an ague, and see being in the country in the vacation time not many years since, at Lindley in Leicestershire, my father's house, I first observed this amulet of a spider in a nutshell lapped in silk, and see, so applied for an ague by my mother, whom, although I knew to have excellent skill in chirurgery, sore eyes, aches, and see, and such experimental medicines, as all the country where she dwelt can witness, to have done many famous and good cures upon divers poor folks, that were otherwise destitute of help. Yet among all other experiments, this methought was most absurd and ridiculous. I could see no warrant for it. Quid errania cum feber, for what antipathy? Till at length rambling amongst authors, as often I do, I found this very medicine in Dioscorides, approved by Matthiolus, repeated by Alderavendus cap. De errania lib. Do insectes, I began to have a better opinion of it, and to give more credit to amulets, when I saw it in some parties answer to experience. Some medicines are to be exploded, that consist of words, characters, spells, and charms, which can do no good at all, but out of a strong conceit, as Pomponadius proves. Or the devil's policy, who is the first founder and teacher of them. Subsect, Roman 6, correctors of accidents to procure sleep, against fearful dreams, redness, and C. When you have used all good means and helps of alteratives, averters, diminutives, yet there will be still certain accidents to be corrected and amended, as waking, fearful dreams, flushing in the face to some ruddenness, and C. Waking, by reason of their continual cares, fears, sorrows, dry brains, is a symptom that much crucifies melancholy men, and must therefore be speedily helped, and sleep by all means procured, which sometimes is a sufficient remedy of itself without any other physic. As Sikenkius in his Observations hath an example of a woman that was so cured. The means to procure it are inward or outward. Inwardly taken are simples or compounds, simples as poppy, nymphea, violets, roses, lettuce, mandrake, henbane, nightshade or solanum, saffron, hempseed, nutmegs, willows with their seeds, juice, decoctions, distilled waters, and C compounds are syrups or opiates, syrup of poppy, violets, verbasco, which are commonly taken with distilled waters. Prescription Diacodii J. Diascordiae letter to unto each arpes, aquilactici ace mistafiat podio ad horam somni sumenda. Requis Nicholi, Phelonium romanum, Trifera magna, Piluli decynoglossa, Diascordium, Laudanum paracelsi, opium are in use, and c. Country folks commonly make a posset of hemp seed, which Fuchsius in his herbal so much discommends. Yet I have seen the good effect, and it may be used where better medicines are not to be had. Laudanum paracelsi is prescribed in 2 or 3 grains, with a dram of Diascordium, which Oswald Crolius commends. Opium itself is most part used outwardly, to smell to in a ball, though commonly so taken by the Turks to the same quantity for a cordial, and at Goa in the Indies, the dose 40 or 50 grains. Rulandus calls Requiem Nicholi ultimum refugium, the last refuge, but of this and the rest look for peculiar receipts in Victorius Faventinus, cap. De Frenzy. Huenius cap. De Mania, Hildesheim Spissel 4, De Somno et Vigil, and see outwardly used as oil of nutmegs by extraction or expression with rosewater to anoint the temples, oils of poppy, nenuphar, mandrake, purslane, violets, all to the same purpose. Montan, Consul, 24 and 25. Much commends odoraments of opium, vinegar, and rosewater. Laurentius cap. 9. Prescribes pomanders and nodules, see the receipts in him, Codronchus wormhood to smell to. Unguentum alabastritum, populium are used to anoint the temples, nostrils, or if they be too weak, they mix saffron and opium. Take a grain or 2 of opium, and dissolve it with 3 or 4 drops of rosewater in a spoon, and after mingle with it as much unguentum populium as a nut, use it as before. Or else take half a dram of opium, unguentum populium, oil of nenuphar, rosewater, rose vinegar, of each half an ounce, with as much virgin wax as a nut, anoint your temples with some of it, ad horam somni. Sacks of wormhood, mandrake, henbane, roses made like pillows and laid under the patient's head, are mentioned by Cardan and Mizaldus, to anoint the soles of the feet with the fat of a dormouse, the teeth with ear wax of a dog, swine's gall, hare's ears. Charms and c. Frontlets are well known to every good wife, rosewater and vinegar, with a little woman's milk, and nutmegs grated upon a rose cake applied to both temples. For an emplaster, take of castoreum a dram and a half, of opium half a scruple, mixed both together with a little water of life, make 2 small plasters thereof, and apply them to the temples. Rulandus scent. 1. Cur 17. Scent. 3. Cur 94. Prescribes epithams and lotions of the head, with the decoction of flowers of nymphea, violet leaves, mandrake roots, henbane, white poppy. Herc. De Saxonia, Stillicidia or droppings, and see lotions of the feet do much avail of the said herbs. By these means, saith Laurentius, I think you may procure sleep to the most melancholy man in the world. Some use horseleeches behind the ears and apply opium to the place. Baeris lib 2 c13. Sets down some remedies against fearful dreams, and such as walk and talk in their sleep. Baptista Porta mag. nat. L2, c6. To procure pleasant dreams and quiet rest, would have you take hippoglossa, or the herb horse-dung balm, to use them or their distilled waters after supper. And see such men must not eat beans, peas, garlic, onions, cabbage, venison, hare, use black wines, or any meat hard of digestion at supper, or lie on their backs, and see. Rusticus pudor, bashfulness, flushing in the face, high color, ruddiness are common grievances, which much torture many melancholy men when they meet a man. Or come in company of their betters, strangers, after a meal, or if they drink a cup of wine or strong drink, they are as red and fleet, and sweat as if they had been at a mayor's feast, precertum si metus accessorit, it exceeds, they think every man observes, takes notice of it. And fear alone will effect it, suspicion without any other cause. Sc. Kenkius observe. Med. Lib. 1. Speaks of a waiting gentlewoman in the Duke of Savoy's court, that was so much offended with it, that she kneeled down to him, and offered Biorus, a physician, all that she had to be cured of it. And 'tis most true, that Antony Ludovicus saith in his book De Pudor, bashfulness either hurts or helps, such men I am sure it hurts. If it proceed from suspicion or fear, Felix Plater prescribes no other remedy but to reject and contemn it. Id populus curat silicet, as a worthy physician in our town said to a friend of mine in like case, complaining without a cause, suppose one look red, what matter is it, make light of it, who observes it if it trouble at or after meals, as Jobertus observes med. Pract. L1, C7. After a little exercise or stirring, for many are then hot and red in the face, or if they do nothing at all, especially women. He would have them let blood in both arms, first one, then another 2 or 3 days between if blood abound. To use frictions of the other parts, feet especially, and washing of them, because of that consent which is between the head and the feet, and withal to refrigerate the face, by washing it often with rose, violet, nenuphar, lettuce, lovage waters, and the like. But the best of all is that lack virgin ale or strained liquor of liturgy. It is diversely prepared by Jobertus thus: prescription lithar, argent, unc, j cerisi candidissimi, letter to untuit jjj, caffuri jj, dissolventer aquarum solani lactici et nenepharis ana unc, jjj, acidi vini albi, unc, jj, aliquat horas residet dane transmittator per filt, aqua servetur in vase vitrio, ac e bis turv facies quadidi irroretur. Corsetin spagier. Far, cap. 6. Commends the water of frog's spawn for ruddiness in the face, Crotto Consul. 283. Scoltzii would fain have them use all summer the condite flowers of succory, strawberry water, roses, cupping glasses are good for the time, Consul. 285. Et 286. And to defecate impure blood with the infusion of senna, savory, balm water. Hilarius knew one cured alone with the use of succory boiled, and drunk for 5 months, every morning in the summer. It is good overnight to anoint the face with hare's blood, and in the morning to wash it with strawberry and cowslip water, the juice of distilled lemons, juice of cucumbers, or to use the seeds of melons, or kernels of peaches beaten small, or the roots of aran, and mixed with wheat bran to bake it in an oven, and to crumble it in strawberry water, or to put fresh cheese curds to a red face. If it trouble them at meal times that flushing, as oft it doth, with sweating or the like, they must avoid all violent passions and actions, as laughing and strong drink, and drink very little, 1 draught, saith Crotto, and that about the midst of their meal. Avoid at all times indurate salt, and especially spice and windy meat. Crotto prescribes the condite fruit of wild rose to a nobleman his patient, to be taken before dinner or supper, to the quantity of a chestnut. It is made of sugar, as that of quinces. The decoction of the roots of sothisol before meat, by the same author, is much approved. To eat of a baked apple some advice, or of a preserved quince cumin seed prepared with meat instead of salt, to keep down fumes, not to study or to be intentive after meals, prescription. Nucleorum persic. Seminis melanum ana unc. Sharpes equi fragrorum L ig. Mise, Udatermain, to apply cupping glasses to the shoulders is very good. For the other kind of ruddiness which is settled in the face with pimples, and because it pertains not to my subject, I will not meddle with it. I refer you to Crotto's counsels, Arnoldus lib 1 brevier. Cap. 39.1, Ruland Peter Forestus Defuco, lib 31. Obser. 2 to Platerus, Mercurialis, Ulmus, Rindoltius, Huenius, Manatus, and others that have written largely of it. Those other grievances and symptoms of headache, palpitation of heart, vertigo deliquium, and which trouble many melancholy men, because they are copiously handled apart in every physician, I do voluntarily omit. Mem. Roman 2. Cure of melancholy over all the body. Where the melancholy blood possesseth the whole body with the brain, it is best to begin with bloodletting. The Greeks prescribe the median or middle vein to be opened, and so much blood to be taken away as the patient may well spare, and the cut that is made must be wide enough. The Arabians hold it fittest to be taken from that arm on which side there is more pain and heaviness in the head. If black blood issue forth, bleed on. If it be clear and good, let it be instantly suppressed, because the malice of melancholy is much corrected by the goodness of the blood. If the party's strength will not admit much evacuation in this kind at once, it must be assayed again and again. If it may not be conveniently taken from the arm, it must be taken from the knees and ankles, especially to such men or women whose hemorrhoids or months have been stopped. If the malady continue, it is not amiss to evacuate in a part in the forehead, and to virgins in the ankles who are melancholy for love matters, so to widows that are much grieved and troubled with sorrow and cares, for bad blood flows in the heart, and so crucifies the mind. The hemorrhoids are to be opened with an instrument or horseleeches, and see more in Montaltus, cap. 29. S.C. Kenkius hath an example of one that was cured by an accidental wound in his thigh. Much bleeding freed him from melancholy. Diet, diminutives, alteratives, cordials, correctors as before, intermixed as occasion serves, all their study must be to make a melancholy man fat, and then the cure is ended. Diuretics or medicines to procure urine are prescribed by some in this kind, hot and cold. Hot where the heat of the liver doth not forbid. cold where the heat of the liver is very great. Amongst hot are parsley roots, lovage, fennel, and C. Cold, melon seeds, and C, with whey of goat's milk, which is the common conveyor. To purge and purify the blood, use sothosol, succory, senna endive, cardus benedictus, dandelion, hop, maidenhair, fumitory, bugloss, borage, and C. With their juice, decoctions, distilled waters, syrups, and C. Oswaldus, Crolius, basil, chim. Much admires salt of corals in this case, and Aetius tetrabib. Sir 2 cap. 114. Hieram archigenes, which is an excellent medicine to purify the blood for all melancholy affections, falling sickness, none to be compared to it. Mem. Roman 3. Subsect I. Cure of hypochondriacal melancholy. In this cure, as in the rest, is especially required the rectification of those 6 non-natural things above all, as good diet, which Montanus consul. 27. Enjoins a French nobleman to have an especial care of it, without which all other remedies are in vain. Bloodletting is not to be used, except the patient's body be very full of blood, and that it be derived from the liver and spleen to the stomach and his vessels, then to draw it back, to cut the inner vein of either arm, some say the salvatella, and if the malady be continuate, to open a vein in the forehead. Preparatives and alteratives may be used as before, saving that there must be respect had as well to the liver, spleen, stomach, hypochondries, as to the heart and brain. To comfort the stomach and inner parts against wind and obstructions, by Arrhetius, Galen, Aetius, Aurelianus, and C., and many latter writers, are still prescribed the decoctions of wormhood, centaury, pennyroyal, betony sodden in whey, and daily drunk. Many have been cured by this medicine alone. Prosper Altinus and some others as much magnify the water of Nile against this malady, an especial good remedy for windy melancholy. For which reason belike Ptolemaeus Philadelphus, when he married his daughter Berenice to the king of Assyria, as Celsus, lib 2 records, magnes impensis nilli aquam afferi jussit, to his great charge caused the water of Nile to be carried with her, and gave command that during her life she should use no other drink. I find those that commend use of apples, in splenetic and this kind of melancholy, lambswool some call it, which howsoever approved, must certainly be corrected of cold rawness and wind. Codronchus in his book De Salib Sin magnifies the oil and salt of wormwood above all other remedies, which works better and speedier than any simple whatsoever, and much to be preferred before all those fulsome decoctions and infusions, which must offend by reason of their quantity. This alone in a small measure taken expels wind, and that most forcibly, moves urine, cleanseth the stomach of all gross humors, crudities, helps appetite, and C. Arnoldus hath a wormhood wine which he would have used, which every pharmacopoeia speaks of. Diminutives and purges may be taken as before, of hiera manna cassia, which Montanus consul. 230. For an Italian abbot, in this kind prefers before all other simples, and these must be often used, still abstaining from those which are more violent, lest they do exasperate the stomach, and C, and the mischief by that means be increased. Though in some physicians I find very strong purgers, hellebore itself prescribed in this affection. If it long continue, vomits may be taken after meat, or otherwise gently procured with warm water, oxymel, and C now and then. Fuchsius cap. 33. Prescribes hellebore, but still take heed in this malady, which I have often warned of hot medicines, because, as Salvianus adds, drought follows heat, which increaseth the disease, and yet Baptista Sylvaticus contrave. 32. Forbids cold medicines, because they increase obstructions and other bad symptoms. But this varies as the parties do, and 'tis not easy to determine which to use. The stomach most part in this infirmity is cold, the liver hot, scarce therefore, which Montanus insinuates consul. 229. For the Earl of Manfort, can you help the one and not hurt the other? Much discretion must be used, take no physic at all he concludes without great need. Laelius Egubinus consul. For an hypochondriacal German prince, used many medicines, but it was after signified to him in letters that the decoction of China and sassafras and salt of sassafras wrought him an incredible good. In his 108 consult, he used as happily the same remedies. This to a third might have been poison, by overheating his liver and blood. For the other parts look for remedies in Savonarola, Gordonius Masseria, Mercatus Johnson, and C1 for the spleen, amongst many other I will not omit, cited by Hildesheim Spissel. 2. Prescribed by Matt. Flaccus, and out of the authority of Benevenius. Antony Benevenius in a hypochondriacal passion, cured an exceeding great swelling of the spleen with capers alone, a meat befitting that infirmity and frequent use of the water of a smith's forge. By this physic he helped a sick man, whom all other physicians had forsaken, that for 7 years had been splenetic. And of such force is this water, that those creatures as drink of it have commonly little or no spleen. See more excellent medicines for the spleen in him and laud. Mercatus, who is a great magnifier of this medicine. This Chalyb's preparatus or steel drink is much likewise commended to this disease by Daniel Sennertus L1. Part 2 Cap. 12, and admired by J. Caesar Claudinus responds. 29. He calls steel the proper alexipharmacum of this malady and much magnifies it. Look for receipts in them. Averters must be used to the liver and spleen and to scour the mesaraic veins, and they are either too open or provoke urine. You can open no place better than the hemorrhoids, which if by horseleeches they be made to flow, there may be again such an excellent remedy, as Plater holds, Sallust. Salvian will admit no other phlebotomy but this, and by his experience in an hospital which he kept, he found all mad and melancholy men worse for other bloodletting. Laurentius Cap. 15. Calls this of horseleeches a sure remedy to empty the spleen and mesaraic membrane. Only Montanus Consul. 241. Is against it, to other men. Saith he, this opening of the hemorrhoids seems to be a profitable remedy. For my part one do not approve of it, because it draws away the thinnest blood and leaves the thickest behind. Aetius, Vitus Vitius, Mercurialis, Fuccius, recommend diuretics or such things as provoke urine as aniseeds, dill, fennel, germander, ground pine, sodden in water, or drunk in powder. And yet P. Bayerus is against them. And so is Hilarius. All melancholy men saith he must avoid such things as provoke urine, because by them the subtile or thinnest is evacuated, the thicker matter remains. Clysters are in good request. Trincavelius lib 3 Cap. 38. For a young nobleman, esteems of them in the first place, and Hercules de Saxonia Panth. Lib 1 Cap. 16. Is a great approver of them. I have found, saith he by experience, that many hypochondriacal melancholy men have been cured by the sole use of clysters. Receipts are to be had in him. Besides those fomentations, irrigations, enunctions, odorments prescribed for the head, there must be the like used for the liver, spleen, stomach, hypochondries, and C in crudity saith pies. 'Tis good to bind the stomach hard to hinder wind, and to help concoction. Of inward medicines I need not speak. Use the same cordials as before. In this kind of melancholy, some prescribe treacle in winter, especially before or after purges, or in the spring, as Avicenna Trincavelius mithridate, Montaltus peony seed, unicorn's horn, os de cord cervi, and C. Amongst topics or outward medicines, none are more precious than baths, but of them I have spoken. Fomentations to the hypochondries are very good, of wine and water in which are sodden southernwood, melilot, epithyme, mugwort, senna, polypody, as also cerotes, plaisters, liniments, ointments for the spleen, liver, and hypochondries, of which look for examples in Laurentius Jobertus lib 3. Cipra. Med. Montanus Consul. 231. Montaltus Cap. 33. Hercules de Saxonia, Faventinus. And so of epithyms, digestive powders, bags, oils, Octavius Horatianus lib 2c5. Prescribes cholastic cataplasms or dry purging medicines, piezodrapaces of pitch, and oil of rue applied at certain times to the stomach, to the metaphrene or part of the back which is over against the heart, Aetius synapisms, Montaltus Cap. 35. Would have the thighs to be cauterized, Mercurialis prescribes beneath the knees, Laelius Egubinus Consul. 77. For a hypochondriacal Dutchman, will have the cautery made in the right thigh, and so Montanus Consul. 55. The same Montanus Consul. 34. Approves of issues in the arms or hinder part of the head. Bernardus Paternus in Hildesheim Spissel 2 would have issues made in both the thighs. Laud. Mercatus prescribes them near the spleen, outprop ventriculi regimen, or in either of the thighs. Ligatures, frictions, and cupping glasses above or about the belly, without scarification, which Felix Platerus so much approves, may be used as before. Subsect Roman 2. Correctors to expel wind, against costiveness and C. In this kind of melancholy, one of the most offensive symptoms is wind, which, as in the other species so in this, hath great need to be corrected and expelled. The medicines to expel it are either inwardly taken or outwardly. Inwardly to expel wind are simples or compounds. Simples are herbs roots and C, as galanga, gentian angelica, inula, calamus aromaticus, valerian, zeodoti, iris, condite ginger, aristolachi, cyclaminus china, ditender, pennyroyal, rue, calamint, bayberries and bay leaves, betony, rosemary, hyssop, sabine, centauri, mint, chamomile, stechas, agnus castus, broom flowers, oregon, orange pills, and C. Spices as saffron, cinnamon, bezoar stone, myrrh, mace, nutmegs, pepper, cloves, ginger, seeds of anise, fennel, amni, carry, nettle, rue, and C. Juniper berries, Grana paradisi. Compounds: dianisum, diagalanga, diaciminum, diacalaminth, electuarium debaxis lauri, benedicta laxativa, pulvis ad status. Antide: florent. Pulvis carminativus, aromaticum rosatum, treacle, mithridate, and see this one caution of Gualter Bruhl is to be observed in the administering of these hot medicines and dry, that whilst they covet to expel wind, they do not inflame the blood and increase the disease. Sometimes, as he saith, medicines must more decline to heat, sometimes more to cold, as the circumstances require, and as the parties are inclined to heat or cold. Outwardly taken to expel winds are oils, as of chamomile, rue, bays, and C. Fomentations of the hypochondries, with the decoctions of dill, pennyroyal, rue, bay leaves, cumin, and C. Bags of chamomile flowers, aniseed, cumin, bays, rue, wormwood, ointments of the oil of spikenard, wormwood, rue, and C. Arrhetius prescribes cataplasms of chamomile flowers, fennel, aniseeds, cumin, rosemary, wormwood leaves, and C. Cupping glasses applied to the hypochondries, without scarification, do wonderfully resolve wind. Fernelius Consul. 43. Much approves of them at the lower end of the belly, Laud. Mercatus calls them a powerful remedy and testifies moreover out of his own knowledge how many he hath seen suddenly eased by them. Julius Caesar Claudinus responds, Med. Resp. 33, admires these cupping glasses which he calls out of Galen a kind of enchantment they cause such present help. Empirics have a myriad of medicines as to swallow a bullet of lead and C, which I voluntarily omit. Amatus Lusitanus sent, 4, curat. 54. For a hypochondriacal person that was extremely tormented with wind prescribes a strange remedy. Put a pair of bellows end into a clyster pipe, and applying it into the fundament, open the bowels, so draw forth the wind, natura non admittit vacuum. He vaunts he was the first invented this remedy, and by means of it speedily eased a melancholy man. Of the cure of this flatuous melancholy, read more in Finis de Flatibus, cap. 26. Et passim alias. Against headache, vertigo, vapors which ascend forth of the stomach to molest the head, read Hercules de Saxonia, and others. If costiveness offend in this or any other of the three species, it is to be corrected with suppositories, clysters or lenitives, powder of senna, condite prunes, and see prescription elect. Lenit e succo rossar. Anna J. Misse. Take as much as a nutmeg at a time, half an hour before dinner or supper or pill. Mastichin. J in 6 pills, a pill or 2 at a time. See more in Montan. Consul. 229. Hildesheim Spissel. 2p. Seen Emender and Montanus commend Cyprian turpentine, which they would have familiarly taken to the quantity of a small nut, 2 or 3 hours before dinner and supper, twice or thrice a week if need be. For besides that it keeps the belly soluble, it clears the stomach, opens obstructions, cleanseth the liver, provokes urine. These in brief are the ordinary medicines which belong to the cure of melancholy, which if they be used aright, no doubt may do much good. Si non levando saltum leniendo valent, peculiaria bene selecta, saith Bessardus, a good choice of particular receipts must needs ease, if not quite cure, not one, but all or most, as occasion serves. Et qui non procent singula, multa juvent. The third partition. Love-Melancholy. The first section, member subsection. The preface. There will not be wanting, I presume, one or other that will much discommend some part of this treatise of Love-Melancholy, an object, which Erasmus in his preface to Sir Thomas more suspects of his, that it is too light for a divine, too comical a subject to speak of love symptoms, too fantastical, and fit alone for a wanton poet, a feeling young lovesick gallant, an effeminate courtier, or some such idle person. And 'tis true they say, for by the naughtiness of men it is so come to pass, as Cosinus observes, ut castis oribus vox amoris suspectus sit, et in visa, the very name of love is odious to chaster ears. And therefore some again, out of an affected gravity, will dislike all for the name's sake before they read a word, dissembling with him in Petronius, and seem to be angry that their ears are violated with such obscene speeches. that so they may be admired for grave philosophers and staid carriage. They cannot abide to hear talk of love toys, or amorous discourses, vultu, gestu, oculize in their outward actions of verse, and yet in their cogitations they are all out as bad, if not worse than others. Erubuit, possuc meum Lucretia librum sed coram bruto, brute recede legit. But let these cavillers and counterfeit cottos know, that as the Lord John answered the Queen in that Italian guazzo, an old, a grave, discreet man is fittest to discourse of love matters, because he hath likely more experience, observed more, hath a more staid judgment, can better discern, resolve, discuss, advise, give better cautions, and more solid precepts, better inform his auditors in such a subject, and by reason of his riper years sooner divert. Besides, nihil in hac amoris voce subtimendum, there is nothing here to be excepted at. Love is a species of melancholy, and a necessary part of this my treatise, which I may not omit. Operi suscepto inserviendum fuit. So Jacobus Mycilius pleadeth for himself in his translation of Lucian's dialogues, and so do I must and will perform my task. And that short excuse of Mercerus, for his edition of Aristaenetus shall be mine. If I have spent my time ill to write, let not them be so idle as to read. But I am persuaded it is not so ill spent, I ought not to excuse or repent myself of this subject, on which many grave and worthy men have written whole volumes, Plato, Plutarch, Plotinus, Maximus Aetarius, Alcinous, Avicenna, Leon Hebrius in 3 large dialogues, Xenophon Simpos. Theophrastus, if we may believe Athenaeus, lib 13, cap. 9. Picus Murangula Marius Equicola, both in Italian, Cornmenus de linea amoris, lib 3 Petrus Godefridus hath handled in 3 books p. Hetus, and which almost every physician as Arnoldus Villanovenus Valeriola observat. Med. lib 2. Observe. 7 Alien Montaltus and Laurentius in their treatises of melancholy, Jason Pratensis de Morb, cap. Valescus de Taranta, Gordonius, Hercules de Saxonia, Savonarola, Langius, and C. have treated of apart and in their works. I excuse myself, therefore, with Peter Godefridus, Valeriola, Ficinus, and in Langius' words. Cadmus Milesius writ 14 books of love, and why should I be ashamed to write an epistle in favor of young men of this subject? A company of stern readers dislike the second of the Aeneads, and Virgil's gravity, for inserting such amorous passions in an heroical subject. But Servius, his commentator, justly vindicates the poet's worth, wisdom, and discretion in doing as he did. Castalio would not have young men read the Canticles, because to his thinking it was too light and amorous a tract, a ballad of ballads, as our Old English translation hath it. He might as well forbid the reading of Genesis, because of the loves of Jacob and Rachel, the stories of Sichem and Dinah, Judah and Thamar. Reject the book of Numbers, for the fornications of the people of Israel with the Moabites. That of Judges for Samson and Dalilah's embracings. That of the Kings, for David and Bathsheba's adulteries, the incest of Ammon and Thamar, Solomon's concubines, and see the stories of Esther, Judith, Susanna, and many such. Dysarchus and some other, carp at Plato's majesty, that he would vouchsafe to indite such love toys. Amongst the rest, for that dalliance with Agatho. Suavia dans Agathoni, animam ips in labra tenebem, igra etenim properans tanquam abitura fuit. For my part, saith Maximus Tyrius, a great Platonist himself, me non tantum admiratio habet, sed alium stupor, I do not only admire, but stand amazed to read, that Plato and Socrates both should expel Homer from their city, because he rid of such light and wanton subjects, quod Junonem cum Jove in ida concumbens inducit, ob immortali nub contectos, Vulcan's net. Mars and Venus fopperies before all the gods, because Apollo fled when he was persecuted by Achilles. The gods were wounded and ran whining away, as Mars that roared louder than Stentor, and covered 9 acres of ground with his fall. Vulcan was a summer's day falling down from heaven, and in Lemnos I'll break his leg, and see, with such ridiculous passages, when as both Socrates and Plato, by his testimony, writ lighter themselves. Quid enim tam distat, as he follows it, quam amens a temperante, formarum admirator a dement. What can be more absurd than for grave philosophers to treat of such fooleries, to admire Autoloquus, Alcibiades for their beauties as they did, to run after, to gaze, to dote on fair Phaedrus, delicate Agatho, young Lysis, fine Charmides, Hecine philosophum decent? Doth this become grave philosophers? Thus peradventure Callias, Thrasymachus, Polus, Aristophanes, or some of his adversaries and emulators might object. But neither they nor Anytus and Meletus, his bitter enemies, that condemned him for teaching Critias to tyrannize, his impiety for swearing by dogs and plane trees, for his juggling sophistry, and never so much as upbraided him with impure love, writing or speaking of that subject. And therefore, without question, as he concludes, both Socrates and Plato in this are justly to be excused. But suppose they had been a little overseen, should divine Plato be defamed? No, rather, as he said of Cato's drunkenness, if Cato were drunk, it should be no vice at all to be drunk. They reprove Plato then, but without cause, as Ficinus pleads, for all love is honest and good, and they are worthy to be loved that speak well of love. Being to speak of this admirable affection of love, saith Valleriola, there lies open a vast and philosophical field to my discourse, by which many lovers become mad. Let me leave my more serious meditations, wander in these philosophical fields, and look into those pleasant groves of the Muses, where with unspeakable variety of flowers we may make garlands to ourselves, not to adorn us only, but with their pleasant smell and juice to nourish our souls, and fill our minds desirous of knowledge, and see after a harsh and unpleasing discourse of melancholy, which hath hitherto molested your patience, and tired the author, give him leave with Godefridus the lawyer. And Laurentius cap. 5. To recreate himself in this kind after his laborious studies, since so many grave divines and worthy men have without offense to manners, to help themselves and others, voluntarily written of it. Heliodorus, a bishop, penned a love story of Thegens and Chariclea, and when some Catos of his time reprehended him for it, chose rather, saith Nicephorus, to leave his bishopric than his book. Aeneas Sylvius, an ancient divine, and past 40 years of age, as he confesseth himself, after Pope Pius Secundus, indicted that wanton history of Euryalus and Lucretia. And how many superintendents of learning could I reckon up that have written of light fantastical subjects? Beroldus, Erasmus, Alpha Radius, 24 times printed in Spanish, and give me leave then to refresh my muse a little, and my weary readers, to expatiate in this delightsome field, hoc deliciarum campo, as Fonseca terms it, to season a surly discourse with a more pleasing aspersion of love matters. Edulcare vitam convenit, as the poet invites us, curas nugas and tea's good to sweeten our life with some pleasing toys to relish it. And as Pliny tells us, magna pars studiosorum amenitates querimus, most of our students love such pleasant subjects. Though Macrobius teach us otherwise, that those old sages banished all such light tracts from their studies, to nurses' cradles, to please only the ear. Yet out of Apuleius I will oppose as honorable patrons, Solon, Plato, Xenophon, Adrian, and see that as highly approve of these treatises. On the other side methinks they are not to be disliked, they are not so unfit. I will not peremptorily say, as one did tam suavia dicam facinora, ut male sit aequi talibus non delecteter, I will tell you such pretty stories, that foul befall him that is not pleased with them. Nec dicam equi vobis usui sit audivis, et voluptati meminis, with that confidence, as Beroldus doth his enarrations on Propertius. I will not expert or hope for that approbation, which Lipsius gives to his Epictetus, pluris facio quam religo, semper ut novum, et quam repetivi, repetendum, the more I read, the more shall I covet to read. I will not press you with my pamphlets or beg attention, but if you like them you may. Pliny holds it expedient, and most fit, severidatum jucunditate etiam in scriptis condire, to season our works with some pleasant discourse. Synesius approves it, licet in ludicrous ludier, the poet admires it, omni cilit punctum qui miscuit udil dulci. And there be those, without question, that are more willing to read such toys than I am to write. Let me not live, saith Aretine's Antonia, if I had not rather hear thy discourse than see a play. No doubt but there be more of her mind, ever have been, ever will be, as Hierome bears me witness. A far greater part had rather read Apuleius than Plato. Tully himself confesseth he could not understand Plato's Timaeus, and therefore cared less for it. But every school behath that famous testament of Grunnius Coricata Porcellus at his fingers' ends. The comical poet, id sibi negoti creditit solum deri, populo ut placrant, quas fecicit fabulas, made this his only care and sole study to please the people, tickle the ear, and to delight. But mine earnest intent is as much to profit as to please. Non tam ut populo placerum, quam ut populum juverm, and these my writings, I hope, shall take like gilded pills, which are so composed as well to tempt the appetite, and deceive the palate, as to help and medicinally work upon the whole body. My lines shall not only recreate, but rectify the mind. I think I have said enough. If not, let him that is otherwise minded remember that of Moderensis he was in his life a philosopher, as Ausonius apologizeth for him, in his epigrams a lover, in his precepts most severe, in his epistle to Carelia a wanton. Annianus, Sulpicius, Evemus, Menander, and many old poets besides did in scriptes prurere write Fescennines eidolons and lascivious songs, litem materiam, yet they had in moribus censuram, et severitatem, they were chaste, severe, and upright livers. Castum esse disset pium poetam ipsum, versiculos nihil necess est, qui tum denique habent salem et leporum. I am of Catulus' opinion, and make the same apology in mine own behalf. Hoc etiam quod scribo, pendit plerumque ex alirum sententia et auctoritate, nec ips forsan insanio, sed insaniant sequer. Atqui deter hoc insanier me, semel insanivimus omnes, et tut ips opiner insanis aliquando, et is et alle et ego silis et homo sum, humani a me nihil alienum puto, and which he urgeth for himself, accused of the like fault, I as justly plead, lasciva est nobis pagina, vita proba est. Howsoever my lines my life is honest, vita vericunda est, musa jocosa mihi. But I presume I need no such apologies. I need not, as Socrates in Plato, cover his face when he spake of love, or blush and hide mine eyes, as Pallas did in her hood, when she was consulted by Jupiter about Mercury's marriage, quod super nuptiis Virgo consuliter. It is no such lascivious, obscene, or wanton discourse. I have not offended your chaster ears with anything that is here written, as many French and Italian authors in their modern language of late have done. Nay, some of our Latin pontifical writers, Zanches, Osorius, Abulensis, Bertrandus, and C., whom Rivet accuseth to be more lascivious than Virgil in Priapes, Petronius in Catoctes, Aristophanes in Lysistrate, Martialis, or any other pagan profane writer. Quitam atrociter, one notes, hoc gener peccarunt ut multa ingeniosissime scripta obscenitatem gratia casti mens abhorrent. 'Tis not scurril this, but chaste, honest, most part serious, and even of religion itself. Incensed, as he said, with the love of finding love, we have sought it and found it. More yet, I have augmented and added something to this light treatise, if light, which was not in the former editions. I am not ashamed to confess it. With a good author, quod extendi et locuplatari hoc subjectum plerique postulabant, et aerum importunitate victus, animum ut cunc renitentum eo adegi, ut jam sexta vice calamum in manum sumerum, scriptionique lunge, et studiis et profession me alieni, mea kingerum. Horas aliquas a series mes occupationibus interim suffuratus, isque veludi ludo quidem ac recreationi destinens, cogger, retrorsum veladere, ac literaire cursus allum relictos. Etsi non ignorem novos fortes detractors, novis his interpolationibus, mes minim de futuros. And thus much I have thought good to say by way of preface, lest any man, which Godefridus feared in his book, should blame in me lightness, wantonness, rashness in speaking of love's causes, enticements, symptoms, remedies, lawful and unlawful loves, and lust itself. I speak it only to tax and deter others from it, not to teach, but to show the vanities and fopperies of this heroical or Herculean love, and to apply remedies unto it. I will treat of this with like liberty as of the rest. Sed dicam vobis, vosporo disite multis millibus, et facite hic charta loqueter anus. Condemn me not, good reader, then, or censure me hardly, if some part of this treatise to thy thinking as yet be too light. But consider better of it. Omnia munda mundis, a naked man to a modest woman is no otherwise than a picture, as Augusta Livia truly said, and mala mens, malus animus, tease as tease taken. If in thy censure it be too light, I advise thee as Lipsius did his reader for some places of Plautus, istos quaes cyrnum scapulos preterveher, if they like thee not, let them pass. Or oppose that which is good to that which is bad, and reject not therefore all. For to invert that verse of Martial, and with Hierom Wolfius to apply it to my present purpose, sunt mala, sunt quidem mediocria, sunt bona plura, some is good, some bad, some is indifferent. I say further with him yet, I have inserted, Levicula quidem et ridicula ascriber non sum gravitas, circumforanea quidem e theatris, e plates, etiam e pepines. Some things more homely, light, or comical, litans gratiis, and see which I would request every man to interpret to the best. And as Julius Caesar Scaliger besought Cardan, si quitter baniuscule lucem anabis, per dios immortals te oro hieronime Cardan nimi male capius. I beseech thee, good reader, not to mistake me or misconstrue what is here written, per muses et charates, et omnia poetarum numina benign lector oro te nimi male capius. 'Tis a comical subject. In sober sadness I crave pardon of what is amiss, and desire thee to suspend thy judgment, wink at small faults, or to be silent at least. But if thou likest, speak well of it, and wish me good success. Extremum hunc erethusa mihi concede laborum. I am resolved howsoever, velis, nolis, audactor stadium intera, in the Olympics, with those aliensian wrestlers in Philostratus, boldly to show myself in this common stage, and in this tragicomedy of love, to act several parts, some satirically, some comically, some in a mixed tone, as the subject I have in hand gives occasion, and present scene shall require or offer itself. Subsect Roman 2. Love's beginning, object, definition, division. Love's limits are ample and great, and a spacious walk it hath, beset with thorns, and for that cause, which Scaliger reprehends in Cardan, not lightly to be passed over. Lest I incur the same censure, one will examine all the kinds of love, his nature, beginning, difference, objects, how it is honest or dishonest, a virtue or vice, a natural passion or a disease, his power and effects, how far it extends. Of which, although something has been said in the first partition in those sections of perturbations, for love and hatred are the first and most common passions, from which all the rest arise, and are attendant, as Piccolomenius holds, or as Nish. Cosinus, the primum mobile of all other affections, which carry them all about them, I will now more copiously dilate, through all his parts and several branches, that so it may better appear what love is, and how it varies with the objects, how in defect, or, which is most ordinary and common, immoderate, and in excess causeth melancholy. Love, universally taken, is defined to be a desire, as a word of more ample signification. And though Leon Hebrius, the most copious writer of this subject, in his third dialogue make no difference, yet in his first he distinguisheth them again and defines love by desire. Love is a voluntary affection, and desire to enjoy that which is good. Desire wisheth, love enjoys, the end of the one is the beginning of the other, that which we love is present, that which we desire is absent. It is worth the labor, saith Plotinus, to consider well of love, whether it be a god or a devil, or passion of the mind, or partly God, partly devil, partly passion. He concludes love to participate of all three, to arise from desire of that which is beautiful and fair, and defines it to be an action of the mind desiring that which is good. Plato calls it the great devil, for its vehemency and sovereignty over all other passions, and defines it an appetite by which we desire some good to be present. Ficinus in his comment adds the word fair to this definition. Love is a desire of enjoying that which is good and fair. Austin dilates this common definition, and will have love to be a delectation of the heart, for something which we seek to win or joy to have, coveting by desire, resting in joy. Scaliger Exarch, 301. Taxeth these former definitions, and will not have love to be defined by desire or appetite. For when we enjoy the things we desire, there remains no more appetite. As he defines it, love is an affection by which we are either united to the thing we love or perpetuate our union, which agrees in part with Leon Hebrius. Now this love varies as its object varies, which is always good, amiable, fair, gracious, and pleasant. All things desire that which is good, as we are taught in the Ethics, or at least that which to them seems to be good. Quid enim vis mali, as Austin well infers, dic mihi? Puto nihil in omnibus actionibus. Thou wilt wish no harm, I suppose, no ill in all thine actions, thoughts, or desires, nihil mali vis. Thou wilt not have bad corn, bad soil, a naughty tree, but all good. A good servant, a good horse, a good son, a good friend, a good neighbor, a good wife. From this goodness comes beauty. From beauty, grace, and comeliness, which result as so many rays from their good parts, make us to love and so to covet it. For were it not pleasing and gracious in our eyes, we should not seek. No man loves, saith Aristotle 9. More, cap. 5, but he that was first delighted with comeliness and beauty. As this fair object varies, so doth our love. For as Proclus holds, omni pulchrum amabile, every fair thing is amiable, and what we love is fair and gracious in our eyes, or at least we do so apprehend and still esteem of it. Amiableness is the object of love, the scope and end is to obtain it, for whose sake we love, and which our mind covets to enjoy. And it seems to us especially fair and good, for good, fair, and unity cannot be separated. Beauty shines, Plato saith, and by reason of its splendor and shining causeth admiration, and the fairer the object is, the more eagerly it is sought. For as the same Plato defines it, beauty is a lively, shining or glittering brightness, resulting from a fused good by ideas, seeds, reasons, shadows, stirring up our minds, that by this good they may be united and made one. Others will have beauty to be the perfection of the whole composition, caused out of the congruous symmetry, measure, order, and manner of parts, and that comeliness which proceeds from this beauty is called grace, and from thence all fair things are gracious. For grace and beauty are so wonderfully annexed, so sweetly and gently win our souls, and strongly allure, that they confound our judgment and cannot be distinguished. Beauty and grace are like those beams and shinings that come from the glorious and divine sun, which are diverse, as they proceed from the diverse objects, to please and affect our several senses. As the species of beauty are taken at our eyes, ears, or conceived in our inner soul, as Plato disputes at large in his Dialogue de Pulchro, Phaedro Hippias, and after many sophistical errors confuted, concludes that beauty is a grace in all things, delighting the eyes, ears, and soul itself. So that, as Valsius infers hence, whatsoever pleaseth our ears, eyes, and soul, must needs be beautiful, fair, and delightsome to us. And nothing can more please our ears than music, or pacify our minds. Fair houses, pictures, orchards, gardens, fields, a fair hawk, a fair horse is most acceptable unto us. Whatsoever pleaseth our eyes and ears, we call beautiful and fair. Pleasure belongeth to the rest of the senses, but grace and beauty to these two alone. As the objects vary and are diverse, so they diversely affect our eyes, ears, and soul itself, which gives occasion to some to make so many several kinds of love as there be objects. One beauty ariseth from God, of which and divine love est Dionysius, with many fathers and neoterics, have written just volumes, do amore Dei, as they term it, many paranetical discourses. Another from his creatures. There is a beauty of the body, a beauty of the soul, a beauty from virtue, formam martyrum, Austin calls it, quam videmus oculis animi, which we see with the eyes of our mind. Which beauty, as Tully saith, if we could discern with these corporeal eyes, admirably sway amores exciderit, would cause admirable affections, and ravish our souls. This other beauty which ariseth from those extreme parts, and graces which proceed from gestures, speeches, several motions, and proportions of creatures, men and women, especially from women, which made those old poets put the three graces still in Venus' company, as attending on her, and holding up her train are infinite almost, and vary their names with their objects, as love of money, covetousness, love of beauty, lust, immoderate desire of any pleasure, concupiscence, friendship, love, goodwill. And see, and is either virtue or vice, honest, dishonest, in excess, defect, as shall be showed in his place. Heroical love, religious love, and see which may be reduced to a twofold division according to the principal parts which are affected, the brain and liver. Amor et amicitia, which Scaliger exercit at. 301. Valsius and Melanchthon warrant out of Plato phi ot a lambda epsilon letter 1 f d6 nu and letter 1 f10 rho letter 1 f b6 nu from that speech of Pausanias belike, that makes two Veners and two loves. One Venus is ancient without a mother, and descended from heaven, whom we call celestial, the younger, begotten of Jupiter and Dione, whom commonly we call Venus. Ficinus, in his comment upon this place, cap. 8. Following Plato, calls these two loves, two devils, or good and bad angels according to us, which are still hovering about our souls. The one rears to heaven, the other depresseth us to hell. The one good which stirs us up to the contemplation of that divine beauty for whose sake we perform justice and all godly offices, study philosophy, and see, the other base, and though bad yet to be respected. For indeed both are good in their own natures. Procreation of children is as necessary as that finding out of truth, but therefore called bad because it is abused and withdraws our souls from the speculation of that other to viler objects, so far Ficinus. S. Austin, lib 15, de civ, de et sup, sal, elziv, hath delivered as much in effect. Every creature is good and may be loved well or ill, and two cities make two loves, Jerusalem and Babylon, the love of God the one, the love of the world the other. Of these two cities we all are citizens, as by examination of ourselves we may soon find, and of which the one love is the root of all mischief, the other of all good. So in his 15. Cap. Lib. de Amor. Ecclesiae he will have those four cardinal virtues to be not else but love rightly composed, in his 15. Book de Civ. De Cap. 22. He calls virtue the order of love, whom Thomas following 1, part 2 quist. 55, art 1 and quist. 56, 3, quist. 62, art 2 confirms as much and amplifies in many words. Lucian, to the same purpose, hath a division of his own. One love was born in the sea, which is as various and raging in young men's breasts as the sea itself, and causeth burning lust. The other is that golden chain which was let down from heaven, and with a divine fury ravisheth our souls, made to the image of God, and stirs us up to comprehend the innate and incorruptible beauty to which we were once created. Beroldus hath expressed all this in an epigram of his. Digmata divini memorant si vera Platonus, sunt Gemini Veners, et Geminatus amor. Celestis Venus est nullo generat apparent, qui casto sanctos nectit, amore viros. Alteris ed Venus est totum vulgata per orbum, qui divum mens alligat, at commonum. Improba, seductrix petulans and c. If divine Plato's tenets they be true, two Veners, two loves there be, the one from heaven, unbegotten still, which knits our souls in unity. The other famous over all the world, binding the hearts of gods and men, dishonest, wanton, and seducing she rules whom she will, both where and when. This twofold division of love, Origen likewise follows, in his comment on the Canticles, one from God, the other from the devil, as he holds, understanding it in the worse sense, which many others repeat and imitate. Both which, to omit all subdivisions in excess or defect, as they are abused or degenerate, cause melancholy in a particular kind, as shall be shown in his place. Austin, in another tract, makes a threefold division of this love, which we may use well or ill, God our neighbor and the world. God above us, our neighbor next us, the world beneath us. In the course of our desires, God hath three things, the world one, our neighbor two. Our desire to God is either from God, with God, or to God, and ordinarily so runs. From God when it receives from him whence, and for which it should love him, with God when it contradicts his will in nothing, to God when it seeks to him and rests itself in him. Our love to our neighbor may proceed from him and run with him, not to him. From him, as when we rejoice of his good safety and well-doing. With him, when we desire to have him a fellow and companion of our journey in the way of the Lord, not in him, because there is no aid, hope, or confidence in man. From the world our love comes, when we begin to admire the Creator and his works, and glorify God and his creatures. With the world it should run, if, according to the mutability of all temporalities, it should be dejected in adversity or over-elevated in prosperity. To the world, if it would settle itself in its vain delights and studies. Many such partitions of love I could repeat, and subdivisions, but least, which Scaliger objects to Cardan, exercit at. 501. I confound filthy burning lust with pure and divine love. I will follow that accurate division of Leon Hebrius, Dial. 2 betwixt Sophia and Philo, where he speaks of natural, sensible, and rational love, and handleth each apart. Natural love or hatred is that sympathy or antipathy which is to be seen in animate and inanimate creatures, in the four elements, metals, stones, gravia tendent diorsum as a stone to his center, fire upward, and rivers to the sea. The sun, moon, and stars go still around, amantes naturae debita exercere, for love of perfection. This love is manifest, I say, in inanimate creatures. How comes a lodestone to draw iron to it? Jet chaff? The ground to covet showers, but for love. No creature, as Hierom concludes, is to be found, quod non aliquid amat, no stock, no stone that hath not some feeling of love. 'Tis more eminent in plants, herbs, and is especially observed in vegetables. As between the vine and elm a great sympathy, between the vine and the cabbage, between the vine and the olive, virgo fugit bromium, between the vine and bays a great antipathy. The vine loves not the bay, nor his smell, and will kill him if he grow near him. The burr and the lentil cannot endure one another, the olive and the myrtle embrace each other, in roots and branches if they grow near. Read more of this in Piccolominius Grad. 7 cap. 1 Crescentius lib. 5 de agric, Baptista porta de mag, lib 1 cap, de plant, dodio et element, sim, fracastorius de sim, et antip, Of the love and hatred of planets, consult with every astrologer. Leon Hebrius gives many fabulous reasons, and moralizeth them withal. Sensible love is that of brute beasts, of which the same Leon Hebrius dial. 2 assigns these causes. First, for the pleasure they take in the act of generation, male and female love one another. Secondly, for the preservation of the species and desire of young brood. Thirdly, for the mutual agreement, as being of the same kind. Sus sue, canis cani, bos bovi, et asinus asino pulcherimus viter, as Epicharmus held, and according to that adage of Diogenianus, idcidit usque graculus apud graculum, they much delight in one another's company, formici grata est formica, cicada cicadae, and birds of a feather will gather together. Fourthly, for custom, use, and familiarity, as if a dog be trained up with a lion and a bear, contrary to their natures, they will love each other. Hawks, dogs, horses love their masters and keepers. Many stories I could relate in this kind, but see Gillius de Hist, Annam, Lib 3 cap. 14. Those 2 epistles of Lipsius, of dogs and horses Agellius, and see fifthly, for bringing up, as if a bitch bring up a kid, a hen ducklings, a hedge sparrow a cuckoo, and see. The third kind is amor cognitionis, as Leon calls it, rational love intellectivus amor, and is proper to men, on which I must insist. This appears in God, angels, men. God is love itself, the fountain of love, the disciple of love, as Plato styles him, the servant of peace, the God of love and peace. Have peace with all men, and God is with you. Quisquis venerator Olympum, ips sibi mundum subjacit ac diem. By this love, saith Gerson, we purchase heaven, and buy the kingdom of God. This love is either in the Trinity itself, for the Holy Ghost is the love of the Father and the Son, and see John Roman 3:35 and v 20 and Roman 14:31, or towards us his creatures, as in making the world. Amor mundum fecit, love built cities, mundi anima, invented arts, sciences, and all good things, incites us to virtue and humanity, combines and quickens, keeps peace on earth, quietness by sea, mirth in the winds and elements, expels all fear, anger, and rusticity. Circulus abono in bonum, a round circle still from good to good. For love is the beginner and end of all our actions, the efficient and instrumental cause, as our poets in their symbols, impresses, emblems of rings, squares, and sea, shadow unto us. Si rerum queris furit quis finis et ordis, design, nam causa est unica solus amor. If first and last of anything you wit cease, love's the sole and only cause of it. Love, saith Leo, made the world, and afterwards in redeeming of it, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son for it. John Roman 3:16. Behold what love the Father hath showed on us, that we should be called the sons of God. 1 John Roman 3:1, or by his sweet providence in protecting of it, either all in general, or his saints elect and church in particular, whom he keeps as the apple of his eye, whom he loves freely, as Hosea Roman 14:5. Speaks and dearly respects charior est ipsis homo quam sibi. Not that we are fair, nor for any merit or grace of ours, for we are most vile and base, but out of his incomparable love and goodness, out of his divine nature. And this is that Homer's golden chain, which reacheth down from heaven to earth, by which every creature is annexed and depends on his Creator. He made all, saith Moses, and it was good, he loves it as good. The love of angels and living souls is mutual amongst themselves, towards us militant in the church, and all such as love God. As the sunbeams irradiate the earth from those celestial thrones, they by their well wishes reflect on us, in salute hominum promovendo alacres, et constans administri. There is joy in heaven for every sinner that repenteth. They pray for us, are solicitous for our good casti genii. Ubi regnat charitas, suave desiderium, lidiciac et amor Deo conjunctus. Love proper to mortal men is the third member of this subdivision, and the subject of my following discourse. Mem. Roman 2. Subsect I. Love of men, which varies as his objects, profitable, pleasant, honest. Valesius, Lib 3. Conter. 13 defines this love which is in men to be an affection of both powers, appetite, and reason. The rational resides in the brain, the other in the liver, as before hath been said out of Plato and others. The heart is diversely affected of both, and carried 1,000 ways by consent. The sensitive faculty most part overrules reason, the soul is carried hoodwinked, and the understanding captive like a beast. The heart is variously inclined, Sometimes they are merry, sometimes sad, and from love arise hope and fear, jealousy, fury, desperation. Now this love of men is diverse and varies as the object varies by which they are enticed, as virtue, wisdom, eloquence, profit, wealth, money, fame, honor, or comeliness of person, and see Leon Hubrius in his first dialogue, reduceth them all to these three, util, jucundum, honestum, profitable, pleasant, honest. Out of Aristotle belike 8. Moral. Of which he discourseth at large, and whatsoever is beautiful and fair, is referred to them, or any way to be desired. To profitable is ascribed health, wealth, honor, and see, which is rather ambition, desire, covetousness, than love, friends, children, love of women, all delightful and pleasant objects are referred to the second. The love of honest things consists in virtue and wisdom, and is preferred before that which is profitable and pleasant, intellectual about that which is honest. St. Austin calls profitable, worldly, pleasant, carnal, honest, spiritual, of and from all three result charity, friendship, and true love, which respects God and our neighbor. Of each of these I will briefly dilate and show in what sort they cause melancholy, amongst all these fair enticing objects, which procure love, and bewitch the soul of man, there is none so moving, so forcible as profit, and that which carrieth with it a show of commodity. Health indeed is a precious thing, to recover and preserve which we will undergo any misery, drink bitter potions, freely give our goods, restore a man to his health, his purse lies open to thee, bountiful he is, thankful and beholding to thee. But give him wealth and honor, give him gold, or what shall be for his advantage and preferment, and thou shalt command his affections, oblige him eternally to thee, heart, hand, life, and all is at thy service. Thou art his dear and loving friend, good and gracious lord and master, his Mecines. He is thy slave, thy vassal, most devout, affectioned, and bound in all duty. Tell him good tidings in this kind, there spoke an angel, a blessed hour that brings in gain, he is thy creature, and thou his creator, he hugs and admires thee, he is thine forever. No lodestone so attractive as that of profit, none so fair an object as this of gold, nothing wins a man sooner than a good turn, bounty and liberality command body and soul. Munera, creed mihi, placent hominesque diosc placatur donis Jupiter ips datis. Good turns doth pacify both God and men, and Jupiter himself is won by them. Gold of all other is a most delicious object. A sweet light, a goodly lustre it hath. Gratius aurum quam solum in tumor, saith Austin, and we had rather see it than the sun. Sweet and pleasant in getting, in keeping. It seasons all our labors, intolerable pains we take for it, base employments, endure bitter flouts and taunts, long journeys, heavy burdens, all are made light and easy by this hope of gain. Et mihi plaudo ips domi, simul ac nummos contemplor in arca. The sight of gold refresheth our spirits, and ravisheth our hearts, as that Babylonian garment and golden wedge did Achan in the camp. The very sight and hearing sets on fire his soul with desire of it. It will make a man run to the antipodes, or tarry at home and turn parasite, lie, flatter, prostitute himself, swear and bear false witness. He will venture his body, kill a king, murder his father, and damn his soul to come at it. Formosior ori massa, as he well observed, the mass of gold is fairer than all your Grecian pictures, that Apelles, Phidias, or any doting painter could ever make. We are enamored with it, prima fir voda, et cunctis notissima templis, divitui ut crescent. All our labors, studies, endeavors, vows, prayers, and wishes are to get, how to compass it. Hic est illa cui famulator maximus orbis, diva potens rerum, domitrix pecunia fati. This is the great goddess we adore and worship. This is the sole object of our desire. If we have it, as we think, we are made forever, thrice happy, princes, lords, and see if we lose it, we are dull, heavy, dejected, discontent, miserable, desperate, and mad. Our estate and Beni ebbs and flows with our commodity, and as we are endowed or enriched, so are we beloved and esteemed. It lasts no longer than our wealth when that is gone, and the object removed, farewell friendship. As long as bounty, good cheer, and rewards were to be hoped, friends enough, they were tied to thee by the teeth, and would follow thee as crows do a carcass. But when thy goods are gone and spent, the lamp of their love is out, and thou shalt be contemned, scorned, hated, injured. Lucian's Timon, when he lived in prosperity, was the sole spectacle of Greece, only admired. Who but Timon? Everybody loved, honored, applauded him, each man offered him his service and sought to be kin to him. But when his gold was spent, his fair possessions gone, farewell Timon. None so ugly, none so deformed, so odious an object as Timon, no man so ridiculous on a sudden, they gave him a penny to buy a rope, no man would know him. 'Tis the general humor of the world, commodity steers our affections throughout. We love those that are fortunate and rich, that thrive, or by whom we may receive mutual kindness. Hope for like courtesies, get any good, gain, or profit. Hate those and abhor on the other side, which are poor and miserable, or by whom we may sustain loss or inconvenience. And even those that were now familiar and dear unto us, our loving and long friends, neighbors, kinsmen, allies, with whom we have conversed, and lived as so many Jurions for some years past, striving still to give one another all good content and entertainment, with mutual invitations, feastings, disports, offices, for whom we would ride, run, spend ourselves, and of whom we have so freely and honorably spoken, to whom we have given all those turgent titles and magnificent eulogiums. Most excellent and most noble, worthy, wise, grave, learned, valiant, and see, and magnified beyond measure. If any controversy arise between us, some trespass, injury, abuse, some part of our goods be detained, a piece of land come to be litigious, if they cross us in our suit or touch the string of our commodity, we detest and depress them upon a sudden. Neither affinity, consanguinity, or old acquaintance can contain us, but rupto jecor exerit caprificus. A golden apple sets altogether by the ears, as if a marrowbone or honeycomb were flung amongst bears. Father and son, brother and sister, kinsmen are at odds, and look what malice, deadly hatred can invent. That shall be done, terrible, durum, pestilens, atrox, ferrum, mutual injuries, desire of revenge, and how to hurt them, him and his, are all our studies. If our pleasures be interrupt, we can tolerate it. Our bodies hurt, we can put it up and be reconciled. But touch our commodities, we are most impatient. Fair becomes foul, the graces are turned to harpies, friendly salutations to bitter imprecations, mutual feastings to plotting villainies, minings and counterminings. Good words to satires and invectives, we revile e contra, not but his imperfections are in our eyes, he is a base knave, a devil, a monster, a caterpillar, a viper, a hogrubber, and si desinit in pissum mulier formosa superni. The scene is altered on a sudden, love is turned to hate, mirth to melancholy. So furiously are we most part bent, our affections fixed upon this object of commodity, and upon money, the desire of which in excess is covetousness. Ambition tyrannizeth over our souls, as I have shown, and in defect crucifies as much, as if a man by negligence, ill husbandry, improvidence, prodigality, waste and consume his goods and fortunes, beggary follows, and melancholy, he becomes an abject, odious and worse than an infidel, in not providing for his family. Subsect Roman 2, pleasant objects of love. Pleasant objects are infinite, whether they be such as have life or be without life. Inanimate are countries, provinces, towers, towns, cities, as he said, pulcherrimem insulam videmus, etiam cum non videmus we see a fair island by description, when we see it not. The sun never saw a fairer city, Thessalotempi, orchards, gardens, pleasant walks, groves, fountains, and see the heaven itself is said to be fair or foul. Fair buildings, fair pictures, all artificial, elaborate and curious works, clothes give an admirable luster. We admire and gaze upon them, ut puri junenis avum, as children do on a peacock. A fair dog, a fair horse and hawk and see. Thessalis amat equum pullinum, buculum Egyptius, laestymonius catulum, and see, such things we love are most gracious in our sight, acceptable unto us, and whatsoever else may cause this passion, if it be superfluous or immoderately loved, as Guianerius observes. These things in themselves are pleasing and good, singular ornaments, necessary, comely, and fit to be had. But when we fix an immoderate eye and dote on them overmuch, this pleasure may turn to pain, bring much sorrow and discontent unto us, work our final overthrow, and cause melancholy in the end. Many are carried away with those bewitching sports of gaming, hawking, hunting, and such vain pleasures, as I have said. Some with immoderate desire of fame, to be crowned in the Olympics, knighted in the field and sea, and by these means ruinate themselves. The lascivious dotes on his fair mistress, the glutton on his dishes, which are infinitely varied to please the palate, the epicure on his several pleasures, the superstitious on his idol, and fats himself with future joys, as Turks feed themselves with an imaginary persuasion of a sensual paradise. So several pleasant objects diversely affect diverse men. But the fairest objects and enticings proceed from men themselves, which most frequently captivate, allure, and make them dote beyond all measure upon one another, and that for many respects. First, as some suppose, by that secret force of stars, quod me tibi temperata strum? They do singularly dote on such a man, hate such again, and can give no reason for it. Non amo te sabidi, and see Alexander admired Ephestion, Adrian Antinous, Nero Sporus, and c. The physicians refer this to their temperament, astrologers to trine and sextile aspects, or opposite of their several ascendants, lords of their genitures, love and hatred of planets. Sycogna to concord and discord of spirits, but most to outward graces. A merry companion is welcome and acceptable to all men, and therefore, saith Gomesius, princes and great men entertain jesters and players commonly in their courts. But pars cum paribus facilime congregantur. 'Tis that similitude of manners, which ties most men in an inseparable link, as if they be addicted to the same studies or disports, they delight in one another's companies, birds of a feather will gather together. If they be of divers inclinations, or opposite in manners, they can seldom agree. Secondly, affability, custom, and familiarity may convert nature many times, though they be different in manners, as if they be countrymen, fellow students, colleagues, or have been fellow soldiers, brethren in affliction, acerba calamitatum societas, diversi etiam ingenii homines conjungit affinity, or some such accidental occasion, though they cannot agree amongst themselves, they will stick together like burrs and bold against a third. So after some discontinuance or death enmity ceaseth. Or in a foreign place, passeter in vivis liver post fata quiescit, et cessidira dia, et trists mors abrut eras. A third cause of love and hate may be mutual offices, acceptum beneficium, commend him, use him kindly, take his part in a quarrel, relieve him in his misery, thou winnest him forever. Do the opposite and be sure of a perpetual enemy. Praise and dispraise of each other, do as much, though unknown, as Scopius by Scaliger and Cassabonus. Mulus mulum scabit, who but Scaliger with him? What encomiums, epithets, eulogiums? Antistes sapientiae, perpetuus dictator, literarum ornamentum, Europae miraculum, noble Scaliger incredibilis ingenii prestantia, and c. Dies podius quam hominibus per omnia comparandis. Scripto adjus aurea and cilia decilo delapsa poplatibus venerem reflexis. And c. But when they began to vary, none so absurd as Scaliger, so vile and base, as his books De Burdonum Familia, and other satirical invectives may witness, Ovid, in Ibon. Archilochus himself was not so bitter. Another great tie or cause of love is consanguinity. Parents are clear to their children, children to their parents, brothers and sisters, cousins of all sorts, as a hen and chickens, all of a knot. Every crow thinks her own bird fairest. Many memorable examples are in this kind, and tease portentissimile if they do not. A mother cannot forget her child. Solomon so found out the true owner. Love of parents may not be concealed. 'Tis natural, descends, and they that are inhuman in this kind are unworthy of that air they breathe, and of the four elements. Yet many unnatural examples we have in this rank, of hard-hearted parents, disobedient children, of disagreeing brothers, nothing so common. The love of kinsmen is grown cold. Many kinsmen, as the saying is, few friends. If thine estate be good, and thou able, par peri refera, to requite their kindness, there will be mutual correspondence. Otherwise thou art a burden, most odious to them above all others. The last object that ties man and man is comeliness of person, and beauty alone, as men love women with a wanton eye. Which cap alpha tau, letter 1F10 xi omicron chi letter 1F74 nu is termed heroical, or love-melancholy. Other loves, saith Piccolomenius, are so called with some contraction, as the love of wine, gold, and sea, but this of women is predominant in a higher strain, whose part affected is the liver, and this love deserves a longer explication, and shall be dilated apart in the next section. Subsect Roman 3, honest objects of love. Beauty is the common object of all love, as jet draws a straw, so doth beauty love. Virtue and honesty are great motives, and give as fair a luster as the rest, especially if they be sincere and right, not fucate, but proceeding from true form and an incorrupt judgment. Those two Venus twins, Eros and Anteros, are then most firm and fast. For many times otherwise men are deceived by their flattering Gnathos, dissembling chameleons, outsides, hypocrites that make a show of great love, learning, pretend honesty, virtue, zeal, modesty with affected looks and counterfeit gestures. Feigned protestations often steal away the hearts and favors of men, and deceive them specie virtutis et umbra. When as revera and indeed there is no worth or honesty at all in them, no truth but mere hypocrisy, subtlety, knavery, and the like. As true friends they are, as he that Caelius Secundus met by the highway side. And hard it is in this temporizing age to distinguish such companions, or to find them out. Such nathos as these for the most part belong to great men, and by this glozing flattery, affability, and such like philters, so dive and insinuate into their favors, that they are taken for men of excellent worth, wisdom, learning, demigods, and so screw themselves into dignities, honors, offices. But these men cause harsh confusion often, and as many times stirs as Rehoboam's counselors in a commonwealth, overthrew themselves and others. Tandilrus and some authors make a doubt, whether love and hatred may be compelled by philters or characters, Cardan and Marbodius by precious stones and amulets, astrologers by election of times, and see as I shall elsewhere discuss. The true object of this honest love is virtue, wisdom, honesty, real worth, interna forma, and this love cannot deceive or be compelled, ut amoris amabilis esto. Love itself is the most potent philtrum, virtue, and wisdom. Gratia gratum faciens, the sole and only grace, not counterfeit, but open, honest, simple, naked, descending from heaven, as our apostle hath it, an infused habit from God, which hath given several gifts, as wit, learning, tongues. For which they shall be amiable and gracious. F. Roman 4, 11, as to Saul's stature and a goodly presence 1 Sam Roman 9. 1. Joseph found favor in Pharaoh's court, Gen Roman 39 for his person, and Daniel with the princes of the eunuchs, Dan Roman 19, 19. Christ was gracious with God and men, Luke Roman 2, 52. There is still some peculiar grace, as of good discourse, eloquence, wit, honesty, which is the primum mobile, first mover, and a most forcible lodestone to draw the favors and good wills of men's eyes, ears, and affections unto them. When Jesus spake, they were all astonished at his answers, Luke Roman 2, 47, and wondered at his gracious words which proceeded from his mouth. An orator steals away the hearts of men, and as another Orpheus, quo vult unto vult, he pulls them to him by speech alone. A sweet voice causeth admiration. And he that can utter himself in good words in our ordinary phrase is called a proper man, a divine spirit. For which cause belike our old poets, senatus populesque poetarum, made Mercury the gentleman usher to the graces, captain of eloquence, and those charities to be Jupiter's and Eurymone's daughters, descended from above. Though they be otherwise deformed, crooked, ugly to behold, those good parts of the mind denominate them fair. Plato commends the beauty of Socrates, yet who is more grim of countenance, stern and ghastly to look upon? So are and have been many great philosophers, as Gregory Nazianzen observes, deformed most part in that which is to be seen with the eyes, but most elegant in that which is not to be seen. Seep sub atrita latitat sapientia vest. Aesop, Democritus, Aristotle, Politianus, Melanchthon, Gesner, and see withered old men, Silene Alcibiades, very harsh and impolite to the eye, but who were so terse, polite, eloquent, generally learned, temperate, and modest. No man then living was so fair as Alcibiades, so lovely quo ad superficem to the eye as Boethius observes, but he had corpus turpissimum interni, a most deformed soul. Honesty, virtue, fair conditions are great enticers to such as are well given, and much avail to get the favor and goodwill of men. Abdolominus Incurtius, a poor man, but which mine author notes, the cause of this poverty was his honesty, for his modesty and continency from a private person. For they found him digging in his garden was saluted king, and preferred before all the magnificos of his time, injecta I vestis purpura auroque distincta. A purple embroidered garment was put upon him, and they bade him wash himself, and, as he was worthy, take upon him the style and spirit of a king. Continue his continency and the rest of his good parts. Titus Pomponius Atticus, that noble citizen of Rome, was so fair conditioned, of so sweet a carriage, that he was generally beloved of all good men, of Caesar, Pompey, Antony, Tully, of divers sects, and see, multas hereditates, Cornelius Nepos writes, sola bonitate consecutus. Operi pretium audir, and see it is worthy of your attention, Livy cries, you that scorn all but riches, and give no esteem to virtue, except they be wealthy withal, Q. Cincinnatus had but 4 acres, and by the consent of the Senate was chosen dictator of Rome. Of such account were Cato, Fabricius, Aristides, and Antonius Probus for their eminent worth. So Caesar, Trajan, Alexander admired for valor, Hephaestion loved Alexander, but Parmenio the king Titus Delicii humani generis, and which Aurelius Victor hath of Vespasian, the darling of his time, as Edgar Etheling was in England, for his excellent virtues. Their memory is yet fresh, sweet, and we love them many ages after, though they be dead. Suivum memoriam sui reliquit, saith Lipsius of his friend, living and dead they are all one. I have ever loved as thou knowest, so Tully wrote to Dolabella Marcus Brutus for his great wit, singular honesty, constancy, sweet conditions, and believe it there is nothing so amiable and fair as virtue. I do mightily love Calvisinus, so Pliny writes to Saucius, a most industrious, eloquent, upright man, which is all in all with me. The affection came from his good parts. And as St. Austin comments on the 84th Psalm, there is a peculiar beauty of justice, and inward beauty, which we see with the eyes of our hearts, love, and are enamored with, as in martyrs, though their bodies be torn in pieces with wild beasts. Yet this beauty shines, and we love their virtues. The Stoics are of opinion that a wise man is only fair, and Cato in Tully 3 de Finibus contends the same, that the lineaments of the mind are far fairer than those of the body, incomparably beyond them. Wisdom and valor, according to Xenophon, especially deserve the name of beauty, and denominate one fair et incomparabiliter pulchrior est, as Austin holds, veritas Christianorum quam Helena Grecorum. Wine is strong, the king is strong, women are strong, but truth overcometh all things, est. I 3, 10, 11, 12. Blessed is the man that findeth wisdom and getteth understanding, for the merchandise thereof is better than silver, and the gain thereof better than gold. It is more precious than pearls, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared to her. Prov. Roman 2. 13, 14, 15. A wise, true, just, upright, and good man, I say it again, is only fair. It is reported of Magdalene, Queen of France, and wife to Louis XI, a Scottish woman by birth, that walking forth in an evening with her ladies, she spied a Milanus, one of the king's chaplains, a silly, old, hard-favored man fast asleep in a bower, and kissed him sweetly. When the young ladies laughed at her for it, she replied that it was not his person that she did embrace and reverence, but with a platonic love the divine beauty of his soul. Thus in all ages virtue hath been adored, admired, a singular lustre hath proceeded from it, and the more virtuous he is, the more gracious, the more admired. No man so much followed upon earth as Christ himself, and as the psalmist saith, Roman 45. 2, he was fairer than the sons of men. Chrysostom homate in Mat Bernard sur 1 de omnibus sanctis, Austin, Cassiodora Hierer. In 9 Mat interpreted of the beauty of his person, there was a divine majesty in his looks, it shined like lightning and drew all men to it. But Basil, Cyril, lib 6 super. 55, esse. Theodoret, Arnobius, and see of the beauty of his divinity, justice, grace, eloquence, and see Thomas in Sal, Roman 44. Of both, and so doth Barradius and Peter Morales, lib de pulchritud. Jesu et Mariae, adding as much of Joseph and the Virgin Mary, hic alias forma praeciserit omnes, according to that prediction of Sibylla Cumia. Be they present or absent, near us or afar off, this beauty shines, and will attract men many miles to come and visit it. Plato and Pythagoras left their country to see those wise Egyptian priests. Apollonius traveled into Ethiopia, Persia, to consult with the Magi, Brachmeni, gymnosophists. The Queen of Sheba came to visit Solomon, and many, saith Hiram, went out of Spain and remote places 1,000 miles to behold that eloquent Livy. Multi ramam non ut urbum pulcherrimem, aut urbis et orbis dominum Octavianum, sed ut hunc unum invicerant audirenc, agadibus profti sunt. No beauty leaves such an impression, strikes so deep, or links the souls of men closer than virtue. Non per dios aut pictor possit, aut statuarius ullis finger talem pulchritudinem qualem virtus habit. No painter, no graver, no carver can express virtue's luster, or those admirable rays that come from it, those enchanting rays that enamor posterity, those everlasting rays that continue to the world's end. Many, saith Favorinus, that loved and admired Alcibiades in his youth knew not, cared not for Alcibiades a man, nunc intuens querabant Alcibiadem. But the beauty of Socrates is still the same. Virtue's luster never fades, is ever fresh and green, semper viva to all succeeding ages, and a most attractive lodestone to draw and combine such as are present. For that reason belike, Homer feigns the three graces to be linked and tied hand in hand, because the hearts of men are so firmly united with such graces. O sweet bands, Seneca exclaims, which so happily combine, that those which are bound by them love their binders, desiring withal much more harder to be bound, and as so many geryones to be united into one. For the nature of true friendship is to combine, to be like affected, of one mind, vel et nol ambabus idem, satiat ac toto mens evo. As the poet saith, still to continue one and the same. And where this love takes place there is peace and quietness, a true correspondence, perfect amity, a diapason of vows and wishes, the same opinions as between David and Jonathan, Damon and Pythias, Pylades and Orsts, Nisus and Euryalus, Theseus and Pirithous. They will live and die together, and prosecute one another with good turns. Nam vinci in amore turpissim imputant, not only living, but when their friends are dead, with tombs and monuments, Nenias, epitaphs, elegies, inscriptions, pyramids, obelisks, statues, images, pictures, histories, poems, annals, feasts, anniversaries, many ages after. As Plato's scholars did, they will parenter still, omit no good office that may tend to the preservation of their names, honors, and eternal memory. Illum coloribus, illum cera, illum air, and see he did express his friends in colors, in wax, in brass, in ivory, marble, gold, and silver, as Pliny reports of a citizen in Rome, and in a great auditory not long since recited a just volume of his life. In another place, speaking of an epigram which Martial had composed in praise of him, he gave me as much as he might, and would have done more if he could. Though what can a man give more than honor, glory, and eternity? But that which he wrote peradventure will not continue, yet he wrote it to continue. 'Tis all the recompense a poor scholar can make his well-deserving patron, Mecines, friend, to mention him in his works, to dedicate a book to his name, to write his life. And see, as all our poets, orators, historiographers have ever done. And the greatest revenge such men take of their adversaries, to persecute them with satires, invectives, and tease both ways of great moment, as Plato gives us to understand. Paulus Jovius, in the 4th book of the Life and Deeds of Pope Leo Decimus, his noble patron, concludes in these words, because I cannot honor him as other rich men do, with like endeavor, affection, and piety, I have undertaken to write his life. Since my fortunes will not give me leave to make a more sumptuous monument, I will perform those rites to his sacred ashes, which a small, perhaps, but a liberal wit can afford. But I rove. Where this true love is wanting, there can be no firm peace, friendship from teeth outward, counterfeit, or for some by respects so long dissembled, till they have satisfied their own ends, which, upon every small occasion, breaks out into enmity, open war, defiance, heart-burnings, whispering, calumnies, contentions, and all manner of bitter melancholy discontents. And those men which have no other object of their love than greatness, wealth, authority, and are rather feared than beloved. Nec ament quemquem, nec amenter ab ullo. And howsoever borne with for a time, yet for their tyranny and oppression, griping, covetousness, currish hardness, folly, intemperance, imprudence, and such like vices, they are generally odious, abhorred of all, both God and men. Non uxor salvum te vult, non filius, omnes vicini oderant. Wife and children, friends, neighbors, all the world forsakes them, would fain be rid of them, and are compelled many times to lay violent hands on them, or else God's judgments overtake them. Instead of graces, come furies. So when fair Abigail, a woman of singular wisdom, was acceptable to David, Nabal was churlish and evil-conditioned. And therefore Mordecai was received, when Haman was executed, Haman the favorite, that had his seat above the other princes, to whom all the king's servants that stood in the gates bowed their knees and reverenced. Though they flourished many times, such hypocrites, such temporizing foxes, and blear the world's eyes by flattery, bribery, dissembling their natures, or other men's weakness, that cannot so apprehend their tricks, yet in the end they will be discerned and precipitated in a moment. Surely, saith David, thou hast set them in slippery places, Sal. Roman 37. 5. As so many said Johnny, they will come down to the Gemonian scales. And as Eusebius in Ammianus, that was in such authority, ad jubendum imperatorum, be cast down headlong on a sudden. Or put case they escape, and rest unmasked to their lives' end. Yet after their death their memory stinks as a snuff of a candle put out, and those that durst not so much as mutter against them in their lives will prosecute their name with satires, libels, and bitter imprecations. They shall mail odire in all succeeding ages, and be odious to the world's end. Roman 3. Charity composed of all three kinds, pleasant, profitable, honest. Besides this love that comes from profit, pleasant, honest, for one good turn asks another in equity. That which proceeds from the law of nature, or from discipline and philosophy, there is yet another love compounded of all these three, which is charity, and includes piety, dulction, benevolence, friendship, even all those virtuous habits. For love is the circle equine of all other affections, of which Aristotle dilates at large in his Ethics, and is commanded by God, which no man can well perform, but he that is a Christian and a true regenerate man. This is to love God above all, and our neighbor as ourself, for this love is lichnus excendens et excensus, a communicating light, apt to illuminate itself as well as others. All other objects are fair, and very beautiful, I confess. Kindred, alliance, friendship, the love that we owe to our country, nature, wealth, pleasure, honor, and such moral respects, and see of which read copious Aristotle in his Morals. A man is beloved of a man in that he is a man, but all these are far more eminent and great when they shall proceed from a sanctified spirit that hath a true touch of religion and a reference to God. Nature binds all creatures to love their young ones. A hen to preserve her brood will run upon a lion, a hind will fight with a bull, a sow with a bear, a silly sheep with a fox. So the same nature urgeth a man to love his parents, dihmi pater omnes odorant, niti magis quam oculos amum meos. And this love cannot be dissolved, as Tully holds, without detestable offense, but much more God's commandment, which enjoins a filial love and an obedience in this kind. The love of brethren is great, and like an arch of stones, where if one be displaced, all comes down, no love so forcible and strong, honest, to the combination of which nature, fortune, virtue, happily concur. Yet this love comes short of it. Dulce et decorum pro patria mori, it cannot be expressed what a deal of charity that one name of country contains. Amor laudis et patri pro stipendio est. The decide did see devover, horitae, curiae, scivola, regulus, quadrus, sacrifice themselves for their country's peace and good. Una dies Fabios ad bellum miserat omnes, ad bellum missos perdidit una dies. One day the Fabii stoutly warred, one day the Fabii were destroyed. 50,000 Englishmen lost their lives willingly near Battle Abbey in defense of their country. P. Emilius L6 speaks of 6 senators of Calais that came with halters in their hands to the King of England to die for the rest. This love makes so many writers take such pains, so many historiographers, physicians, and see, or at least, as they pretend, for common safety and their country's benefit. Sanctum nomen amicidici, socirum communio sacra. Friendship is a holy name and a sacred communion of friends. As the sun is in the firmament, so is friendship in the world, a most divine and heavenly band. As nuptial love makes, this perfects mankind, and is to be preferred, if you will stand to the judgment of Cornelius Nepos, before affinity or consanguinity. Plus in amicititia valet similitudo morum, quam affinitas, and c, the cords of love bind faster than any other wreath whatsoever. Take this away, and take all pleasure, joy, comfort, happiness, and true content out of the world. 'Tis the greatest tie, the surest indenture, strongest band, and, as our modern marrow decides it, is much to be preferred before the rest. Hard is the doubt, and difficult to deem, when all three kinds of love together meet, and do dispart the heart with power extreme, whether shall weigh the balance down. To wit, the dear affection unto kindred sweet, or raging fire of love to womankind, or zeal of friends, combined by virtues meet. But of them all the band of virtuous mind, methinks the gentle heart should most assured bind. For natural affection soon doth cease, and quenched is with Cupid's greater flame, but faithful friendship doth them both suppress, and them with mastering discipline doth tame, through thoughts aspiring to eternal fame. For as the soul doth rule the earthly mass, and all the service of the body frame, so love of soul doth love of body pass, no less than perfect gold surmounts the meanest brass. A faithful friend is better than gold, a medicine of misery and only possession. Yet this love of friends, nuptial, heroical, profitable, pleasant, honest, all three loves put together, are little worth if they proceed not from a true Christian illuminated soul, if it be not done in ordine ad diem for God's sake. Though I had the gift of prophecy, spake with tongues of men and angels, though I feed the poor with all my goods, give my body to be burned, and have not this love, it profiteth me nothing. 1 Cor. Romans 13, 1-3. 'Tis splendidum peccatum without charity. This is an all-apprehending love, a deifying love, a refined, pure, divine love, the quintessence of all love, the true philosopher's stone, non potest enim. As Austin infers, vericiter amicus esse homines, nisi furit ipsius primitus veritatis, he is no true friend that loves not God's truth. And therefore this is true love indeed, the cause of all good to mortal men, that reconciles all creatures, and glues them together in perpetual amity and firm league, and can no more abide bitterness, hate, malice than fair and foul weather, light and darkness, sterility and plenty may be together. As the sun in the firmament, I say, so is love in the world. And for this cause, T's love without an addition, love cap alpha tau, letter 1F10 xi omicron chi letter 1F7 4 nu, love of God and love of men. The love of God begets the love of man, and by this love of our neighbor, the love of God is nourished and increased. By this happy union of love, all well-governed families and cities are combined, the heavens annexed, and divine souls complicated, the world itself composed, and all that is in it conjoined in God, and reduced to one. This love causeth true and absolute virtues, the life, spirit, and root of every virtuous action. It finisheth prosperity, easeth adversity, corrects all natural encumbrances, inconveniences, sustained by faith and hope, which with this our love make an indissoluble twist, a Gordian knot, an equilateral triangle, and yet the greatest of them is love, 1 Cor. Romans 13. 13, which inflames our souls with a divine heat, and being so inflamed, purged, and so purgeth, elevates to God, makes an atonement, and reconciles us unto him. That other love infects the soul of man, this cleanseth, that depresses, this rears, that causeth cares and troubles, this quietness of mind, this informs, that deforms our life, that leads to repentance, this to heaven. For if once we be truly linked and touched with this charity, we shall love God above all, our neighbor as ourself, as we are enjoined, Mark Roman 12. 31, Matt. Roman 19. 19. Perform those duties and exercises, even all the operations of a good Christian. This love suffereth long, it is bountiful, envieth not, boasteth not itself, is not puffed up, it deceiveth not, it seeketh not his own things, is not provoked to anger, it thinketh not evil, it rejoiceth not in iniquity but in truth. It suffereth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things. 1 Cor. Romans 13. 4, 5, 6, 7. It covereth all trespasses. Prov. X 12. A multitude of sins. 1 Pet. 4. As our Savior told the woman in the Gospel that washed his feet, many sins were forgiven her, for she loved much. Luke Romans 7. 47. It will defend the fatherless and the widow. Issa. I 17. Will seek no revenge or be mindful of wrong. Levit. Romans 19. 18. Will bring home his brother's ox if he go astray, as it is commanded. Dute. Romans 22. 1. Will resist evil, give to him that asketh, and not turn from him that borroweth, bless them that curse him, love his enemy. Matt. V. Bear his brother's burthen. Gal. Romans 6. 7. He that so loves will be hospitable, and distribute to the necessities of the saints. He will, if it be possible, have peace with all men, feed his enemy if he be hungry, if he be athirst give him drink. He will perform those 7 works of mercy, he will make himself equal to them of the lower sort, rejoice with them that rejoice, weep with them that weep. Rom. Romans 12. He will speak truth to his neighbor, be courteous and tender-hearted, forgiving others for Christ's sake, as God forgave him. F. Romans 4. 32. He will be like-minded. Phil. Romans 2. 2 of one judgment, be humble, meek, long-suffering. Kolos. Romans 3. Forbear, forget, and forgive. Romans 12. 13:23. And what he doth shall be heartily done to God and not to men. Be pitiful and courteous. 1 Pet. Romans 3. Seek peace and follow it. He will love his brother, not in word and tongue, but in deed and truth. John. Romans 3. 18. And he that loves God, Christ will love him that is begotten of him. John v. 1. And see thus should we willingly do, if we had a true touch of this charity, of this divine love, if we could perform this which we are enjoined, forget and forgive, and compose ourselves to those Christian laws of love. O felix hominum genus, si vestros animos amor quo coelum regitter regat. Angelical souls, how blessed, how happy should we be, so loving, how might we triumph over the devil, and have another heaven upon earth? But this we cannot do. And which is the cause of all our woes, miseries, discontent, melancholy, want of this charity? We do in visum angarire, contemn, consult, vex, torture, molest, and hold one another's noses to the grindstone hard, provoke, rail, scoff, calumniate, challenge, hate, abuse, hard-hearted, implacable, malicious, peevish, inexorable as we are, to satisfy our lust or private spleen, for toys, trifles, and impertinent occasions, spend ourselves, goods, friends, fortunes, to be revenged on our adversary, to ruin him and his. Tease all our study, practice, and business how to plot mischief, mine, countermine, defend, and offend, ward ourselves, injure others, hurt all. As if we were born to do mischief, and that with such eagerness and bitterness, with such rancor, malice, rage, and fury, we prosecute our intended designs, that neither affinity or consanguinity, love or fear of God or men can contain us. No satisfaction, no composition will be accepted, no offices will serve, no submission. Though he shall upon his knees, as Sarpedon did to Glaucus in Homer, acknowledging his error, yield himself with tears in his eyes, beg his pardon, we will not relent, forgive, or forget, till we have confounded him and his, made dice of his bones, as they say, see him rot in prison, banish his friends, followers, et omni invisum genus, rooted him out and all his posterity. Monsters of men as we are, dogs, wolves, tigers, fiends, incarnate devils, we do not only contend, oppress, and tyrannize ourselves, but as so many firebrands, we set on and animate others. Our whole life is a perpetual combat, a conflict, a set battle, a snarling fit. Eris D is settled in our tents, omnia delight, opposing wit to wit, wealth to wealth, strength to strength, fortunes to fortunes, friends to friends. As at a sea fight, we turn our broadsides or two millstones with continual attrition, we fire ourselves or break another's backs, and both are ruined and consumed in the end. Miserable wretches, to fat and enrich ourselves, we care not how we get it, quacunc modo rem. How many thousands we undo, whom we oppress, by whose ruin and downfall we arise, whom we injure, fatherless children, widows, common societies, to satisfy our own private lust. Though we have myriads, abundance of wealth and treasure, pitiless, merciless, remorseless, and uncharitable in the highest degree, and our poor brother in need, sickness, in great extremity, and now ready to be starved for want of food, we had rather, as the fox told the ape, his tail should sweep the ground still than cover his buttocks. Rather spend it idly, consume it with dogs, hawks, hounds, unnecessary buildings, in riotous apparel, ingurgitate, or let it be lost, than he should have part of it. Rather take from him that little which he hath, than relieve him. Like the dog in the manger, we neither use it ourselves, let others make use of or enjoy it, part with nothing while we live. For want of disposing our household, and setting things in order, set all the world together by the ears after our death. Poor Lazarus lies howling at his gates for a few crumbs, he only seeks chippings, offals. Let him roar and howl, famish, and eat his own flesh, he respects him not. A poor decayed kinsman of his sets upon him by the way in all his jollity, and runs begging bareheaded by him, conjuring by those former bonds of friendship, alliance, consanguinity, and see, uncle, cousin, brother, father. Per ego has lacrimas, dextrum tuum te, si quidquam de te merui, fuit out tibi quidquam dulce meum, miser me. Show some pity for Christ's sake, pity a sick man, an old man, and see he cares not, ride on. Pretend sickness, inevitable loss of limbs, goods, plead suretyship, or shipwreck, fires, common calamities, show thy wants and imperfections. Et si per sanctum juratus dicet osirum, credit, non ludo, crudels tolite claudum. Swear, protest, take God and all his angels to witness, quer peregrinum, thou art a counterfeit crank, a cheater, he is not touched with it, pauper ubique jacet, ride on, he takes no notice of it. Put up a supplication to him in the name of 1,000 orphans, a hospital, a spittle, a prison, as he goes by, they cry out to him for aid, ride on cerdoneras, he cares not, let them eat stones, devour themselves with vermin, rot in their own dung, he cares not. Show him a decayed haven, a bridge, a school, a fortification, etc., or some public work, ride on. Good your worship, your honor, for God's sake, your country's sake, ride on. But show him a roll wherein his name shall be registered in golden letters, and commended to all posterity, his arms set up with his devices to be seen, then peradventure he will stay and contribute. Or if thou canst thunder upon him, as papists do, with satisfactory and meritorious works, or persuade him by this means he shall save his soul out of hell, and free it from purgatory, if he be of any religion, then in all likelihood he will listen and stay. Or that he have no children, no near kinsman, heir, he cares for, at least, or cannot well tell otherwise how or where to bestow his possessions, for carry them with him he cannot. It may be then he will build some school or hospital in his life, or be induced to give liberally to pious uses after his death. For I dare boldly say, vainglory, that opinion of merit, and this enforced necessity, when they know not otherwise how to leave, or what better to do with them, is the main cause of most of our good works. I will not urge this to derogate from any man's charitable devotion, or bounty in this kind, to censure any good work. No doubt there be many sanctified, heroical, and worthy-minded men, that in true zeal, and for virtue's sake divine spirits, that out of commiseration and pity extend their liberality, and as much as in them lies do good to all men, clothe the naked, feed the hungry, comfort the sick and needy, relieve all, forget and forgive injuries, as true charity requires. Yet most part there is simulatum quid, a deal of hypocrisy in this kind, much default and defect. Cosmo de' Medici, that rich citizen of Florence, ingeniously confessed to a near friend of his, that would know of him why he built so many public and magnificent palaces, and bestowed so liberally on scholars, not that he loved learning more than others, but to eternize his own name, to be immortal by the benefit of scholars. For when his friends were dead, walls decayed, and all inscriptions gone, books would remain to the world's end. The lantern in Athens was built by Xenocles, the theatre by Pericles, the famous Port Pyrrhium by Musicals, Palace Palladium by Phidias, the Pantheon by Callicratidas. But these brave monuments are decayed all, and ruined long since, their builders' names alone flourish by meditation of writers. And as he said of that Marian oak, now cut down and dead, nullius agricoli manuvulta stirps tam diuturna, quam qui poeti, versu seminari potist. No plant can grow so long as that which is ingenio sata, set and manured by those ever-living wits. Allan Backuth, that weeping oak under which Deborah, Rebecca's nurse, died, and was buried, may not survive the memory of such everlasting monuments. Vainglory and emulation, as to most men was the cause efficient, and to be a trumpeter of his own fame, Cosmo's sole intent so to do good, that all the world might take notice of it. Such for the most part is the charity of our times, such our benefactors, mechanates, and patrons. Show me amongst so many myriads, a truly devout, a right honest, upright, meek, humble, a patient, innocuous, innocent, a merciful, a loving, a charitable man. Probus quis nobiscum vivit. Show me a Caleb or a Joshua. Dic mihi musa verum, show a virtuous woman, a constant wife, a good neighbor, a trusty servant, an obedient child, a true friend, and sea crows in Africa are not so scant. He that shall examine this iron age wherein we live, where love is cold, et jam terras astrea reliquit, justice fled with her assistance, virtue expelled. Justitii sor, incorrupta fides, nudac veritas. All goodness gone, where vice abounds, the devil is loose, and see one man vilify and insult over his brother, as if he were an innocent, or a block, oppress, tyrannize, prey upon, torture him, vex, gall, torment, and crucify him, starve him, where is charity? He that shall see men swear and forswear, lie and bear false witness, to advantage themselves, prejudice others, hazard goods, lives, fortunes, credit all, to be revenged on their enemies, men so unspeakable in their lusts, unnatural in malice, such bloody designments, Italian blaspheming, Spanish renouncing, and may well ask where is charity. He that shall observe so many lawsuits, such endless contentions, such plotting, undermining, so much money spent with such eagerness and fury, every man for himself, his own ends, the devil for all. So many distressed souls, such lamentable complaints, so many factions, conspiracies, seditions, oppressions, abuses, injuries, such grudging, repining, discontent, so much emulation, envy, so many brawls, quarrels, monomachas, and may well require what is become of charity. When we see and read of such cruel wars, tumults, uproars, bloody battles, so many men slain, so many cities ruinated, and for what else is the subject of all our stones almost, but bills, bows, and guns? So many murders and massacres, and where is charity? Or see men wholly devote to God, churchmen, professed divines, holy men, to make the trumpet of the gospel the trumpet of war. a company of hell-born Jesuits and fiery-spirited friars, facem prefera to all seditions. As so many firebrands set all the world by the ears, I say nothing of their contentious and railing books, whole ages spent in writing one against another, and that with such virulency and bitterness, Biones sermonibus et sale nigro, and by their bloody inquisitions, that in 30 years Baal-Seth consumed 39 princes, 148 earls, 235 barons, 14,755 commons. Worse than those 10 persecutions, may justly doubt where is charity. Obsecro vos quales hae demum Christiani, are these Christians? I beseech you tell me. He that shall observe and see these things may say to them as Cato to Caesar, credo quidu inferis dicuntur falsa existimas, sure I think thou art of opinion there is neither heaven nor hell. Let them pretend religion, zeal, make what shows they will, give alms, peacemakers, frequent sermons, if we may guess at the tree by the fruit, they are no better than hypocrites, epicures, atheists. With the fool in their hearts they say there is no God. 'Tis no marvel then if being so uncharitable, hard-hearted as we are, we have so frequent and so many discontents, such melancholy fits, so many bitter pangs, mutual discords, all in a combustion, often complaints, so common grievances, general mischiefs, si tanti in terris tragedii, quibus laefictator et miser lacerator humanum genus. So many pestilences, wars, uproars, losses, deluges, fires, inundations, God's vengeance, and all the plagues of Egypt, come upon us. Since we are so currish one towards another, so respectless of God and our neighbors, and by our crying sins pull these miseries upon our own heads. Nay more, 'tis justly to be feared, which Josephus once said of his countrymen Jews, if the Romans had not come when they did to sack their city, surely it had been swallowed up with some earthquake, deluge, or fired from heaven as Sodom and Gomorrah. Their desperate malice, wickedness, and peevishness was such. 'Tis to be suspected, if we continue these wretched ways, we may look for the like heavy visitations to come upon us. If we had any sense or feeling of these things, surely we should not go on as we do, in such irregular courses, practice all manner of impieties. Our whole carriage would not be so averse from God. If a man would but consider, when he is in the midst and full career of such prodigious and uncharitable actions, how displeasing they are in God's sight, how noxious to himself, as Solomon told Joab, 1 Kings, Roman 2, the Lord shall bring this blood upon their heads. Prov. I-27, sudden desolation and destruction shall come like a whirlwind upon them, affliction, anguish, the reward of his hand shall be given him, Issa. Roman 3. 11 and see, they shall fall into the pit they have digged for others, and when they are scraping, tyrannizing, getting, wallowing in their wealth, this night, O fool, I will take away thy soul, what a severe account they must make, and how gracious on the other side a charitable man is in God's eyes, horit sibi gratiam. Matt. V7, blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. He that lendeth to the poor gives to God, and how it shall be restored to them again. How by their patience and long-suffering they shall heap coals on their enemies' heads, Rom. Roman 12, and he that followeth after righteousness and mercy shall find righteousness and glory. Surely they would check their desires, curb in their unnatural, inordinate affections, agree amongst themselves, abstain from doing evil, amend their lives, and learn to do well. Behold how comely and good a thing it is for brethren to live together in union. It is like the precious ointment, and see how odious to contend one with the other. Miseriquid luctatiunculaes his volumus, ex mors super caput est, et supremum allud tribunal, ubi et dicta facta nostra examinanda sunt, sapiamus. Why do we contend and vex one another? Behold, death is over our heads, and we must shortly give an account of all our uncharitable words and actions. Think upon it, and be wise. Sect Roman 2, Mem. I. Subsect I. Heroical love causeth melancholy, his pedigree, power, and extent. In the preceding section mention was made, amongst other pleasant objects, of this comeliness and beauty which proceeds from women, that causeth heroical, or love-melancholy, is more eminent above the rest, and properly called love. The part affected in men is the liver, and therefore called heroical, because commonly gallants. Noble men and the most generous spirits are possessed with it. His power and extent is very large, and in that twofold division of love, phi iota lambda epsilon letter 1 fd6 nu and letter 1 f10, rho letter 1 fb6 nu, those two veneries, which Plato and some other make mention of it, is most eminent, and cap alpha tau, Letter 1F10 Xi Omicron Chi Letter 1F74 new called Venus, as I have said, or love itself. Which although it be denominated from men, and most evident in them, yet it extends and shows itself in vegetal and sensible creatures, those incorporeal substances, as shall be specified, and hath a large dominion of sovereignty over them. His pedigree is very ancient, derived from the beginning of the world, as Phaedrus contends, and his parentage of such antiquity that no poet could ever find it out. Hesiod makes Terra and Chaos to be love's parents, before the gods were born, ante dios omnes primum generavit amorum. Some think it is the self-same fire Prometheus fetched from heaven. Plutarch a Mater. Libello will have love to be the son of Iris and Favonius, but Socrates in that pleasant dialogue of Plato, when it came to his turn to speak of love, of which subject Agatho the rhetorician, Magniloquus Agatho, that chanter Agatho, had newly given occasion in a poetical strain, telleth this tale. When Venus was born, all the gods were invited to a banquet, and amongst the rest, Porus the god of bounty and wealth. Peenia or poverty came a-begging to the door. Porus well whittled with nectar, for there was no wine in those days, walking in Jupiter's garden, in a bower met with Peenia, and in his drink got her with child, of whom was born love. And because he was begotten on Venus's birthday, Venus still attends upon him. The moral of this is in Ficinus. Another tale is there borrowed out of Aristophanes. In the beginning of the world, men had 4 arms and 4 feet, but for their pride, because they compared themselves with the gods, were parted into halves, and now peradventure by love they hope to be united again and made one. Otherwise thus Vulcan met 2 lovers and bid them ask what they would and they should have it. But they made answer, O Vulcan Faber Diorum, and see O Vulcan the god's great smith, we beseech thee to work us anew in thy furnace and of 2 make us one. Which he presently did, and ever since true lovers are either all one, or else desire to be united. Many such tales you shall find in Leon Hebreus' Dial 3 and their moral to them. The reason why love was still painted young, as Fornudus and others will, is because young men are most apt to love, soft, fair, and fat, because such folks are soonest taken, naked, because all true affection is simple and open. He smiles, because merry and given to delights. Hath a quiver to show his power, none can escape. Is blind, because he sees not where he strikes, whom he hits, and see his power and sovereignty is expressed by the poets, in that he is held to be a god, and a great commanding god, above Jupiter himself, Magnus Daemon, as Plato calls him, the strongest and merriest of all the gods according to Alcinous and Athenaeus. Amor virorum rex, amor rex et diem, as Euripides, the god of gods and governor of men, for we must all do homage to him, keep a holiday for his deity, adore in his temples, worship his image. Numen enim hoc non est nudum nomen, and sacrifice to his altar, that conquers all and rules all. Malum cum icon, servo et apro ialico, cum antio et stymphalisis avibus luctari quam commemore. I had rather contend with bulls, lions, bears, and giants than with love. He is so powerful, and forceth all to pay tribute to him, domineers over all, and can make mad and sober whom he list. Insomuch that Caecilius in Tully's Tusculans holds him to be no better than a fool or an idiot, that doth not acknowledge love to be a great god. Cui in manu sit quem esse dementum velit, quem saper, quam in morbum ingisci, and see. That can make sick, and cure whom he list. Homer and Stesichorus were both made blind, if you will believe Leon Hebreus for speaking against his godhead. And though Aristophanes degrade him, and say that he was scornfully rejected from the council of the gods, had his wings clipped besides, that he might come no more amongst them, and to his farther disgrace banished heaven for ever, and confined to dwell on earth, yet he is of that power, majesty, omnipotency, and dominion, that no creature can withstand him. Imperat Cupido etiam des, pro arbitrio, et ipsum arcere ni arma potens potus Jupiter. He is more than quartermaster with the gods, tenet the tide equor, umbras Iaco, coelum Jove, and hath not so much possession as dominion. Jupiter himself was turned into a satyr, shepherd, a bull, a swan, a golden shower, and what not, for love, that as Lucian's Juno right well objected to him, ludus amoris tu ease, thou art Cupid's whirligig. How did he insult over all the other gods, Mars, Neptune, Pan, Mercury, Bacchus, and the rest? Lucian brings in Jupiter complaining of Cupid that he could not be quiet for him. and the moon lamenting that she was so impotently besotted on Endymion, even Venus herself confessing as much. How rudely and in what sort her own son Cupid had used her being his mother, now drawing her to Mount Ida, for the love of that Trojan Anchises, now to Libanus for that Assyrian youth's sake. And although she threatened to break his bow and arrows, to clip his wings, and whipped him besides on the bare buttocks with her pantoffle, yet all would not serve, he was too headstrong and unruly. That monster-conquering Hercules was tamed by him, quem non mil feri, quem non esthenelagus hostis, nec potuit Juno vincere, visit amor. Whom neither beasts nor enemies could tame, nor Junos might subdue, love quelled the same. Your bravest soldiers and most generous spirits are enervated with it, ubi mulieribus blanditaes permittant si, et inquinantur amplexibus. Apollo, that took upon him to cure all diseases, could not help himself of this. And therefore Socrates calls love a tyrant, and brings him triumphing in a chariot, whom Petrarch imitates in his triumph of love, and Fracastorius, in an elegant poem expresseth at large, Cupid riding, Mars and Apollo following his chariot, Psyche weeping, and see. In vegetal creatures what sovereignty love hath, by many pregnant proofs and familiar examples may be proved, especially of palm trees, which are both he and she, and express not a sympathy but a love passion. And by many observations have been confirmed. Vivant in venerem frons, omnisc vicissim felix arbor amat, Newton et mutua pomi fodera, populeo suspirat populus ictu, et Platano Platonus, ulnoque assibilat ulneus. Constantine de Agric. Lib 10. Cap. 4 gives an instance out of Florentius his Georgics, of a palm tree that loved most fervently, and would not be comforted until such time her love applied herself unto her. You might see the two trees bend, and of their own accords stretch out their boughs to embrace and kiss each other. They will give manifest signs of mutual love. Ammianus Marcellinus, Lib 24, reports that they marry one another and fall in love if they grow in sight, and when the wind brings the smell to them, they are marvelously affected. Philostratus in Imaginibus observes as much, and Galen Lib 6. De locis affectis, cap. 5 They will be sick for love, ready to die and pine away, which the husbandmen perceiving, saith Constantine, stroke many palms that grow together, and so stroking again the palm that is enamored, they carry kisses from the one to the other. Or tying the leaves and branches of the one to the stem of the other, will make them both flourish and prosper a great deal better. Which are enamored, they can perceive by the bending of boughs and inclination of their bodies. If any man think this which I say to be a tale, let him read that story of 2 palm trees in Italy, the male growing at Brundusium, the female at Otranto, related by Jovianus Pontanus in an excellent poem. Sometimes tutor to Alphonsus Junior, king of Naples, his secretary of state, and a great philosopher, which were barren, and so continued a long time, till they came to see one another growing up higher, though many stadiums asunder. Pyrrhus in his hieroglyphics and Melchior Gillandinus, Mem 3 tract. De Papiro cites this story of Pontanus for a truth. See more in Salmuth comment. In Pansirol, de novo repert. Tit. 1. De novo orb Misaldus Arcanorum lib 2 sans voyages, lib 2 fall 103. And see, if such fury be in vegetals, what shall we think of sensible creatures? How much more violent and apparent shall it be in them? Omni idio genus in terris hominumque ferarum, et genus equorium, pecudes, pictique volocers in furias ignem crunt, amor omnibus idem. All kind of creatures in the earth, and fishes of the sea. And painted birds do rage alike, this love bears equal sway. Hic deus et terras et maria alta demat. Common experience and our sense will inform us how violently brute beasts are carried away with this passion, horses above the rest. Furor est insignis equorum. Cupid in Lucian bids Venus his mother be of good cheer, for he was now familiar with lions, and oftentimes did get on their backs, hold them by the mane, and ride them about like horses, and they would fawn upon him with their tails. Bulls, bears, and boars are so furious in this kind they kill one another. But especially cocks, lions, and harts, which are so fierce that you may hear them fight half a mile off, saith Turberville, and many times kill each other, or compel them to abandon the rut, that they may remain masters in their places. And when one hath driven his co-rival away, he raiseth his nose up into the air, and looks aloft, as though he gave thanks to nature, which affords him such great delight. How birds are affected in this kind, appears out of Aristotle. He will have them to sing ob futuram venerum for joy, or in hope of their venery which is to come. Ieri primum volicers t diva tuumque significant initum, perculsi corda tua Roman 6. Fishes pine away for love and wax lean, if Gomesius's authority may be taken, and are rampant too, some of them. Peter Gellius, lib. 10, de hist animal, tells wonders of a triton in Epirus. There was a well not far from the shore, where the country wenches fetched water. They, tritons, stupricasa, would set upon them and carry them to the sea, and there drown them if they would not yield. So love tyrannizeth in dumb creatures. Yet this is natural for one beast to dote upon another of the same kind. But what strange fury is that, when a beast shall dote upon a man? Saxo Grammaticus, lib. 10. Dan Hist, hath a story of a bear that loved a woman, kept her in his den a long time, and begot a son of her, out of whose loins proceeded many northern kings. This is the original belike of that common tale of Valentine and Orson. Aelian, Pliny, Peter Gillius are full of such relations. A peacock in Leucadia loved a maid, and when she died, the peacock pined. A dolphin loved a boy called Hernias, and when he died, the fish came on land and so perished. The like adds Gellius, lib. 10. Cap. 22 out of Appian, Egypt, lib. 15. A dolphin at Puteoli loved a child, would come often to him, let him get on his back and carry him about, and when by sickness the child was taken away, the dolphin died. Every book is full, saith Busbequius, the emperor's orator with the grand signor, not long since, Ep. 3. Legat. Turk. And yield such instances, to believe which I was always afraid lest I should be thought to give credit to fables, until I saw a lynx which I had from Assyria, so affected towards one of my men, that it cannot be denied but that he was in love with him. When my man was present, the beast would use many notable enticements and pleasant motions, and when he was going, hold him back and look after him when he was gone, very sad in his absence, but most jocund when he returned. And when my man went from me, the beast expressed his love with continual sickness, and after he had pined away some few days, died. Such another story he hath of a crane of Majorca, that loved a Spaniard that would walk any way with him, and in his absence seek about for him, make a noise that he might hear her, and knock at his door, and when he took his last farewell, famished herself. Such pretty pranks can love play with birds, fishes, beasts. Celestes Aetheris, Ponti, Terry Claves habit Venus, Salec Estorum omnium imperium obtinet. And if all be certain that is credibly reported, with the spirits of the air, and devils of hell themselves, who are as much enamored and dote, if I may use that word, as any other creatures whatsoever. For if those stories be true that are written of incubus and succubus, of nymphs, lascivious fauns, satyrs, and those heathen gods which were devils, those lascivious telchanes, of whom the Platonists tell so many fables, or those familiar meetings in our days, and company of witches and devils, there is some probability for it. I know that Byermanus Wierus, lib. 1 cap. 19. Et 24. And some others stoutly deny it, that the devil hath any carnal copulation with women, that the devil takes no pleasure in such facts, they be mere fantasies, all such relations of incubi, succubi, lies and tales, but Austin, lib. 15, decivit. Day doth acknowledge it, Erastus de Lamiis, Jacobus Sprenger and his colleagues, and C. Zanchius cap. 16, lib. 4 de oper, de Dandinus in Arist, de anima lib. 2 text. 29, com. 30, Bodin lib. 2 cap. 7 and Paracelsus, a great champion of this tenet amongst the rest, which gives sundry peculiar instances, by many testimonies, proofs, and confessions evince. Hector Boethius, in his Scottish History, hath 3 or 4 such examples, which Cardan confirms out of him, lib. 16. Cap. 43. Of such as have had familiar company many years with them, and that in the habit of men and women Philostratus in his 4th book De Vita Apollonae, hath a memorable instance in this kind, which I may not omit, of one Menipus Lycius, a young man 25 years of age, that going between Cenchreas and Corinth, met such a phantasm in the habit of a fair gentlewoman, which taking him by the hand, carried him home to her house in the suburbs of Corinth, and told him she was a Phoenician by birth. And if he would tarry with her, he should hear her sing and play, and drink such wine as never any drank, and no man should molest him. But she being fair and lovely would live and die with him, that was fair and lovely to behold. The young man a philosopher, otherwise staid and discreet, able to moderate his passions, though not this of love, tarried with her a while to his great content, and at last married her, to whose wedding, amongst other guests, came Apollonius, who, by some probable conjectures, found her out to be a serpent, a Lamia, and that all her furniture was like Tantalus's gold described by Homer, no substance, but mere illusions. When she saw herself disgrayed, she wept, and desired Apollonius to be silent, but he would not be moved, and thereupon she, plate, house, and all that was in it, vanished in an instant. Many thousands took notice of this fact, for it was done in the midst of Greece. Sabine, in his comment on the 10th of Ovid's Metamorphoses at the tale of Orpheus, telleth us of a gentleman of Bavaria, that for many months together bewailed the loss of his dear wife. At length the devil in her habit came and comforted him, and told him, because he was so importunate for her, that she would come and live with him again. On that condition he would be new married, never swear and blaspheme as he used formerly to do, for if he did, she should be gone. He vowed it, married, and lived with her. She brought him children and governed his house, but was still pale and sad, and so continued, till one day falling out with him, he fell a-swearing. She vanished thereupon, and was never after seen. This I have heard, saith Sabine, from persons of good credit, which told me that the Duke of Bavaria did tell it for a certainty to the Duke of Saxony. One more I will relate out of Florelgus, ad annum 1058, an honest historian of our nation, because he telleth it so confidently, as a thing in those days talked of all over Europe. A young gentleman of Rome, the same day that he was married, after dinner with the bride and his friends went a-walking into the fields, and towards evening to the tennis court to recreate himself. Whilst he played, he put his ring upon the finger of Venus' statua, which was thereby made in brass. After he had sufficiently played, and now made an end of his sport, he came to fetch his ring, but Venus had bowed her finger in, and he could not get it off. Whereupon, loath to make his company tarry at present, there left it, intending to fetch it the next day, or at some more convenient time, went thence to supper, and so to bed. In the night, when he should come to perform those nuptial rites, Venus steps between him and his wife, unseen or felt of her, and told her that she was his wife, that he had betrothed himself unto her by that ring, which he put upon her finger. She troubled him for some following nights. He, not knowing how to help himself, made his moan to one Palumbus, a learned magician in those days, who gave him a letter, and bid him at such a time of the night, in such a crossway at the town's end, where old Saturn would pass by with his associates in procession, as commonly he did, deliver that script with his own hands to Saturn himself. The young man of a bold spirit accordingly did it. And when the old fiend had read it, he called Venus to him, who rode before him, and commanded her to deliver his ring, which forthwith she did, and so the gentleman was freed. Many such stories I find in several authors to confirm this which I have said, as that more notable amongst the rest, of Philinium and Matchett's in Phlegon's tract, De Rebus Mirabilibus, and though many be against it, yet I, for my part, will subscribe to Lactantius lib. 14. Cap. 15. God sent angels to the tuition of men, but whilst they lived amongst us, that mischievous all-commander of the earth, and hot in lust, enticed them by little and little to this vice, and defiled them with the company of women, and to Anaxagoras der resurrect. Many of those spiritual bodies, overcome by the love of maids, and lust, failed, of whom those were born we call giants. Justin Martyr, Clemens Alexandrinus, Sulpicius Severus, Eusebius, etc., to this sense make a twofold fall of angels, one from the beginning of the world, another a little before the deluge, as Moses teacheth us, openly professing that these genii can beget, and have carnal copulation with women. At Japan and the East Indies, at this present, if we may believe the relation of travelers, there is an idol called Tuchity, to whom one of the fairest virgins in the country is monthly brought, and left in a private room in the fataqui or church, where she sits alone to be deflowered. At certain times the Tuchity, which is thought to be the devil, appears to her, and knoweth her carnally. Every month a fair virgin is taken in, but what becomes of the old, no man can tell. In that goodly temple of Jupiter Belus in Babylon, there was a fair chapel, saith Herodotus, an eyewitness of it, in which was splendide stratus lectus et apposita mensa aurea, a brave bed, a table of gold, and sea, into which no creature came but one only woman, which their god made choice of, as the Chaldean priests told him, and that their god lay with her himself, as at Thebes in Egypt was the like done of old. So that you see this is no news, the devils themselves, or their juggling priests, have played such pranks in all ages. Many divines stiffly contradict this, but I will conclude with Lipsius that since examples, testimonies, and confessions of those unhappy women are so manifest on the other side, and many even in this our town of Louvain, that it is likely to be so. One thing I will add, that I suppose that in no age past, I know not by what destiny of this unhappy time, have there ever appeared or showed themselves so many lecherous devils, satyrs, and genii, as in this of ours, as appears by the daily narrations and judicial sentences upon record. Read more of this question in Plutarch Vit. Numi Austin de Civ. De, lib 15. Wierus lib 3 de Priestig. Diem, Geraldus Cambrensis itinerar. Cam, lib 1 Malleus Malefic. Quist, 5 part 1. Jacobus Russus lib 5 cap. 6, Fall 54. Goldelman lib 2 cap. 4 Erastus Valesius de Sacrophilo. Cap. 40, John Nider Fornicar. Lib 5 cap. 9 Strauss Sicagna. Lib 3 cap. 3 Del Rio Lipsius Bodine Demonol. Lib 2 cap. 7 Pererius in Gen lib 8. In 6, cap. Ver. 2 King James and c.